This is the multi-voice text-to-speech podfic reading of Are You Lonely Just Like Me by Magic Beings, composed by Burning Aurora, Kaliana, and Flowerhawk. Chapter 1. Remus stares out the window. The party in Peter's backyard is a noisy blur. People mill around, canapes disappearing in a flash, champagne flutes clinking. He groans, pinching the bridge of his nose. These posh dues are a torture to him. Small talk makes him want to crawl under a rock, and all the fake smiles feel like a bad joke. He just wants someone here he can actually stand to be around. Benji was supposed to be here 3 hours ago. He takes Peter's landline out of the hook and dials their flat number. He knows it by heart. Benji shouldn't be home. His flight must have left around noon if his secretary did what she was told. Yet, after 3 rings, Benji picks up.
Hello.
He sounds as cheerful as ever.
Where are you still? You have a plane to catch.
Remus blurts out, frustrated. He knows Benji hates it when he gets like this, but he can't help it.
Is your flight delayed or something?
Benji sighs audibly.
I'm not going, Remus.
Remus frowns.
What? I told Sally to book it, didn't she call you?
She did.
Benji replies. His voice is stiff and formal, a sure sign he's fuming.
Seems I talk to your secretary more than you these days.
Great, just what Remus needs. A fight with Benji over the phone, right in the middle of this party. And this week, of all weeks. It's perfect timing. He forces out a tight,
I see.
I have my own life too, Remus. You need to get that.
Remus clenches his jaw. He knows Benji has a life. Of course he does. But this week is the culmination of everything he's been working towards the past months. It's the biggest deal of his career. Surely that trumps planning another pointless cocktail party for some socialite in Kensington.
This is a very important week for me, Ben.
He forces out, keeping his voice low. Begging isn't his style, but Benji should understand the weight of this.
I need you here.
Well, you never give me any notice.
Benji explodes, finally tossing politeness aside.
You just think I have to be at your beck and call 24/7.
Remus grits his teeth further.
I never asked for that.
He mutters. Wanting your boyfriend by your side during a critical week is hardly unreasonable.
But that's how you always make me feel, Remus.
Benji's voice cracks on the verge of a whine. Remus can practically picture the glistening eyes forming if they were face to face. A dramatic pause hangs heavy on the line. Then he says,
Maybe I should just move out.
Remus doesn't respond right away. He lets those words hang there for a minute, lets Benji feel the weight they carry. He and Benji have been living together for 3 years now. In a way, he was the reason Remus divorced his wife. Yes, wife. It sounds so ridiculous now that he had actually been married to a woman, and for over a decade, when a significant part of him always knew he was attracted to men. That's how deep denial can go. Okay, so maybe Benji wasn't the reason per se that marriage had been doomed from the beginning, but he was certainly the catalyst for the divorce. And yet, here they are now, 3 years later, just as doomed as his heterosexual facade marriage. Remus feels a familiar coldness settle in his gut.
If that's what you want, Benji,
He replies, voice flat.
then that's what you should do.
He knows it's a bluff. Benji, the boy who cried wolf, throws tantrums but rarely follows through. A beat of silence hangs heavy. Then a flicker of uncertainty creeps into Benji's voice.
All right, when you get back to London, we can talk about it.
It's a half-hearted attempt, a plea for Remus to fight for him. But Remus is done, tired of the endless cycle of arguments, exhausted of begging for someone he's not sure wants to be with him, at least not the real him.
If you're leaving, now is as good a time as any.
He replies, still flat, still cold and distant. He hears Benji's breath catch on the other side of the line.
That's fine with me, Remus.
He says, and then the line goes dead. It was a short conversation, not even 5 minutes. That's all it took to undo 3 years of commitment. He looks down at the party outside, at the people still drinking champagne and eating canapes, at the jazz band still going at it as if Remus Lupin hadn't just made himself a single man for the first time in 15 years. Damn. He digs into his pocket for his fags, lights one, considers his next move. Going back to an empty flat in London doesn't scare him. Honestly, a weird kind of relief washes over him, which probably isn't the right feeling to have about ending a 3-year relationship with someone you supposedly loved. The relief makes him feel a little guilty, but it's not like he can help it. But yeah, he can handle being alone in London. It'll be fine. What terrifies him is this damn week in Manchester. The endless dinners, cocktail parties, and bloody polo matches, all solo. No familiar face to anchor him, no hand to squeeze for support, no lifeline. Pathetic, really. 40 years old and still stuck with this social anxiety crap. A successful businessman who needs pep talks before meetings and a fucking hand to hold at parties. How ridiculous. The thought of going through this week alone, in a strange city, with only his arsehole of a lawyer, Peter fucking Pettigrew, for backup, makes his throat close up. He coughs, smoke stinging his lungs. He looks at the party again through the window. He must get out of here. Gritting his teeth and forcing a smile, he descends the stairs. 3 times he is forced to stop, each encounter a shallow exchange with a face he can't remember. By the time he gets to the front yard, his breath hitches with annoyance and social fatigue. He scans the mess of parked cars for the sleek lines of his hired limo. Marvin, his chauffeur for the week, is sitting on the driver's seat listening to a football game on the radio. He grimaces at Remus, then says,
"I'd be happy to drive you anywhere, Mr. Lupin, you know that. But there are at least 5 cars blocking us out of here. I think it will take a while."
Remus glances at the boys Peter hired as valets for the party. 2 clueless kids fiddling with the car keys entrusted to their care. Useless. And then he sees it. Peter's prized Lotus Esprit parked right at the front of the driveway, blissfully unblocked by the party-goers' haphazard parking. He waves at the valet boy and yells across the parking lot.
Hey there. You wouldn't happen to have the keys for that Lotus, would you? Mr. Pettigrew's.
The valet shrugs, a sheepish apology on his face. But a second later it doesn't matter, because suddenly Peter's beside him, hand on his shoulder.
"Remus, where are you off to?"
Peter asks, half concerned, half annoyed. Remus cuts straight to the chase.
You got the keys to your Lotus.
He doesn't have the patience for a lecture on missed networking opportunities or how crucial this party is for the negotiations. He needs out now. Besides, he doesn't pay Peter to be his babysitter.
"Why? What's wrong with the limo?"
Peter asks, craning his neck to see if Remus's car is parked nearby.
Look, the limo's stuck in a sea of cars back there. Marvin's dead in the water. Just gimme the keys, all right?
Remus throws his hands up in exasperation. Peter fishes the keys out of his pocket, a frown creasing his face as he hands them over. He can't help but nag anyway.
All right, but listen. You look a little keyed up, to say the least. Maybe not the best time to be driving.
He says half-heartedly.
Let me sort something out.
Peter throws a helpless look at the valets.
What's the system here, lads? Can't you move some of these cars?
The valets blink back at him, utterly lost. Peter sighs, defeated.
Remus, listen. You good with a stick shift? Driven one lately?
Remus is already halfway in the driver's seat, fingers hovering over the ignition. Of course he's driven a stick. Used to be all he knew. Back on the farm as a kid, then his first car fresh out of uni, grinding gears as he built his business. Sure, the past decade or so had been all automatics and chauffeurs, but muscle memory's a thing, right?
Yeah, I can handle it.
He mutters. Peter doesn't look all too convinced.
Look, all right.
He sighs, exasperated.
Just be careful, okay? Brand new car.
Remus offers a curt nod.
Yeah, I got it.
He throws the car into gear, and the engine growls to life. Pulling out of the driveway, he catches Peter's last desperate plea.
You don't even know where you're going. You'll get lost in the dark.
The shout fades behind him as Remus slams on the gas, the sleek Lotus surging forward, its driver finally being able to breathe. By the time Sirius finishes putting his outfit together, the sun's vanished completely. He checks himself out in the mirror, black leather pants hugging his legs tight, a sheer black top showing off the nipple piercing he's so proud of, the black waves of his hair brushing on his shoulders, the front strands falling out on his face, framing his light gray eyes that are rimmed with dark eyeliner. Combat boots, obviously. The whole look is topped off with a mess of rings and chipped black nail polish. Sure, the fake leather pants are a bit frayed at the edges, but a black marker did a decent job of hiding it. And hey, nobody's gonna see the hole under his arm in the blouse, right?
I'd fuck you,
he mutters to his reflection. It smirks back at him. He dodges around the usual disaster zone that is their apartment, a battlefield of clothes that haven't seen a hanger in weeks, magazines with dog-eared corners, records stacked precariously high, and makeup scattered everywhere. It's a hell of a tight space to be sharing with someone, especially if that someone is James Potter. every bit as messy and chaotic as Sirius himself. But it's theirs, and it's a million times better than the crappy homes they both grew up in. He grabs his keys, his fags, his empty wallet. Looks like tonight was one of those nights. The nights when his bare pockets force him to consider things he hates doing. Things he only does when there's absolutely no other option. Sirius is about to go down the stairs when a voice slithers up from below, making his blood run cold. It's the unmistakable reedy drone of their vile landlord, Mr. Filch. He seems to be talking to another tenant downstairs.
Hold on there, lad. You seem a bit thick on the uptake.
Filch's voice echoes through the grimy halls of the building.
Rent's due at the end of the month for everyone. Now cough it up, or you're out on your backside.
Rent money, of course. And they definitely don't have it. Not yet, at least. He scrambles back inside, a flicker of hope urging him to check anyway. Maybe a miracle happened while he was preening in front of the mirror. But no, the chipped jar precariously balanced on the fridge still mocks him with its emptiness. He counts the meager sum, £14.65, not even close to covering their rent. He considers his options. Filch will probably be pounding on their door any minute now, and there's no way Sirius can slink past him in the hallway unnoticed, and he has to leave, because staying inside won't earn him a pound. So there's only one thing to do. He scrambles out the window onto the fire escape, careful not to make any noise and hoping nobody spots him. Of fucking course, the ladder at the end is stuck, forcing him to jump the last bit. He lands with a grunt, scraping his knee, but at least the fake leather pants hold up. Slipping through a hole he's made in the fence, he lights a fag and starts to make his way towards the Hog's Head. That's where James must be. The pub is packed, of course. It's the same old scene, and the faces blur together. Some friends, some strangers, some he best avoid tonight. The air smells of beer, smoke, and leather and punk rock blasts from the speakers. Sirius leans against the bar and catches Albie's eye. The old barkeep has his usual grumpy expression on.
Albie,
He says, half yelling to be heard over the blasting music.
you seen James around?
Upstairs in the pool room.
Albie grunts, shoving a pint towards another customer. Sirius throws him a quick nod and weaves his way through the Sunday night crowd. The punk rock song gives way to The Cure as he reaches the top of the stairs, and he's barely stepped into the second floor when a familiar, boisterous voice cuts through the din.
Yo, Pads.
James bellows from a table he's sharing with Barty, Evan, and Mary. Sirius grins, relief flooding his features.
All right, lads, how's the crack?
A murmur of greetings acknowledges his arrival, but the conversation continues without missing a beat.
Come on, Prongs, need a word.
He mutters to James, grabbing his arm and attempting to pull him from the table.
Nah, mate, not now. Barty hooked us up with some top-shelf stuff. We're having a party. Sit down. Have a spliff.
James slurs. His voice is relaxed, almost drowsy, and the redness around his eyes isn't lost on Sirius. He sighs, a deep, frustrated sound, biting back the urge to yell.
You're telling me you just splurged out on drugs when we don't even have rent money?
It's ridiculous sometimes that he, Sirius Black, the rebel, the rule breaker, has to be the responsible one in this friendship. Responsibility was never in his vocabulary. That's what landed him here at 19, disowned, no money, no diploma, resorting to giving cheap blowjobs to pay the rent on a crappy apartment. God, he cringes just thinking about it. Maybe he does need a spliff. James flinches at the outburst. He throws Sirius a sheepish grin, then sighs heavily.
All right, Pads, simmer down. Let's get out of here, shall we?
He pushes himself up from the table, already heading for the stairs. Sirius trails behind.
If you had any spare coin,
He mutters as they descend the crowded stairway.
you should have chucked it in the jar, not wasted it on this rubbish.
I know, Pads, I know.
James whines, and he does sound remorseful.
It's just been a crappy week, all right? Needed a bit of a lift.
Sirius sighs. He knows that feeling all too well. Sometimes the darkness just gets too fucking heavy, and the only way to escape, even for a little while, is to numb it all out. Get high, get drunk, shag someone random in a black alley. You'll do anything to make the world stop spinning for a minute.
Yeah, all right.
He concedes just as they step outside and the cold air pinches his cheeks.
But Filch isn't going to accept apologies for rent, Prongs. We still need the money, and that greasy git will be camped outside our door until he gets it.
James waves a dismissive hand.
Relax, Pads. I've been dealing with landlords and rent money for longer than you've been sharing this shoebox we call a flat. I managed all right before you showed up, didn't I?
The last sentence comes out a little sharper than he probably intended, like he's getting defensive. Sirius couldn't deny that. James had been battling the world on his own for a lot longer. Orphaned at 9, the foster system, a supposed safety net, had been nothing but a series of dead ends, one neglectful family after another until James, at the tender age of 14, decided he'd had enough. He ran away. Sirius met him 3 years ago, a skinny, streetwise 18-year-old with a wild glint in his eyes. Sirius himself had just escaped his own personal hell, a childhood riddled with abuse at the hands of his loving family. Unlike James's parents, who are tragically gone, Sirius's are very much alive and monstrous. 16 years of physical and emotional torture finally broke him. No amount of money, no inheritance, could have ever compensated for everything he endured in that house. He's about to respond to James's remark when a sudden roar of an engine slices through the night air. Both boys whip around, eyes drawn to the source of the commotion. A sleek, expensive car is making its way down the street with all the grace of a drunken tap dancer. The engine whines in protest, clearly being manhandled by an inexperienced driver.
Whoa, catch this.
James exclaims, excited.
Bloody hell, that's a Lotus Esprit.
Sirius blurts in pure disbelief. Luxury cars are a rare sight in their part of town. As the car parks awkwardly near the sidewalk, a few feet from where they are, a mischievous glint sparks in James's eyes.
No, mate, that's rent.
He declares, and it takes a moment for Sirius to catch up. Of course, why would a rich Pratt be cruising their dingy street, if not for...
You should totally go for it, Pads.
James nudges him.
You look hot tonight.
Sirius shoots a glance at the Lotus. James does have a point. Sirius hates doing this, but it's not his first rodeo, and it hasn't killed him yet. Besides a fancy car with a clueless driver, it's probably some rich kid slumming it in daddy's wheels. Not a worst-case scenario.
All right.
He concedes, taking a deep breath. James immediately cracks into professional mode.
Okay, don't settle for less than 100.
He says, ruffling Sirius's hair, then using a spit-moistened thumb to clean a smudge of makeup off his cheek.
Call me when you're done. I'll try and sober up a bit and see if I can hustle up some cash myself. Take care of you, all right?
Take care of you.
Sirius echoes and with a deep breath strides towards the car, ready to unleash his most seductive persona. The window is shut tight. He raps on it 3 times, and with a soft hum, the window glides down. Drawing in a deep breath, he leans in with a graceful, sensual tilt.
Hey, sugar, you looking for a date?
Sirius purrs, finally raising his eyes to look at the driver. The practiced charm evaporates on his tongue, replaced by a surprised hitch in his breath. This isn't some spoiled kid with borrowed wheels, nor one of the usual creepy clientele that haunts their street. No, this is a vision in a tailored suit. Short, light brown curls, with a hint of bronze catching the light, frame a face perfectly sculpted with a strong jawline. A hint of stubble adds a touch of dangerous appeal, a contrast to the warm, sun-kissed skin. He's wearing an expensive suit that fits his tall, slim frame perfectly. There are laugh lines around his eyes, like they've been crinkling with his smile for decades. Sirius assumes he must be in his late 30s or early 40s. Definitely very attractive. Definitely not the street's usual target audience. If the driver notices Sirius's reaction to his looks, he doesn't show it. He's cursing under his breath as he fiddles with the gear shift. When he finally speaks, Sirius gets goosebumps from how deep his voice is.
No, actually.
He mutters, still not looking up.
I'm looking for spinning fields. Can you point me in the right direction?
Sure.
Sirius replies with a sly grin.
For $5.
The man finally throws his head up, revealing eyes that match the rich, dark chocolate Sirius has a weakness for. At first, his gaze is cool, appraising, but then something flickers deep within those eyes as they travel down Sirius's form, a look Sirius knows all too well. It's hunger. It's in the fucking bag, Sirius thinks smugly. But the moment passes, the man's expression hardens, a scoff escaping his lips.
Ridiculous.
He throws back, annoyed. Sirius smiles wickedly.
Oops, price just went up to 10.
The stranger scoffs again.
Hey, you can't just charge me for directions.
He protests.
Oh, I can do whatever I want, sweetheart.
Sirius retorts in a saccharine tone. He leans down further, holding the man's gaze hostage.
I ain't lost.
He finishes with a playful but pointed tut, straightening up and turning away with a deliberate sway of his hips. He knows exactly what the view from inside the car is, the curve of his arse accentuated by his tight pants, the way his sheer blouse clings to his slim waist. No way this guy will be able to resist. Sure enough, a beat of surprised silence hangs in the air then.
All right.
The man concedes, chuckling frustrated.
You win, I lose. Do you have change for a 20?
Sirius spins on his heel and smiles triumphantly as he opens the door and slides in the passenger seat. The man pulls out a crisp 20 from his wallet. Taking the bill, Sirius winks.
For 20, I'll show you personal.
He slips the money into his pocket and clicks his seatbelt into place.
Now down the street there.
He points.
Take a right.
The stranger fumbles with the clutch for a moment before roaring the engine to life, and the sleek car lurches forward with a surprising lack of grace. Sirius throws his head back with a dramatic sigh.
Lights. Lovely things called headlights. Wouldn't they be nice here?
The man in the tailored suit lets out a long-suffering sigh, but Sirius swears he catches a hint of a smile as he flicks on the car's headlights. Sirius huffs a laugh. This guy with his expensive car and clueless driving seems completely out of his element. God help this idiot, he thinks to himself. Seriously, what was this guy thinking, rolling up in such a flashy car and looking so lost? He'd be a walking target for anyone else on this street. He's so lucky Sirius was the one who saw him first. They take the corner, and the man still hasn't said anything. This isn't unusual behavior for the kind of men that pick up boys from the streets. Sometimes they are just very shy and socially awkward, and sometimes they just prefer to do the deed and not exchange too many words. Sirius stares at the man's hands on the wheel. He should test the waters.
Now that's a sweet ride,
he remarks, leaning back in the leather seat and taking in the car's swanky interior. The stranger lets out a chuckle.
It's a little temperamental.
Yours.
The driver simply shakes his head negatively and offers nothing further. Sirius narrows his eyes at him. Yeah, he could be one of the shy ones, but he seems different. There's some kind of quiet confidence about him, even as he fails miserably at this task, and that is very, very attractive.
Stolen, then.
He presses. The man smiles discreetly.
Not exactly.
He replies, deflecting again. He stops at a red light and gives a glance towards Sirius, then asks,
And what's your name, if I may ask?
Sirius holds off a beat before answering. He could offer his name, sure, but where would be the fun in that? He smirks innocently while leaning forward slightly.
What would you like it to be?
The man doesn't answer. He just holds Sirius's gaze for a moment. The reflection from the streetlight paints parts of his face an orange hue, making it impossible to decipher his thoughts. But this feels like some sort of challenge. After a beat, Sirius clears his throat.
All right, you win.
He concedes with a grin.
Sirius. The name's Sirius.
The man rolls the name around on his tongue.
Sirius.
He echoes.
The night's brightest star, huh?
Exactly.
Sirius can't help but be impressed. Not many people catch the astronomical reference behind his name so quickly. He desperately wants to know the man's name too, but he knows better than to ask so soon. He settles for calling him Mr. Lotus in his head. The light changes and Mr. Lotus fumbles with the clutch once more. The engine groans in protest, the sound making Sirius cringe.
So, what hotel you staying at?
He asks, trying to distract himself from the man's questionable driving skills.
Edwardian.
Mr. Lotus replies, finally managing to find second gear with a triumphant clunk.
All right.
Sirius says, pointing ahead.
Then just down the block, take a right.
The engine continues its tortured symphony every time Mr. Lotus steps on the gas pedal. It's like nails on a chalkboard to Sirius's ears, and fights the urge to offer to take the wheel himself. That certainly would be crossing the lines.
Man, that thing must corner like it's on rails,
he remarks, thinking out loud about driving the Lotus.
Mr.
Lotus grunts, confused.
Doesn't it just blow your mind?
Sirius continues glancing at Mr. Lotus.
This is only 4 cylinders.
The car lurches to a stop again, the engine groaning in protest. Mr. Lotus lets out a long-suffering sigh, but if he's embarrassed by his total ineptitude as a driver, he doesn't show. Sirius is positively intrigued by this man. Part of him wants this night to turn into something more, and not just because of the money he could earn from that.
You know your stuff about cars?
Mr. Lotus observes as he manages to wrestle the Lotus back into motion, the engine sputtering a grudging agreement.
Didn't figure that.
Sirius arches an eyebrow.
What, just because I'm queer I can't appreciate a well-tuned engine?
He teases, feigning offense.
That's a little stereotypical, wouldn't you say? Now, the real mystery here is how someone with access to a car like this doesn't know how to drive a stick.
The man shrugs, not a single hint of embarrassment in his voice as he says.
Well, I usually have a chauffeur.
Sirius's eyes widen in surprise. Okay, rich boy. It isn't the answer he expected, but it certainly explains the driving woes. There is a certain nonchalance in Mr. Lotus's voice, a casualness about having a chauffeur that makes Sirius scoff internally. Like paying someone to drive you around is the most natural thing in the world, something Sirius once thought himself. The engine lets out another tortured screech, a sound that would make a lesser car wince. Mr. Lotus throws the gear shift into what seems like third with a resounding clunk, but the grinding persists.
I think you left your transmission back there.
Sirius remarks playfully. At this rate, they are going to get in a car crash before they even reach the hotel. And contrary to what Morrissey might say, Sirius doesn't think being hit by a double-decker bus is a heavenly way to die, regardless of who is by your side.
You're not shifting, right? This is a standard H.
Mr. Lotus raises an eyebrow and chuckles quietly.
Like, I even know what that means.
Sirius laughs at that, but internally he groans. How did he always manage to find himself in these situations? At least James would get a kick out of this story later.
What about you? Ever driven a Lotus before?
The man asks. Sirius scoffs.
No.
He says. Actually, it's not far-fetched that he's driven an expensive car before. Back in the day, the family's chauffeur had indulged his teenage curiosity with secret lessons in his father's Bentley. But that was a lifetime ago, a world Sirius had carefully left behind. He certainly isn't about to share that little tidbit with Mr. Moneybags here. To Sirius's surprise, Mr. Lotus throws the car into park, with a surprising amount of finesse for his earlier struggles. They coast to a stop in front of a row of darkened shops that are casting long shadows under the dim streetlights.
Well, then you're about to,
he declares, sounding very playful suddenly. Before Sirius can even voice his disbelief, the man's already unbuckling his seatbelt and climbing out of the car. Sirius just stares, jaw agape, for a moment before following suit.
You're kidding, right?
He sputters out of the car, half amused, half alarmed. This had to be some kind of elaborate joke. Mr. Lotus smiles, leaning back against the car.
Not a bit,
he says nonchalantly.
Seems the only way I can get you off my coattails is if you prove you can drive this beast yourself.
Sirius barks out a laugh, disbelief battling amusement. Score one for dumb luck. He thought he'd have to suck cock for a cheap coin tonight, and now he was getting paid to wheel a fucking Lotus Esprit. Granted, it's only 20 quid, but still, it's a Lotus Esprit. He quickly makes his way around the car.
Buckle up,
he announces, settling into the driver's seat and snapping on his seatbelt.
Hold on tight, because this is going to be a ride you won't forget. You ready?
Oh, I'm ready,
Mr. Lotus replies, also clicking his seatbelt on. Sirius throws a quick glance at the rearview mirrors, adjusting them as necessary.
All right, here we go.
The engine coughs to life, and the rumble makes Sirius shiver with excitement. He slams the car into gear, the clutch engaging smoothly under his practiced touch, a supposedly forgotten skill instantly remembered. The tires chirp faintly in protest as he rockets forward, and the world transforms into a blur of color as he tears down the street. It's been ages since he's driven anything, let alone a car like this. Every fiber of his body vibrates with the raw power of the machine. It's pure adrenaline, and he wants to scream, but he holds himself back.
This has pedals like a race car,
he says instead, eyes glued to the blur of traffic whipping by.
They're really close together, so it's probably harder for you to drive it. You're tall, you must have big feet.
A strangled snort escapes Mr. Lotus, but he remains silent, gaze glued to the road ahead. He's still shy, and a flicker of worry sparks in Sirius's gut. If he can't get this really going by the time they reach the hotel, then this will be it for the night. 20 quid is something, but he needs a lot more if he's going to make rent by tomorrow. He has to make some money tonight, and if he's going to do that, Mr. Lotus, with his big hands, his handsome smile, and his quiet confidence, is by far the preferable candidate. Hell, honestly, Sirius would even do him for free given the chance. He's dying to feel that man's touch on his skin, find out how he smells, what he tastes like. Taking a gamble, he throws a playful jab.
You know your foot's as big as your arm, from your elbow to your wrist.
he says, extending his pale arm towards the silent stranger as they screech to a halt at a red light. Mr. Lotus glances down, his eyes snagging on Sirius's thin wrist and soft hands.
No, I didn't know that.
He mumbles.
It's a little bit of trivia.
Sirius winks and pulls his arm away, gripping the wheel again. Another chuckle bubbles out of Mr. Lotus, then he throws out a casual question.
So tell me, what kind of dough do you hustlers rake in these days? Just a rough estimate.
Sirius fights back a triumphant grin. This question was music to his ears. Mr. Lotus is definitely at least considering it. He remembers James's advice and throws out a number.
Can't go lower than 100.
The stranger scoffs, a choked sound that betrays a flicker of interest.
100 quid for a night? You must be joking.
Sirius smoothly corrects him.
An hour.
Mr. Lotus lets out a strangled gasp.
An hour? You mean to tell me you pull in 100 an hour? And you're rocking a safety pin as a belt? Come on.
Sirius keeps his eyes focused on the street.
I never joke about money.
They are not far from the hotel now. If he's going to make a move, it's got to be now.
Neither do I.
The stranger echoes in a low murmur.
100 an hour.
He trails off, more to himself than to Sirius.
Pretty stiff.
A sly grin spreads across Sirius's face, unseen by Mr. Lotus. That seems like the perfect opportunity. He reaches out his left arm again, now towards the other man's crotch. Mr. Lotus doesn't flinch, doesn't stop him. Maybe he's too taken aback by the direct approach to even react. With his skilled hands, Sirius cops a feel, feeling his own pants get a little tighter as his fingers touch the man's cock through the thin material of his tailored trousers. It's soft, so Sirius can't be sure about the size, but he can estimate. Impressive, he thinks, heat spreading through his body as he imagines what would be like to touch Mr. Lotus while he's hard, and there are no stupid pants in the way.
Stiff.
He says, playfully, retracting his hand and throwing all his impure thoughts aside to focus on his seducing duties.
Well, no, not yet. But it's got potential.
He purrs, his eyes flickering down to Mr. Lotus's lap for a fleeting moment before meeting the stranger's gaze. A slow smile is spreading across Mr. Lotus's face, but his lips remain sealed. The Edwardian Hotel looms ahead, bathed in the warm glow of evening light. Sirius pulls over, parking the car right in front of the opulent building. As they step out of the car, a hotel employee, crisp in his uniform, practically materializes beside them.
Good evening, gentlemen.
He greets with a polite nod.
Mr. Lupin, will you be needing the car again this evening?
Mr. Lupin. The name echoes a few times in Sirius's head. Lupin. Now he knows what to call his handsome stranger, and the name certainly suits him.
Let's hope not.
Mr. Lupin chuckles. The valet gives a small nod and moves towards the car to whisk it away, leaving Sirius and Mr. Lupin bathed in the soft glow of the hotel lights. Now that they are standing face to face, he can really look at the man. He really is tall, even taller than Sirius, and he doesn't consider himself to be short. His eyebrows are thick. There's the tiniest hint of a dimple by the corner of his mouth.
So we're here.
Sirius throws out, his words landing flat on the polished pavement. Is this it? Sharp and unexpected disappointment pricks at him.
Yeah.
Lupin holds Sirius's gaze. And then there's this awkward silence. Lupin doesn't leave, but he also doesn't say anything. And Sirius is not about to turn his back unless he's clearly being rejected. The word hangs heavy in his mind. Rejected. It shouldn't sting like this. It's just that the way Lupin looks at him sends a warmth through his body that really has nothing to do with money. He just doesn't want this night to be over. He doesn't want to leave. Lupin finally speaks again, eyebrows furrowed.
You're going to be all right.
Sirius tries for a nonchalant shrug.
Yeah, of course. Grab a cab with my 20.
Yeah, right. Like he'd waste that on a taxi. Lupin nods.
Well, thanks for the ride then.
There it is, the flat rejection. It stings more than he'd like to admit. It's just money, Sirius tells himself, forcing a swallow. You'll hustle something up.
See you,
he says, trying to hide his disappointment, as he turns on his heels to walk to the bus stop, just a few feet from the hotel entrance.
Goodbye.
Lupin calls after him, but Sirius doesn't look back.
It's over,
he tells himself. There's a bench by the bus stop, a clear sign that he's in the upscale part of town. It's ironic, really, that the bus stops are so fancy here, where hardly anyone takes the bus. In their own neighborhood, where people actually need the buses, They have to wait for them standing up in the rain near a fucking lamppost with a bus stop sign on it. He tries not to dwell on what he'll have to do once he gets back. He sits there for a minute, hoping there will be time to secure another customer tonight, wishing for James to have had more luck than him. Then suddenly a hand lands on his shoulder. Sirius jumps, whirling around. Lupin is standing there with a smile that looks like an invitation.
Couldn't get a taxi, eh?
He asked. Sirius lets out a shaky breath, halfway between a laugh and a groan.
Nah,
He mumbles.
I'm just a big supporter of the public transit system, see? Huge fan.
Lupin chuckles.
I was thinking,
He says, leaning casually against the lamppost. He looks handsome here, the streetlight casting shadows over his sharp features, bringing out the bronze in his hair.
did you really say £100 an hour?
There it is. Sirius fights not to let his triumph show on his face.
Yeah,
He confirms. Lupin echoes him.
Yeah.
He bites his lower lip, staring at Sirius with an intensity that almost makes Sirius blush. For a beat, it's only silence, until Lupin breaks it.
Well,
He drawls.
if you don't have any prior engagements, I'd be very pleased if you'd accompany me into the hotel.
fucking finally.
Sirius thinks, both relief and excitement washing over him in equal amounts.
You got it.
He stands up from the bench, and this time he's unable to hide his wide grin. It's all over his face before he can help it.
So what do I call you?
He asks casually, feeling like the ice has been broken enough for this question, as they walk towards the hotel doors. Lupin glances at him.
Remus.
He replies simply.
You can call me Remus.
Sirius exaggerates on the surprised face, cranking up the charm.
Remus, really? That's a coincidence. Absolutely my favorite name in the whole wide world.
He declares dramatically. Remus huffs out a laugh, shaking his head, looking down at his shoes.
Yeah, right. Bet you haven't met another Remus in your entire life.
Touché?
Sirius chuckles, mirroring Remus's laughter. As they reach the hotel doors, Remus pauses. His voice drops a touch lower, becomes more serious.
Listen,
He murmurs.
why don't you slip into this?
He extends his arm, offering the luxurious trench coat he's been holding since leaving the car. Sirius doesn't question it. He understands the unspoken message. This fancy establishment likely wouldn't appreciate his signature look. The long hair, the tattoos peeking out, the glint of a nipple piercing. With a silent nod of thanks, he shrugs on the coat as they step through the doors. The grand entrance of the hotel unfolds before him, a familiar yet jarring sight. Memories flood in, childhood trips with his family all around the world staying in places like this. The opulent chandeliers, the ornately decorated walls, the men in crisp suits gliding by like characters in a black and white movie. A strange disbelief strikes him. This place is like a gilded cage, like time somehow stood still here, oblivious to the tornado that swept his life away in the past years. A blonde woman with a Chanel tailleur that screams old money looks offended at from across the lobby. Sirius throws her a mock salute, smirking as he closes the trench coat, hiding the beat of his chest that was still peeking out. He knows how to play the game in these places, act all posh and proper, the way his mum would want him to. It's just another costume, really. Remus strides over to the information desk, and a tiny woman in a uniform greets him with a sugary smile.
Good evening, Mr. Lupin.
She chirps.
Evening, Martha.
Remus replies politely, flashing her a smile that could melt glaciers, in Sirius's opinion.
Any messages for me?
Yes, we have several.
Martha says, picking up a thick stack of papers from her desk and handing it to Remus. Remus flips through them, his expression turning serious.
Thanks.
He says, tucking the messages away.
Could we maybe get some champagne and strawberries up to the room, please?
Sirius fights back a snort. Strawberries and champagne for a hustler like him. This Lupin guy was definitely one of a kind. Not that Sirius is complaining. He hadn't had champagne, real champagne, in a long time. It doesn't take long for them to go up to his room. The penthouse, nothing less. Once they are inside, Sirius starts to get a little restless. Normally, clients go straight for the main course, him. But here is Remus, calm as can be, strolling over to a corner of the huge penthouse apartment. He sinks into a chair in front of a desk, the stack of messages from the hotel lady joining the mountain already claiming the table. Frowning in concentration, he mutters to himself as he scans the papers. One of the messages makes him chuckle and shake his head. Sirius can't help but watch, a small smile on his lips, The man's undeniably attractive, and judging by the penthouse and the car, loaded too. What exactly possessed him to bring Sirius up here is a mystery, though Sirius has a few juicy theories. One thing's for sure, this isn't the disaster of a night he'd envisioned back at his flat. Hell, it might even be fun. He tosses the borrowed trench coat onto a plush couch and clears his throat to grab Remus's attention, then saunters towards the wall, feigning interest in the pretentious artwork.
So,
He drawls.
what exactly do you have in mind for your little hired entertainment?
Honestly,
Remus responds almost absent-mindedly.
I have no idea.
No.
Sirius quirks an eyebrow and throws a glance over his shoulder to see if Remus is finally looking at him. He is,
I hadn't exactly planned this.
the man says, looking directly at Sirius curiously. Sirius raises an eyebrow, musing.
But you're the type who plans everything.
It's not a question. Remus chuckles, a soft sound.
Always.
He nods and smiles. Sirius throws himself on the couch and props his legs casually on the coffee table. A cocky grin spreads across his face as he throws Remus a wink.
Me too.
He drawls sarcastically. Remus lets out a surprised laugh, but that quickly melts into something else. He shakes his head and seems speechless for a moment, leaning back on his chair. There's a moment of awkward silence, both of them just staring at each other.
Is this guy ever going to make a move?
Sirius shivers as he thinks maybe the man is going to back away from their arrangement. Disappointment he can deal with, but if nothing else is going to happen between them, he at least must secure his payment. It's half of their rent there. Leaning forward, he disengages his legs from the table.
You know, you could pay me.
He says.
That's one way to break the ice.
Remus looks startled, like he'd forgotten.
Oh yeah, sorry.
He pats his chest, searching.
I assume cash is acceptable?
He adds as he dives his hand into his blazer's inner pocket, pulling out his wallet. Sirius can't help but stare, dumbfounded. James is never going to believe this story.
Yeah.
He manages, thick with disbelief. He pushes himself off the couch and saunters towards the desk.
Cash is acceptable.
Remus fishes out a crisp 100-pound bill and lays it on the desk. Sirius snatches it up, mouthing a cheeky thanks, then perches himself on the edge of the desk, the papers crinkling beneath him. He folds the bill and tucks it away safely within his combat boot. Remus blurts out awkwardly.
You're sitting on my facts.
Sirius glances down and smiles wickedly. His gaze flicks back to Remus, and he raises a suggestive eyebrow, winking.
Well, that's something I haven't sat on before.
He leans slightly, shifting his weight to one leg, creating a gap between his arse and the papers he has apparently sat on top of. Remus, still sitting in his chair, leans forward and slides his hand under Sirius to snatch the papers.
Cute, very cute.
He mutters, a mix of exasperation and something else entirely coloring his voice.
Thank you.
He throws the papers back onto the desk, the previously neat stacks now a crumpled mess. Sirius smiles to himself, happy to see his attempts at seduction are at least partially working. Maybe that's it. Maybe he needs to be more forward to get things going.
All right then, let's get this party started, shall we?
He reaches into his pocket and produces a pack of condoms, then flips the pack open with a flourish like a dealer showing his wares. They're all brightly colored options. Red, green, yellow.
Seems I'm out of purple, sorry.
He adds with a mock pout.
Quite the selection you have there. A veritable buffet of protection.
Remus remarks amused. He leans back in his chair, looking at Sirius with intensity. Sirius flashes him a grin.
Can't be too careful, right?
He counters. Remus stares at the colorful condoms for a beat, then shakes his head and lets out a deep breath. He rises from his chair, and when he does, he stands dangerously close to Sirius, who seizes the opportunity to start some physical contact already. He reaches out, fingers brushing against Remus's belt loop.
All right, let's get one of these on you.
He starts to tug at the belt buckle, but before he can follow through, Remus's hands close around his wrists. Sirius looks up, confused, and finds Remus shaking his head and chuckling nervously.
Hold on, look, wait.
He tries to say and then takes a step back, releasing Sirius's wrists. He carefully slips out of his blazer and places it onto the back of the desk chair, takes another deep breath and continues, a sheepish grin tugging at the corner of his lips.
Let's just talk for a bit, all right?
It's the first time Sirius has seen his confident facade flicker off all night.
Talk.
Sirius echoes, momentarily thrown off balance. Now the possibility that this guy has never done this before comes to his mind. Sirius might be his first sex worker, or worse, his first man. That can be tricky to navigate through, or so he's heard.
Okay.
He says, his mind racing on the search for a neutral topic.
Remus, are you in town on business or pleasure?
Business, I suppose.
Remus mutters, turning away from the desk, seemingly drawn towards the plush comfort of the couch. Sirius watches him go, eyes narrowing with curiosity. He pushes himself off the desk and follows suit.
Business, huh?
He echoes, playfully dragging out the word.
So that makes you...
He lets the sentence hang, leaning forward as he lowers himself onto the coffee table in front of Remus.
a lawyer, perhaps?
Remus throws his head back with a surprised laugh.
A lawyer?
He repeats, clearly amused by the insinuation. He's acting confident again, leaning back on the cushions and creating a comfortable distance between them.
What makes you think I'm a lawyer?
Sirius leans forward, elbows propped on his knees.
Just a hunch, really. The way you hold yourself, that fancy suit, the sleek car.
He lets the words trail off, eyes flickering from Remus's face down to the expensive fabric of his trousers. Remus chuckles. He doesn't shy away from the nearness this time.
I bet you've known a lot of lawyers.
He says casually, as if their noses aren't practically touching. Yes, Sirius had. His father was one. Sirius himself was expected to be one too all his life. That's all out of the window now.
I've known a lot of everybody.
He replies enigmatically, finally reaching out, touching Remus's thighs, his fingers brushing against the soft material of his expensive pants. The man doesn't flinch at the touch, but just as Sirius considers taking it a step further, a harsh buzz cuts through the air, the doorbell ringing. Remus promptly gets up and looks over at the door. This new position finds his crotch immediately in front of Sirius's face, Sirius hands lightly touching his calves. The boy throws his head back, looking up at the man above him, and throws on his most efficient bedroom eyes.
What is that?
He says, deliberately innocent. Remus stares down at him, and Sirius feels like he could burst into flames right there. His heart definitely skips a beat. The raw desire he witnessed when they first met on the sidewalk, as Sirius was leaning on his car window, is back in the man's eyes, staring at him with pure hunger. Remus might be good at hiding his cards most of the time, but it seems this position, Sirius looking up at him, has somehow made his mask slip for a moment. Remus moistens his lips and clears his throat.
Champagne?
He says in a low, intense tone, his eyes still fixed on Sirius.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
Sirius thinks he's going to find this man's strings and pull on each one of them, one by one, or his name isn't Sirius Black. He ditches the bedroom eyes and shoots up from the coffee table, throwing on his most wide-eyed, innocent smile.
Oh well, might as well make myself useful then.
He says casually, then saunters away, practically skipping as he heads towards the door. The waiter on the other side is pushing a service cart. A bottle of expensive-looking champagne sits inside an ice bucket, and there's a bowl of strawberries beside it.
Where can I put this, sir?
Just by the bar over there, thanks.
Sirius replies casually. The waiter nods and steers the cart away. As he moves off, Sirius can't help but glance back at Remus. There he stands by the couch, looking a little lost and dazed. He seems to sense Sirius watching him and turns, catching Sirius's smile. A momentary frown flitting across his face before he shakes his head and sets into motion. The shy confidence he displayed earlier is back now. He tips the waiter with a polite, "Thank you very much," as the man leaves the room.
Do you mind if I take off my boots?
Sirius asks casually as soon as the door clicks shut, sinking into a chair near the bar, leaning back and stretching his legs. Remus shakes his head.
No, not at all.
He mumbles, heading over to the bar. Sirius watches Remus fumble slightly with the champagne bottle for a moment, while he unties his boots, before working up the courage to ask another probing question.
So, do you have a wife, girlfriend?
He throws it out in a casual tone. It's not unusual for clients to be closeted men who have a whole picket fence fantasy back at home.
Boyfriend.
He adds as a playful afterthought, not truly expecting an answer to that one. Remus lets out a chuckle.
2 out of 3.
He says, punctuated by the pop of the champagne bottle being opened.
Oh, where are they then? Shopping together?
Sirius exclaims sarcastically as he sets his feet free from the boots and stretches his legs, wiggling his toes. He's fishing for information, trying to gauge if Remus is new to this scene, or if he's perhaps a straight guy on a one-time bender. Remus chuckles as he pulls 2 champagne flutes from the bar.
My ex-wife is now in Cardiff, in my ex-home with my ex-dog.
He replies, filling the glasses.
And my ex-boyfriend is in London, moving out of my flat as we speak.
He hands a flute to Sirius, smiling. This wasn't the answer Sirius expected. He takes the glass, the sweet fizz tickling his nose.
So you're out then?
He asks, swallowing the bubbly.
Openly, I mean.
Remus settles onto a bar stool, swirling his champagne.
Been out for a while.
He replies simply, taking a drink. Sirius thinks it's probably a brave move for Remus to be openly gay in his line of work, whatever that is. Law seemed out of the question, considering his reaction earlier. Then again, people are willing to overlook a lot of things if you throw enough money at them, and Remus undoubtedly has that going for him. So he isn't a closeted guy, nor a straight curiosity seeker. That left a dwindling pool of possibilities. The most likely scenario now is probably a heartbroken man looking for a way to drown his sorrows.
You should try a strawberry,
Remus says, pulling Sirius out of his thoughts. He looks over to see Remus holding out the bowl of strawberries, a smile on his face.
Thank you, Mr. Lupin.
Sirius drawls, picking up a fruit and taking a slow, deliberately seductive bite, never looking away. Remus simply retrieves the bowl and sets it back down, then settles back onto his stool.
Aren't you going to have one?
Sirius asks, tilting his head just after he swallows the fruit.
Nah, not really a strawberry fan.
Remus replies, crinkling his nose in disgust. Sirius can't help but raise an eyebrow. He ordered strawberries, yet he's not a fan. Then it hits him.
Listen,
He says, his voice losing its earlier amusement.
I really appreciate this whole seduction scene you got going, but let me give you a tip. I'm a sure thing, okay?
He says, making a gesture with his hands to indicate his body.
You don't have to win me over, and I'm on an hourly rate. Clock's ticking, Mr. Lupin.
Time we could spend doing much more fun things. He wants to add, but refrains himself. Remus lets out a small, wry chuckle, crossing his arms.
Somehow, I'm getting the feeling this time thing is a real sticking point for you.
He pushes himself up from the bar stool, taking a purposeful step closer to Sirius.
So how much for the whole night?
Sirius's jaw drops for a beat, completely thrown by this unexpected turn. Here he has been for nearly half an hour, and the guy hasn't even made a move, and now he wants to keep him all night. For what? He wants to ask. Besides, he has no idea how much to charge for a whole night. He'd never even considered a whole night. His experience was limited mostly to quick blowjobs in parked cars, and only a handful of encounters in cheap motels that rent rooms by the hour. This was completely uncharted territory.
To stay here.
He scoffs, throwing out the first thing that comes to mind.
You couldn't afford me.
It's a blatant lie, an attempt to buy some time and fabricate a number on the fly. Remus raises an eyebrow.
Try me.
He challenges.
£300.
Sirius says, finally. That amount feels astronomical to him. It's enough to cover this month's rent, and it even leaves a bit to spend on groceries. Remus doesn't blink.
Done.
He says simply, looking satisfied. He takes the empty champagne flute from Sirius's hand and sets it on the bar.
Thank you, now we can relax.
They relax, all right? Remus loosens his tie, slumping back into his desk chair to resume his battle with the mountain of paperwork. Sirius, after a few futile attempts to recapture Remus's attention, resigns himself and settles to drinking more champagne and eating peanuts. They do have all night now, so there's really no need in rushing it, and as he replays their interactions, a realization dawns on Sirius. This guy Remus, he thrives on control. He likely dictates the whens, wheres, and hows in every aspect of his life. Hell, he even said it.
You're the type who plans everything.
Sirius said.
Always.
He responded. So, there it is. Remus will make the first move on his own terms when he is ready. And Sirius, well, Sirius has no problem waiting all night, especially for a windfall like 300 quid. That's not to say he isn't still set on finding Remus's strings and pulling on them, one by one. Oh, he's looking forward to it. Remus likes being in control, and he liked looking down on Sirius. That gives the boy a few hints on exactly what he can try out to make this night especially fun for the both of them. Because if Remus craves control, Sirius isn't at all opposed to surrendering it. It's in truth one of his favorite things. So that's what he'll do when the time is right. And that time clearly hasn't arrived yet. Remus has been on the phone for the past 40 minutes. His voice is crackling with a professional tension, patient, but on the verge of snapping.
Yes, that may be true, Vance.
He's saying,
But I still need the numbers on the Weasley Industries.
Sirius, on the other hand, is sprawled on the plush living room floor of the penthouse, having an absolute blast watching reruns of Doctor Who.
Uh-huh. Yes, I've got them from London. I still need them from Tokyo.
Remus says on the phone just as the doctor, a mop of curly hair and a mischievous glint in his eyes, expertly dodges lasers fired by the salt shaker-shaped Daleks. A booming chorus of "Exterminate! Exterminate!" echoes from the TV, punctuated by Sirius's laughter. Man, he used to love this stupid show as a kid.
Yes, I'll call down and get them when I want them. Thank you very much.
The phone clatters down on the receiver, and Remus lets out a deep sigh, running a hand through his hair. Sirius can't help but notice the shift in his demeanor. Gone is the composed businessman, replaced by a man weary and stressed. His eyes are red-rimmed and glazed with exhaustion.
Hey,
Sirius calls out, concerned.
I'm having a little carpet picnic here. Want to join the fun? There's still some champagne left, and you look like you could use a drink.
Remus only chuckles, barely glancing up from the notes he's scribbling. Finally, he looks over at Sirius with a wry smile.
I'm high on life, can't you tell?
Sirius lets out a matching chuckle but shrugs, turning his attention back to the TV. Sarah Jane's in a bind, and the doctor's dashing to the rescue. He's caught up in the scene, laughing as the doctor gets his scarf tangled and momentarily stuck, but a flicker of movement on his peripheral vision catches his eye. He glances over to see Remus has abandoned his desk. The man is now sprawled on the couch, leaning back and bathed in the dim glow of the TV. There's a look on his face, a specific look that makes Sirius shiver in anticipation. That look. Sirius licks his lips slowly, holding the man's gaze for a moment. Then he picks up the TV remote and presses the mute button, silencing a Dalek just as it outlines its evil plan to the doctor in its annoying, robotic voice. Silence falls over the room. Sirius leans forward from where he's sitting, shifting onto all fours, and crawls the short distance that separates him from the other man, never breaking eye contact. Once he reaches him, Sirius sits back on his heels, kneeling in front of Remus. He moves slowly, like approaching a skittish cat, never looking away. Raising one hand, he tugs at the hem of Remus's pants and slides it inside, lightly touching his calf. Remus smiles and tilts his head, watching him intently. God, that gaze, it's burning Sirius to the ground. Sirius lets go of the man's leg, his hands moving to the hem of his own shirt. He pulls it up and over his head, tossing it carelessly behind him. Then he leans forward, positioning himself between Remus's knees. Remus finally moves, raising his hand to touch a strand of Sirius's hair very, very lightly. He tucks it behind Sirius's ear. The boy's hands move to the man's tie, loosening it enough to pull it over his head. The first button of his shirt is already open, and Sirius starts to undo the others, slowly and carefully. Remus watches him, his eyes flickering between Sirius's hands, descending his abdomen and Sirius's eyes. As the last button is undone and Sirius's fingers brush against his stomach, hands poised to spring the shirt open, Remus flinches slightly, his breath catching. The TV's faint light washes over Remus, revealing a long, jagged scar that starts just below his right nipple and slices diagonally down to his hip bone. Sirius can't help but stare, his hand reaching out instinctively, but before his fingers can even brush the pale flesh, Remus shoots out a hand, grabbing Sirius's wrist in a tight grip.
You don't have to.
Remus whispers, his eyes squeezed shut. Sirius leans in closer.
It's okay,
he murmurs. He lowers his head and presses a gentle kiss right on the scar itself. Remus lets out a shuddering breath, his grip on Sirius's wrist loosening. The boy pulls back, observing the scene. The dim light illuminates Remus's bare chest, and his body is all sharp angles and defined muscles. Sirius's mind goes blank with how much he's turned on already. All he can see is the man in front of him, the heat building in the air between them. Right now, he doesn't care why the scar is there or what story it tells, if that might be the reason Remus has held back for so long. He's completely lost in the moment.
What do you want?
Sirius whispers. He looks up at Remus, his chin propped on the hand that rests lightly on Remus's chest.
What do you do?
Remus asks back, his face hovering close to Sirius's. The warmth of the man's breath tickles Sirius's face as he speaks, making all the hairs in his body stand up. It's a fair question.
Anything you want me to?
Sirius purrs, but then a sly grin spreads across his face as he adds,
Except kiss on the mouth.
The truth is, he's burning with want, every fiber of him screaming to taste Remus. But that's exactly why he holds back. Kisses feel too real, too intimate. This isn't about getting attached, and after just a few hours with this man, Sirius knows damn well he could easily fall if he let himself. So no kisses. Remus reaches up and brushes his thumb against Sirius's bottom lip, catching it between his index finger and his thumb and pulling on it lightly. His gaze flickers down to Sirius's mouth, desire smoldering in his eyes.
That's all right.
He murmurs. Lifting his gaze back to meet Sirius's, he adds with a suggestive smirk,
Are you okay with being ordered around a little bit?
These words go straight down to Sirius's cock. His leather pants feel incredibly constricting at the moment, tight and uncomfortable.
Would love to.
He rolls out, sincerely. He's probably sounding too eager, but he's too far gone to care.
You're familiar with the color system, right?
Remus asks, his thumb lingering on Sirius's bottom lip in a slow, teasing caress. Sirius tilts his head slightly, a furrow appearing in his brow.
Don't worry, I'm not going to ask for anything too out there. That being said, you're perfectly all right to ask me to stop if things get a bit much. So, if you want to stop, just say.
Red, yeah, got it.
Sirius interrupts him, finally clicking with what the other man's on about.
I'm not going to, though.
He adds playful. Remus's hand has moved to cradle Sirius's face, his thumb brushing a playful circle against the younger man's cheek. Ignoring the delicious shivers that sends down his body, Sirius moves his head to the side and presses a kiss right on the man's palm, but he straightens Sirius's head with a gentle touch, forcing their eyes to lock again.
It's important to me that you know you can.
He presses further. Sirius nods slowly, mirroring Remus's seriousness for a beat.
I know I can.
He replies, enunciating it clearly so there's no doubt left. He waits for a beat to make sure they are done with that part. Remus doesn't say anything else, so he shifts slightly on his knees, leaning a bit further between the man's legs so that their noses are almost touching.
So, what's your first order, Mr. Lupin?
That name there, it's intentional. He's testing to see if this guy is a Mr. kind of guy, a Sir kind of guy, perhaps a Daddy kind of guy. That's one of the strings he wants to find and pull the hell out of tonight. Remus holds Sirius's gaze for another beat, then slowly withdraws his hand from his face, and his voice, when he speaks, is curt.
Sit back,
he instructs. Sirius obeys, sinking back onto his heels. The absence of Remus's warmth beneath him is immediate. Remus himself sits up straighter on the couch, leaning forward to stare down at Sirius's face. Sirius, hands resting innocently on his lap, pants oh so tight, just waits, anticipation thrumming through his veins.
You're beautiful,
the man whispers, his hand twitching as if he wants to touch, but he stops himself mid-movement. A shaky breath escapes Sirius's lips. This is a far cry from the usual encounters he's accustomed to when he must provide this type of service. Hell, it's a far cry from any encounter he's ever had. Never has anyone said those words to him before like that. He doesn't know quite what to do with it. Remus rises from the couch, the movement sending his shirt tumbling off his shoulders to land forgotten somewhere. He takes a single purposeful step sideways, coming to a halt directly in front of Sirius. Just like before, when the champagne arrived, Remus towers over him, his form dimly lit by the faint glow of the television. A rustle of fabric draws Sirius's attention downward as Remus's hands move, unbuckling his belt, and then slowly undoing the button of his trousers.
Open your mouth,
he orders as he yanks down the zipper. Sirius complies promptly. The man frees his cock from his underwear, and Sirius can't see much because of the dim light, but what he sees makes his mouth water. Standing there, jaw agape, he's worried he's going to start drooling. It's gorgeous. Long, thick, and flushed, and very stiff, Sirius thinks, remembering their interaction back in the car with a little amusement. His own cock twitches inside of his pants, wetting his underwear.
Stick out your tongue,
Remus asks. He's palming his cock just inches away from Sirius's face, and it's taking every ounce of self-restraint the boy has to not just lean forward and take it into his mouth. Sirius sticks out his tongue, and Remus uses his hand to guide the head of his cock to touch it, the bitter taste of pre-cum invading Sirius's palate immediately. Remus brushes it back and forth, a slow, deliberate movement, letting out a shaky breath.
Fuck.
Sirius remains perfectly still, never looking away from the man's eyes. He really wants to put his whole mouth on it. So he decides to test another nickname, seeing if that one can get things going, as Mr. certainly didn't do the trick. He pulls away slightly and says in a mock innocent tone,
Can I suck it, please, Daddy?
A low groan escapes Remus just as the last two syllables leave Sirius's mouth, a guttural sound that sends a jolt through the boy's body. The man bites down on his lower lip, muttering a low fuck under his breath, shuddering slightly.
Oh, yes, there it is.
Yes.
He finally rasps. He swallows hard, his voice rough with suppressed desire.
Yes.
It's fitting, really, that Remus's preferred filthy nickname is also Sirius's favorite. God, how did he even find this man? He pushes those thoughts aside, not wanting to waste any more time.
Thank you, Daddy.
He says cheekily, as his hands, previously resting innocently in his lap, spring into action. One reaches up, gently closing around Remus's cock, while the other grazes the dip of his hip. With a wiggle, Sirius uses that first hand to guide Remus's erection towards his open mouth. His lips stretch wide, swallowing the cock whole. He starts slow, working the shaft back and forth, building heat and wetness. Then his focus shifts, tongue darting out to explore the head, lapping delicately at the sensitive skin at the slit. His gaze never leaves Remus's eyes, observing the man's every reaction. He's staring back down at Sirius, eyebrow raised in a challenging expression, but his mouth is open, panting. Sirius lets the cock fall out of his mouth for a moment, keeping the movement of his hands.
You taste so good, Daddy.
He hums, licking his lips and smiling innocently at the man. Sirius takes his time. Patience. That's the key he's gleaned from Remus tonight. Certainly, he's not the kind of man that's looking for a quick blowjob and then good night. Remus asks for a slow savoring, a deliberate exploration. So Sirius takes it slow, choosing a languid pace. With a slow bob of his head, he draws Remus's cock deeper. His hand travels along the shaft, covering the portion that he can't fit inside his mouth. He hollows his cheeks, creating a vacuum around the plump flesh. The suction intensifies, and he pulls on Remus with a wet pop after a while, tears pricking at the corners of his eyes, just to take him in again a second later.
God, Sirius, you're very good at this.
Remus says, his hands reaching out, brushing lightly against Sirius's cheeks. This unexpected touch jolts Sirius back to reality. He realizes his eyes have fluttered shut, breaking eye contact. He opens them to find Remus staring down at him, mouth agape.
Think you can manage without the handwork, baby boy?
The man murmurs, voice shaken with pleasure. The endearment baby boy catches Sirius off guard. The daddy thing had been a calculated move, an attempt to see how Remus would react. But Remus is the one who has well and truly gotten under Sirius's skin now, as he feels his cock twitch inside his pants and has to bite back a moan.
That would please Daddy very much.
The man adds, eyes still locked on Sirius's.
Anything, Daddy?
Sirius whispers, the words frightening him as they leave his lips. This isn't the usual playfulness he used with previous partners. This feels different, like he actually means it, like he actually would do anything to please Daddy.
Such a good little boy.
Remus praises, and Sirius feels like he's melting. He meets Remus's gaze, and silent surrender flickers in his eyes as his hands fall away from Remus's body. He leans forward, opening his mouth wide, closing his lips around the man's cock again. Remus's hands tangle in his hair, a soft yank that sends a jolt of unexpected pleasure shooting down his spine all the way down to his crotch. He forces himself to keep his eyes open, holding Remus's in a silent challenge. Remus, with a low growl, pushes his cock deeper, urging Sirius to swallow the entire shaft.
Look at you swallowing Daddy whole.
Remus says, and it's a stretch, all right. The plump flesh hits the back of his throat and triggers a gag reflex. Tears prick the corners of his eyes, but he wants to please his daddy, so he forces his throat open, pushing his face further, until his nose burrows into the patch of brown hair at the base of Remus's cock. Then he lets out a muffled hum. Remus moans back, raw and primal. His fingers tighten their grip in Sirius's hair. He feels Remus tensing, his thigh twitching, and he begins to fuck in and out of Sirius's throat. Slow at first, but suddenly quicker, picking up a pace. Sirius doesn't move. He keeps his hands on his lap as he feels his throat burn with the in and out and his scalp tingle from the hands forcefully pulling on his hair. None of it feels painful. It's actually blissful. Jolts of pleasure running down through him. making his cock twitch and leak inside his pants every time Remus lets out another groan or moan. He closes his eyes, feels tears streaming down his cheeks. A stray thought flickers across his mind, a fleeting image of how his makeup must look, a mess of mascara and eyeliner.
Good boy, Sirius.
Remus says in a husky voice, cutting through the haze and catching his attention. It makes him want to open his eyes again.
You look so pretty letting Daddy fuck your mouth like that.
His voice is low and rough. He sounds far, far gone. A choked whimper escapes Sirius's lips as he looks up at Remus. A soft sheen of tears coats his lashes, blurring his vision. Remus slows his pace, panting heavily.
You're gonna make Daddy come, baby.
He rasps as he slips his cock free from Sirius's mouth.
Please, Daddy.
He whines, voice hoarse, throat burning, widening his eyes at the man above him.
I want to.
Not yet, baby.
Remus says, leaning down and brushing a gentle kiss to the crown of Sirius's head. The tenderness of the gesture catches him off guard.
Daddy has other things he'd like to do to you tonight, okay?
Sirius nods and then Remus adds,
Can you untie Daddy's shoes?
Sirius glances down at Remus's feet. His tailored trousers are bunched up at his ankle, and he's still wearing his dress shoes. Sirius nods and lowers himself back onto his heels, reaching down to untie the laces. Then he slides the shoe off Remus's foot with a gentle touch. He repeats the process on the other side and then sits back on his heels, watching as Remus kicks off his trousers.
Thank you, baby.
Remus murmurs.
Now let's get you back on your feet.
Sirius nods wordlessly, reaching out and taking Remus's hand, using it as leverage to haul himself up. He didn't realize until now how his knees were hurting from kneeling on the carpet floor, especially the one he scraped when he jumped from the fire escape earlier. A soft, warm chuckle escapes Remus's lips as he watches Sirius struggle to his feet. He reaches up, his thumb brushing a teasing line across Sirius's cheek, wiping away the remnants of his tears.
You did so good, baby. Daddy's so proud of you.
He praises.
Now let's get you to the bedroom, yeah?
They make their way to the bedroom, still hand in hand. It's a sensation unlike any Sirius has ever experienced in this world. His mind, pleasantly fuzzy from the encounter, struggles to process the simple act of hand-holding. He's just following Remus's lead. Remus pushes open the bedroom door, and they step into a slightly brighter space. Unlike the living room bathed in the cool glow of the television, a soft yellow light emanates from the ensuite bathroom, casting a warm glow over the room. Remus settles on the edge of the bed and pulls Sirius closer, and the boy allows himself to be nestled between Remus's outstretched legs. Remus rests his chin on Sirius's chest, his gaze tilted upwards. The rhythmic rise and fall of Sirius's breath makes his head sway gently. After a beat, Remus lowers his head, and his lips start trailing kisses across the expanse of Sirius's tattooed sternum. He doesn't linger there long, however, his tongue flickering out to graze the sensitive peak of Sirius's pierced nipple. A gasp escapes the boy's lips, his eyes fluttering shut as a jolt of pleasure shoots through him. His cock twitches involuntarily against the unforgiving leather of his pants, a silent curse forming in his mind. If he'd known a night like this was on the menu, those pants would have been the very last thing he'd chosen to wear. As if he'd just read his mind, Remus's hand moves to his waistband.
Let's get you out of these,
he says with a chuckle as he opens the safety pin that's holding his pants closed. Sirius feels a blush creep up his cheeks, but Remus doesn't say anything about his poorly kept clothes. With a gentle tug, the pin comes undone, and the man yanks down his trousers. He wastes no time, his hands moving to lower the waistband of Sirius's black boxer briefs in sequence. Sirius kicks his own clothes aside, self-consciousness battling with the thrill coursing through him. He tries to hold himself still under Remus's intense gaze, a heated weight that seems to travel over every exposed inch of his skin. Remus reaches out, hands settling on either side of Sirius's hips, pulling him closer again. He places another soft kiss on Sirius's sternum, then whispers against his heated skin.
Lay down on the bed, on your stomach,
he murmurs as he releases his hold. The boy obeys the command, his body sinking into the welcoming softness of the pillows. He can feel the weight shifting on the bed, the rustle of fabric as Remus maneuvers. A few moments pass before Remus settles above him, straddling Sirius's legs somewhere around his knees.
Are you okay?
The man asks. The question feels genuine. A check-in. Lifting his head slightly, Sirius strains his neck in an attempt to meet Remus's gaze, but the angle is too awkward. He settles for a mumbled response.
Yeah, I'm fine. Keep going.
Remus's hands creep up to cup Sirius's arse cheeks, squeezing gently before slowly drawing them apart. He leans down, placing a kiss on the sensitive skin on the small of the boy's back. Then, with a light nip, he sinks his teeth into the soft flesh of his left cheek. Sirius can't help but flinch at the unexpected contact, shivering.
All right, baby boy. Time to get you opened up.
Remus murmurs low and raw. A single fingertip brushes lightly against Sirius's rim.
Yes, please, Daddy.
Sirius says no, he whines. Fuck, what is this guy doing to him? A chuckle escapes Remus's lips, and then a clatter announces his struggle with what's probably a bottle of lube. A moment later, a slick and chilling sensation replaces the dry touch on his hole. Sirius can't help but hiss, though he makes a valiant effort to relax. He welcomes the intrusion despite the initial coldness. It quickly warms, however, as Remus expertly glides the fingertip around the inside.
Good boy.
Remus coaxes in a husky murmur. A moan escapes Sirius's lips, muffled by the pillows. Soon another finger joins the first, and Remus works them both inside him with slow, gentle strokes. He uses a scissoring motion, patiently getting him open.
Tell me if I'm hurting you.
Words fail him. A choked
Feels so good, Daddy.
is all he can manage, muffled by the pillows. The friction of his cock scraping against the mattress sends waves of pleasure down his body, and his eyes roll back in his head. It's been ages since he's been this level of turned on.
You're doing so good, baby. Can you take a third one?
Remus praises and doesn't wait for a reply before slipping in a third finger. Sirius clamps down on the pillow, a sharp exhale escaping his lips as he tries to adjust to the sudden stretch. It's a delicious paradox. It's too much and it's not enough. He aches, desperate to feel Remus's cock inside of him. Then, Remus shifts his fingers just right, pressing against that bundle of nerves, igniting a burst of pleasure that rockets through Sirius's body. A strangled cry escapes his lips as he arches his back instinctively, fucking himself on Remus's fingers, leaking against the mattress underneath him.
You're so tight, baby.
Remus breathes out, now hitting that soft spot inside of Sirius with every flick of his wrist.
I'm sorry, Daddy.
Sirius whines.
It's okay, baby. Daddy loves opening his little boy up.
Remus soothes, warm and reassuring. He keeps moving his fingers in and out, causing Sirius to cry out and writhe repeatedly under him.
Such a tight little hole just for Daddy.
Sirius is considering he might come just from this, which has never happened before, when Remus swiftly removes all his fingers, ignoring the whimper of protest that escapes Sirius's lips as he does so. Leaning close, he brushes a soft kiss against the boy's shoulder, a husky murmur against his ear.
Think you're all set, aren't you? Ready for Daddy now, baby boy.
Sirius strains his neck, desperate to see Remus's face. The man's eyes are pools of liquid darkness now, the intensity threatening to melt Sirius into a puddle.
Yes, Daddy.
He rasps, swallowing hard.
Please, fuck me.
Remus offers a smirk.
Good little boy.
He murmurs before placing another soft kiss on Sirius's shoulder. Sirius feels the strong hands bracketing his chest, supporting Remus's weight over him, and the press of Remus's thighs flanking his own. The air crackles with his anticipation. The man sits back again. Sirius can feel his hips pressing against his ass, his cock sliding over his left arse cheek. He hears the tearing of the condom wrapper and lube being popped open again, and his mind pictures Remus sliding lube onto himself. Oh God! He wishes he could see it.
You ready, baby?
Remus asks, and Sirius nods, then realizes he might not be able to see his movement.
Yes, Daddy.
He manages to say against the pillow. Sirius feels Remus's cock press against him, and he's rubbing himself on the entrance a little.
Fuck!
The man pants, and then grabs Sirius's hips, pushing forwards. Sirius hears himself cry out against the pillows. It burns, and he can feel every inch of Remus pushing into him, regardless of how much he was stretched before. He loses his breath, fisting at the sheets.
Breathe, baby.
Remus commands, and it's good that he does, because relief washes over Sirius as soon as he obeys, the burning sensation receding slightly as his ragged breathing evens out. He starts to melt into Remus's touch, the tension slowly uncoiling. Strong hands return to either side of his chest, followed by the warmth of Remus's damp kisses trailing across his shoulder blades. A heated forehead presses against the sensitive skin of his neck. Remus is holding himself perfectly still, seeking permission with his touch. Sirius takes another shuddering breath, craning his neck so his gaze can meet Remus's in a silent plea.
Fuck me, Daddy.
He whispers. Remus begins his movements, slow and deliberate at first. The world seems to melt away, condensing into a single point of this amazing feeling. The constant friction fills him, the dull ache morphing into an undeniable pleasure. It starts as a faint echo, but with each thrust it builds into a wave that crashes over him over and over again. And then there's just Remus, the heat of his body searing against Sirius's, the guttural sounds escaping his lips, the whispered praises a sweet melody in his ear.
God, baby, you feel incredible. Taking Daddy like such a good boy.
The handful of times Sirius had to do this for money, he had to completely disassociate from what was happening in order to keep going. He doesn't even think about those experiences much. They live in a dark corner of his mind, one he doesn't visit very often. But this feels raw, electric. Sirius wants to etch every detail onto his memory, to play it over and over again like his favorite record. He's fully present, absorbing every delicious sensation, every whispered word, every glance, every touch. This he will make sure to carry with him once it's over.
Harder, Daddy,
he demands. The slow pace is a delicious tease, but ultimately leaves him yearning for more. Remus instantly responds, adjusting his position. A firm grip on Sirius's hips precedes a shift in rhythm, the thrusts becoming quick and powerful. Sirius feels himself leaking on the mattress once more. Remus's hand settles on the back of his neck, keeping a firm pressure, and somehow it feels like a comforting touch. Daddy's here, he's all fucking over.
Like that?
Remus asks, nails digging at Sirius's skin.
Is that how you want to be fucked, baby boy?
A strangled gasp rips through Sirius as Remus brushes against the spot he was rubbing with his fingers earlier. It feels even better now, and Sirius feels his muscles start to tighten around him, which only intensifies the sensation. He hears himself crying out,
Yes, 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 yes,
as heat explodes across his skin. He arches his back instinctively, pushing his hips up to meet Remus. Their bodies move together in perfect rhythm. Remus's thrusts pick up a frantic pace, and Sirius can tell his orgasm is probably near.
Baby, can you?
Remus groans, his breaths coming in ragged gasps.
Can you touch yourself for Daddy?
Sirius swallows hard, nodding, even though he knows the faint movement is lost in the heat of the moment. Reaching down, his hand disappears between his body and the mattress, wrapping around his neglected cock. He doesn't need much stimulation at this point. His eyes flutter shut, bursts of light dancing behind his eyelids as his hand finds its rhythm.
Can you come for Daddy, Sirius?
Remus rasps in his ear, his voice laced with the same desperation Sirius feels coursing through him.
Yeah, yes, Daddy.
Sirius manages between breathless moans.
Good boy.
Remus whispers, husky against his ear.
That's it, come on, come for Daddy, baby boy.
A surge of heat explodes through him, a confluence of sensations, the dirty words, the warm breath on his neck, the sharp dig of nails on his skin, the relentless rhythm of their bodies. He's coming, shooting out into the mattress, and a strangled cry escapes his lips as the pleasure crashes over him. Embarrassing noises leave his mouth.
Fuck, 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 Daddy,
he says, and he keeps coming as Remus keeps thrusting into him, riding out his orgasm. The aftershocks of his own climax have barely faded when a ragged groan tears from Remus's throat. His hips snap with a newfound urgency.
Daddy's gonna come, baby.
He rasps, desperate. His grip tightens momentarily, his nails dig deeper into Sirius's skin, probably bruising, burying himself deeper into Sirius as his orgasm hits him, and he groans, deep and masculine as he rides it out, small thrusts until he's done. And Sirius feels so well fucked now, laying down on that expensive mattress, with Remus above him, his breathing slowing to a steady rhythm, his forehead resting gently against Sirius's back. Fingers, recently tight with urgency, now trace calming circles on the small of Sirius's back. A soft sigh escapes Remus's lips as he carefully withdraws, and Sirius lets out a quiet hiss at the slight pull. After a moment of rustling with the used condom, a comforting touch returns to Sirius's back. Remus's murmur breaks the silence.
Are you okay, baby?
He asks, and Sirius wants to cry and laugh at the same time, because no one ever asks him that after sex.
Yeah, I'm okay,
he mumbles.
Good.
Remus sighs, his lips trailing down to place a kiss on Sirius's back.
Let's get you cleaned up, then some sleep, yeah?
Okay.
Sirius agrees. Remus does exactly as he said, cleaning Sirius up with a wet towel. When he returns to the bed, he gathers Sirius close and places a soft kiss on his temple.
Good night, baby boy,
he murmurs. Exhaustion washes over Sirius, a delicious combination of sleepiness, contentment, and satisfaction. His eyelids flutter closed, and a moment later, he's asleep. Chapter 2. The scorching water cascades down Remus's neck, loosening the tension knotted in his muscles, and the steam fills the bathroom, creating a warm haze. He closes his eyes, letting the water massage his scalp as the events of the day replay in his mind. A surreal whirlwind. Just this morning he was waiting for his boyfriend to come meet him and show his support, and now, this boy. Freaking Benji seems like he's light years away now. Remus cracks his eyes open, blinking away the water that's clinging to his lashes. He reaches for the travel-size shampoo bottle mounted on the wall, the events of the evening struggling to solidify in his head. Everything since leaving Peter's house that afternoon feels like a fever dream, an absurd fantasy. Pretty much stealing his lawyer's car, getting lost in a dingy neighborhood, literally picking up a boy from the streets. Uncharacteristically impulsive and straight up crazy, all of it. Yet it was the most exhilarating experience he's had in, well, he can't even remember. The past few months have been a relentless blur of deals, meetings, spreadsheets, endless dinners and cocktail parties, all building to this week's negotiations of Weasley Industries. He has felt increasingly more stressed, more preoccupied, and more distant from Benji. A sigh escapes Remus's lips as he lathers the shampoo in his hair. Maybe Benji has a point. Maybe he has been talking to Remus's secretary more than him in the past months. But that's irrelevant now, because one thing is clear. He isn't getting what he needs from this relationship anymore. Maybe he never had. He needs someone who can be there for him, and Benji has made a point not to be this week, on purpose. And the sex, well, he certainly didn't get this kind of sex from their relationship. The encounter in this penthouse tonight felt like a revelation, like something Remus had craved, maybe for a lifetime. Not that he and Benji never tried to do that. They did a few times. But it always felt forced, a performance, even a little cringy. Benji wasn't into it at all, and he confessed later that he thought it was a very creepy and deranged fantasy to have. Such a nice feeling, your loving partner making you feel creepy and deranged. And before Benji, well, Remus had one girlfriend back in school, a quiet girl. They never did much in the bedroom. Then came Dora, the woman he married. Bless her heart, she put in the effort, and their friendship remained strong throughout the marriage and even now. But she couldn't actually give him what he needed. Remus was a faithful man. He never cheated on any of his partners. Even coming out to Dora and ending their marriage was a deliberate process, allowing him to pursue his connection with Benji only after everything was finalized. So that was it, 3 sexual partners in 40 years of life. Until tonight, until this boy. A shiver snakes down Remus's spine as the memory of tonight replays. Part of him winces, but a bigger part has never felt this high. It isn't just the power play, the telling someone what to do. Neither Benji nor Dora had a problem with that, though they did have harder limits than just anything but kiss on the mouth. Remus snorts, rinsing the shampoo from his hair. It's all a bit absurd, really. Unleash your wildest fantasies with me, but a simple kiss on the mouth is off limits. No, it definitely isn't the dominance itself. It's the dirty talk, the pet names, the whole role-playing scene. It pushed him into a headspace he never explored before, a place that buzzed with a raw, exhilarating energy. And for so long he'd berated himself for wanting something that, yeah, Benji had a point. It did sound a bit creepy and deranged. But come on, is it really that crazy if it's between 2 consenting adults? He's just standing under the stream of water now, staring at the wall, thinking. If some friend came to him with that little story, he wouldn't believe them for a minute. He wasn't looking for that. He would never go looking for that. Not that way, not on the streets, for God's sake. He was honestly just lost and genuinely struggling with Peter's stupid manual stick car. He didn't even know the street he was in was that kind of street, with those kinds of boys. What he was guilty of was his weakness, not having been able to resist. But at first it was just directions, and then it was just a ride, and then he pitied the boy, taking the bus alone at that time of night. He wasn't going to do anything, just keep him for the hour, talk a bit, and hand him £100. To help, just so his night wasn't lost. But then, Remus slams his hand down on the shower knob, silencing the hiss of water. He grabs a towel, wraps it around himself, and steps out, closing his eyes tightly. Who's he kidding? Part of him, the conscious, responsible part, really believes that story. But he can't deny the percentage of himself that wanted the boy from the moment he had first seen him. all gray eyes, flimsy pale wrists, and stupidly tight leather pants. He never would have gone for it, though, if the boy wasn't so what? Remus ponders. So authentic, perhaps, so full of personality, of humor, so undeniably himself.
You're beautiful.
He remembers saying a few hours ago. He really, really is. Not just on the outside. What such a rare creature is doing working the streets like that, Remus can't help to question. He might never know the answer, though, because he isn't stupid. He knows all that it was is all it can ever be. A one-night stand, a decision made on a whim, a fantasy he got to live once. This boy is just here because he's being paid to be here. He forces himself to think. Yet, his head flashes with memories of the last few hours. The gray eyes gazing up at him, the pink lips stretched out around his cock, the smeared makeup, the pale skin reflecting the dim light, the body writhing beneath him, the sounds, oh God, the sounds, those two syllables leaving the boy's mouth over and over again, just for him to hear. He looks at himself in the bathroom mirror.
What are you doing?
He asks. He waits for a few seconds, but his reflection doesn't respond, and neither does his mind. He has no idea what he's doing. All he knows is that a newfound confidence courses through him, and suddenly he doesn't feel the usual dread about the looming week ahead, like somehow the whole experience was empowering, a way of reclaiming himself. Or maybe he's just high on the mind-blowing sex he's just had. Who knows? Stepping out of the ensuite, Remus dries his hair with a towel, the white cotton hotel bathrobe hanging on the door catching his eye. He pulls it on, trapping the warmth from the shower. As he closes the bathroom door, his gaze drifts to the bed. The boy lies sprawled on his stomach, a white sheet pooling loosely around him, peacefully asleep. Dark hair spills across the pillow, revealing a long, pale neck. Remus has to fight the urge to lean down and kiss it. He burns the midnight oil that night, meticulously reviewing research and figures for the negotiations kicking off tomorrow. Exhaustion finally claims him sometime after 3, and he drifts off to sleep right there on the couch. The first rays of dawn, poking through the penthouse living room window, force his eyes open, one particularly bright beam landing squarely on his face. Sleep feels impossible now, bathed in the morning light. Remus rises, opting for the guest bathroom to avoid disturbing Sirius, who is still slumbering in the bedroom. When he decides to order breakfast, he realizes he's completely clueless about the boy's preferences, so he plays it safe with a selection across the menu: a full English breakfast, some fluffy pancakes, and a basket of croissants. Remus is halfway through his eggs royale and engaged in a phone call with Peter when Sirius emerges from the bedroom. The boy's wearing another hotel bathrobe, his bare feet padding silently across the floor. His hair is wilder than last night, a riot of waves and curls, and he's sporting a fresh face, free of makeup. He peeks into the living room with a hint of shyness before closing the bedroom door behind him.
Weasley wants a face-to-face meeting, Remus. Think it's best you oblige.
Peter advises down the phone. Remus flashes a smile towards the boy, gesturing subtly towards the breakfast table.
Yeah, I don't know, Peter.
He trails off into the phone.
Look, we gotta play the game, right? Charm him over. Dinner tonight, I'll sort it. Just wouldn't recommend going alone.
Sirius remains awkwardly rooted by the bedroom door, looking like he doesn't know what to do with himself. Remus furrows his brow.
All right, Peter, whatever you think is best.
He mutters, cutting Peter off mid-sentence.
I have to go, speak later.
Remus hangs up and directs his attention to the boy.
Good morning.
He greets him with a smile. Sirius fidgets awkwardly, his arms twisting in a nervous dance. He shuffles 3 hesitant steps forward before stopping again.
You didn't wake me.
He says apologetically.
You seem really busy. I'll be out of your hair in just a minute.
There's no rush.
Remus replies, aiming for a calm and reassuring tone. Maybe a little too eager, truth be told. He secretly doesn't want the boy to leave just yet.
Are you hungry? You must be. Why don't you sit down and have some breakfast?
Sirius offers a shy smile and nods, closing the distance to the table with a slight slouch.
I took a liberty and ordered everything on the menu.
Remus admits.
Didn't know what you liked.
The boy's eyes widen slightly at the abundant spread.
Thanks.
He mutters, then reaches for a croissant. Turning his back on Remus, he walks out onto the balcony, biting down on the pastry. Remus follows him with his gaze.
Did you sleep all right?
He calls out, raising his voice slightly to reach the balcony.
Yeah, too well, actually.
Sirius's voice replies from beyond the sliding door. A beat of silence, then he reappears in the room.
Forgot where I was for a moment.
He explains with a sheepish grin.
Occupational hazard.
Remus teases playfully.
Guess so.
Sirius chuckles, shrugging. He climbs over the table, plopping himself down right on top of the newspaper Remus had been about to unfold.
You get any sleep?
He asks between bites of his croissant. His legs dangle restlessly, brushing against Remus's thigh.
Yeah, a few hours on the couch.
Remus replies, hedging a little. He doesn't want the boy to think he didn't sleep on the bed because of him, so he adds.
Work kept me late last night.
Sirius lets out a breathy laugh, shaking his head.
So you don't sleep, you barely eat.
He casts a pointed look at the half-eaten eggs royale on Remus's plate.
What do you do, Remus? Because I know you're not a lawyer.
Remus chuckles.
Nope, definitely not a lawyer.
He glances at the empty chairs surrounding the table.
There are plenty of places to sit, you know.
The constant brush of Sirius's leg against his is distracting, and it's taking all his willpower not to reach out and touch him.
Oops, sorry.
Sirius scrambles off the table with a sheepish grin. He pulls out a chair and settles down, carefully transferring a few fluffy pancakes to his plate. One leg folds casually in front of him on the chair seat, his foot resting on the cushion with his knee pointing upwards, revealing a pale expanse of skin. Remus's mouth waters.
So what do you do?
Sirius asks, light and casual. Remus lets out an internal groan. Explaining his complex work to someone unfamiliar with the business world was always a challenge. He opts for a simplified version.
I buy companies.
He replies, unfolding the newspaper with a rustle, using it as a shield to momentarily block out the distracting vision before him.
What kind of companies?
Well,
Remus mutters, keeping his eyes glued to the newspaper.
let's just say I specialize in companies that are going through some rough financial waters.
Sounds tricky.
Sirius muses after swallowing a bite of his pancake.
So you swoop in and buy them on the cheap, right?
Remus can't help but snort. He lowers the newspaper a fraction, revealing a glimpse of amusement in his eyes.
Cheap. Not exactly. The company I'm negotiating this week has a price tag of around $1 billion.
He clarifies quickly.
Believe me, it's not a brag. Just a staggering amount of money, even for someone in my line of work.
Huh.
Sirius shrugs, seemingly unfazed by the billion-pound figure.
These are amazing.
He adds, gesturing towards his plate.
Haven't had ricotta pancakes since I left home.
He winces slightly after the last few words slip out, a fleeting glimpse of something unspoken crossing his features. Remus can't help but feel a flicker of curiosity. Where was home? Why did he leave? What was the tragic backstory that led him here? He doesn't ask, though, just folds his newspaper and places it back on the table.
Glad you're enjoying them.
He says with a genuine smile.
Well, I should get myself ready for the day.
The 15 minutes spent in the bathroom are a welcome escape, a brief period of productivity and solitude, away from boyish distractions. He's fully dressed, brushed teeth and all, and is about to put on his tie when Sirius reappears in the bathroom doorway, presumably finished with breakfast.
So, you don't actually have £1 billion sitting around, do you?
The boy says, leaning casually against the doorframe. Remus catches his reflection in the mirror. Sirius is gazing at him with an amusement that both startles and flusters him. Great. Now he has an audience for his perpetual struggle with neckwear.
No, not quite.
Remus mumbles, the task of tie-knotting suddenly more difficult with Sirius's distracting presence.
Financing comes from a variety of sources. Banks, investors. It's all a rather intricate web of negotiations, really.
Sirius clambers up and settles himself on the bathroom counter next to Remus. His legs dangle freely, swinging back and forth like pendulums. What's with this boy and his need for perching on anything that resembles a surface?
So you don't actually make anything or build anything?
Sirius remarks, tilting his head inquisitively.
You just buy companies.
Remus sighs internally. Untying the already botched attempt at a tie, he starts over. He forces his gaze away from the distracting swing of Sirius's legs, focusing solely on the unruly fabric in his hands.
Pretty much.
He concedes.
Huh.
Sirius muses.
So what happens to these companies after you buy them?
Remus manages a distracted.
I sell them.
The damn tie is still refusing to cooperate. He yanks at it, frustrated.
Hey, let me do that.
Sirius's voice cuts through his struggle. He slides effortlessly across the counter and positions himself directly in front of Remus, their legs brushing briefly. With a determined look, Sirius focuses on the tie, his hands moving with surprising dexterity even though Remus can't see what he's doing.
You sell them on, huh?
He prompts. Remus can feel the air leaving his mouth as he speaks. Remus stands there strangely passive as the boy wrestles with his tie. An unexpected situation, surely.
Well, it's not quite that.
He tries to explain.
Sometimes I break companies up into smaller, more profitable parts if the whole is less valuable than the sum.
Sirius's brow remains furrowed in concentration, his tongue peeking out between his lips in a way that makes Remus's throat suddenly feel dry. The pale fingers working on the tie are worryingly close to Remus's neck.
So it's kind of like what?
Sirius starts, his eyes meeting Remus's in a fleeting glance.
Stealing cars and selling them for the parts, right?
He lets out a chuckle before returning his focus to the task at hand. Remus sighs at the analogy.
Sort of, but with the blessing of lawyers and mountains of paperwork.
He adds, chuckling.
Mm-hmm.
Sirius grins proudly, finally sitting back and letting go of the tie with a flourish.
There you go, all sharp and put together.
Remus steps to the side, catching his reflection in the mirror. The tie looks good, a perfect Windsor knot.
Well done.
He admits, surprised.
Where'd you learn that trick?
He pats down his shirt, absently straightening any wrinkles.
Well, I screwed the debate team in school.
Sirius says wryly, jumping up from the counter. Remus raises an eyebrow in amusement, but Sirius just winks back. He picks up Remus's blazer with a flourish and holds it out for him. Remus steps into the jacket, feeling himself get warmer as Sirius helps him with one arm, then the other. Sirius turns to face him, gaze lingering on Remus's eyes for a beat longer than necessary. He pats the lapels of the blazer, the pads of his fingers brushing against Remus's chest.
Mind if I nick a quick dip in your bath before I bugger off then?
Remus finds himself smiling. Was that the real reason for the tie fixing and blazer wrangling? A sly attempt at buttering him up for a soak in the tub?
Not at all.
He says, softer than he usually sounds. Part of him wonders if there's anything this boy could ask that he wouldn't find himself strangely compelled to agree to. Just as Sirius returns the smile, the shrill ring of the landline cuts through the air. Remus nods apologetically, muttering something about needing to take the call, and strides towards the bedroom, where the phone rings on the nightstand. Picking up the receiver, he hears Peter's voice on the other end.
Remus, listen.
Peter says breathlessly.
Just popping out the door, but I wanted to give you a heads up. Weasley is all set for tonight.
Good to know.
Remus replies resigned.
There's one more thing.
Peter adds hurriedly.
Apparently Weasley's bringing his eldest son along tonight. Some sort of succession plan in the works, I gather.
Ah, right.
Remus recalls, a flicker of recognition lighting up his mind.
There was something about that in the reports. Young William Weasley plays polo, wasn't it?
Bingo.
Peter confirms with a short laugh.
Listen, like I mentioned before, maybe consider taking someone with you. A date. Keep it social, you know.
Well, fuck. He knew it was going to be like this. These social gatherings were always smoother with a date on his arm. That's why stupid Benji was supposed to be here in the first place. Now what? Where on earth would he find someone on such short notice?
A date.
He mutters into the phone, more to himself than Peter.
Listen.
Peter begins.
I know plenty of lovely people, girls or boys, whichever you prefer.
Peter keeps going, but his voice kind of buzzes off as Remus looks at the bathroom door, slightly ajar. There's a song coming through it. He props the phone receiver between his ear and shoulder, retrieves the base, pulling it with him, the wire stretching across the room as he approaches the bathroom, nudging the door open.
Though nothing will keep us together, we could still die just for one day.
Bowie is singing on the small radio sat on the counter beside a bag of bath salts that Sirius is liberally sprinkling into the rapidly filling tub as he sings along, happily.
Remus, are you there?
Peter's voice crackles through the phone.
Yeah, I'm here.
Remus replies, his voice softer than usual. Sirius glances over, startled by him, surprise momentarily replacing his enthusiastic singing. Then the expression softens, and he smiles. Peter hesitates on the phone.
So that date?
Don't worry about it.
Remus cuts him off.
It seems I've already secured one.
Are you sure? We could?
Yeah, you focus on Weasley.
Remus says, brushing Peter off.
Figure out what he's up to. I'll be there in about an hour.
He clicks the phone shut and sets it on the bathroom counter. He can't help but watch Sirius across the bathroom, amused. Sirius bends at the knee, dipping a cautious toe into the rapidly filling tub. The temperature must be to his liking, because next thing he shrugs off his robe with a casual grace that belies his complete lack of clothing underneath and steps into the water, a contented sigh escaping his lips.
Don't you just love Bowie?
He asks casually, as if completely oblivious to his state of undress. Remus coughs, forcing his eyes upwards.
Always have.
He manages. His gaze keeps flickering back down to the inviting picture in the tub. Once Sirius is settled amongst the bubbles, Remus finally approaches, taking a seat cautiously on the edge of the tub.
So,
He starts, clearing his throat.
I actually have a bit of a business proposition for you.
Sirius lifts his head from the bubbles, his gaze narrowing playfully as he takes in Remus's flustered expression.
A proposition, eh?
He asks, clearly amused.
Well, spit it out then.
Remus clears his throat, trying to project an air of professionalism, despite the warmth creeping up his neck.
I need to be in town until Sunday.
He begins.
I'd like you to spend the week with me.
Sirius stares at him for a beat, his surprise evident in the wide-eyed look he throws Remus's way. A slow smile spreads across his face.
Are you serious?
He finally asks disbelievingly.
Absolutely serious.
Sirius raises an eyebrow, the playfulness replaced by genuine confusion.
But why, Remus? I mean, the offer is tempting, but you're a rich, attractive man, I mean.
Remus sighs, his gaze flickering away from Sirius's insistent stare.
Look, this week's going to be a nightmare, and what we did last night, well, it helped.
He admits frustrated.
So, I'm proposing a temporary employment arrangement, not just for the sex. I mean, I'll also need you to accompany me to some social gatherings I must attend to. I would pay you to be at my beck and call.
He adds that last part, remembering Benji's bitter words on the phone the day before.
So what do you say? Would you consider spending the week with me?
Sirius scrutinizes him from the bubbles, his expression unreadable for a moment, only Bowie's words echoing through the bathroom. Finally, Sirius tilts his head, the playful glint returning to his eyes.
24-hour service,
He muses, drawing out the words.
That's certainly going to cost you.
A chuckle escapes Remus's lips. Business negotiations, after all.
Naturally.
He replies, letting the amusement creep into his voice, but still maintaining a mock business tone.
So what kind of price tag are we talking about?
Sirius puts on a thoughtful frown, swaying back and forth in the tub.
6 nights, full days, let's say 4,000 quid.
He throws the number out there, his gaze fixed on Remus, as if daring him to flinch. But Remus just complies.
Okay, done.
He says simply.
Holy shit.
Sirius explodes, the business facade dissolving completely. A joyous laugh erupts from him as he sinks deeper into the bubbles, legs kicking up playfully on the opposite end of the tub.
Serious.
Remus calls out, a smile battling its way onto his face despite his best efforts to remain serious.
Does that mean you accept?
Sirius resurfaces, face wreathed in a grin and adorned with a crown of foam.
Yes, of course.
He chortles, swiping at the bubbles with a hand and blinking water from his lashes.
It's a deal.
A grin spreads across Remus's face as Sirius's agreement washes over him. He pushes himself to his feet.
All right, then. I'll be gone most of the day. You should go buy some clothes.
He says, reaching into his pocket to retrieve his wallet. He counts out a wad of cash and places it prominently on the bathroom counter, catching Sirius's eye in the process.
We're going to dinner tonight, and you'll need something to wear.
Sirius's playful demeanor takes a more serious turn as he sits up straighter in the tub.
Like what exactly?
He asks, sounding apprehensive. Remus raises an eyebrow.
Let's just say, ditch the leather and anything remotely transparent.
He instructs, amused.
Nothing too flashy, not too sexy, conservative.
Sirius lets out a dramatic groan, rolling his eyes and sinking back down into the bubbles.
Boring, you mean?
Elegant?
Remus counters with a smirk.
I must go. Any questions?
Sirius looks at him intently, biting down at his lip.
Does that mean I get to keep calling you Daddy?
That does things to Remus's body he doesn't know how to explain. The word, devoid of last night's context, carries a different weight in the brightly lit bathroom. After the initial gut reaction wears off, he steps closer to the tub. Lowering himself onto the edge, he meets Sirius's gaze head-on.
I'd love it if you did, baby.
He admits, so much softer than he usually sounds. He doesn't know where all of that comes from, why it comes so easily to him now. He leans down, brushing a gentle kiss against Sirius's forehead.
Though,
He adds with a sly smile.
perhaps not in front of other people.
Sirius giggles and tilts his head, looking up at him from the tub, delicious and absolutely beautiful.
Have a good day at work, Daddy,
he says. By the time he gets out of the bath, Sirius is not sure what he's most excited about. The prospect of a whole week with Remus, or the hefty sum of money waiting at the end of it. He can't even make sense of it. Just 24 hours ago, his life looked completely different. Towel wrapped around his hair, the plushness of the hotel robe against his skin, he strides back into the bedroom, bringing along the landline phone Remus left on the bathroom counter. Careful not to tangle the wire, he places it back on the bedside table. He flops onto the bed, picks up the receiver, and dials their flat's number.
Hello.
James's voice croaks sleepily. Sirius's lips curl into a mischievous grin.
You'll never believe where I am.
He teases, kicking his legs playfully against the mattress. A pause hangs in the air, then the recognition finally dawns on James's voice.
Sirius.
Who else, you idiot?
Sirius feigns exasperation.
Now come on, Prongs. Take a guess where I'm shacked up.
Ugh.
James mutters, a rustle of movement suggesting he's scrambling out of bed.
Haven't a clue, Pads. Out with it.
Sirius lets out a theatrical sigh.
All right. Prepare yourself for this one.
He announces, milking the suspense for all it's worth.
Remember the bloke on the fancy car? Well, guess where I am. Stuck in his swanky hotel room at the Edwardian. Penthouse, no less. The bathroom's bigger than our entire flat. Can you believe it?
Playful groan escapes James.
Honestly, Sirius.
He teases.
Do you have to rub it in?
Listen, James, this is the real kicker.
He says more urgently.
He wants me to stick around for the entire week.
A gasp escapes James on the other end of the line. Sirius can practically picture his jaw dropping.
And you know how much he's going to pay me? Guess. You'll never guess.
Just spit it out.
James mutters impatiently.
£4,000.
Sirius announces, enunciating each word carefully and letting the silence hang heavy in the air.
Rubbish.
James explodes on the other end.
Honest to God.
Sirius counters.
Plus, extra spending money for some new clothes.
Oh, come on.
James groans playfully.
I practically handed that bloke to you on a silver platter.
There's no hint of jealousy in his voice. Sirius knows he's just messing around.
$4,000, you say? No way. Is he ugly?
Images of Remus's handsome features flicker across Sirius's mind.
Not in the least.
He admits honestly.
Twisted.
James tries. Sirius lets out a hearty laugh.
Yeah, maybe a bit.
He agrees.
No more than me, though.
James's laughter fills the receiver.
So, what's the catch? What's wrong with this bloke?
Honestly, nothing.
Sirius blurts out, the words tumbling out before he can stop himself.
He's perfect, actually.
A blush creeps up his neck as he realizes what he's admitted. James's voice becomes worried.
Sirius.
He starts cautiously, and Sirius knows exactly where this is going. Don't get attached. Be a professional.
Listen, Prongs.
He cuts his friend off because he's not up for the sermon.
He gave me $300 for last night. You have to come pick it up so you can pay Mr. Filch. I'm at the Radisson Blue Edwardian. Write it down. Are you writing it down? You'll forget it. Write it down.
All right, I got it.
James mutters, the rustling sounds suggesting another scramble for a pen and paper.
The Radisson Blue Edwardian. Okay, mate, but I can't today. Kingsley roped me into some day job, furniture moving or something. But tomorrow, definitely. Sound good?
Ah, really?
He says, pouting.
I wanted you to come shopping with me.
Sorry, mate, can't do. But tomorrow for sure. Deal.
Fine.
Sirius concedes with a sigh.
Tomorrow, then.
He wrinkles his nose. Shopping is no fun alone.
Take care of you.
Take care of you.
James replies, and the line goes dead. Sirius knows how to buy conservative, elegant, no fun at all clothes. He did it for years with his mum. Never in Manchester, though. He doesn't think he's even bought any kind of new clothes since he got to Manchester, only thrifted. He's a bit confused where to go at first, but the clerk at the hotel is happy to direct him to a shopping center, boasting just the kind of high-end boutiques that carry what he thinks Remus expects him to wear that night. The sheer black top and leather pants on display are a bit too much for daytime spinning fields, even for him. So, he disguises himself a little by putting one of Remus's dress shirts over last night's fit. He thinks he looks at least halfway presentable, and none of the shop employees bat an eye at him. He gets some tailored black trousers and a matching blazer, a new belt, and a new pair of boots. The whole shirt and tie look is a bit much for him, so he goes for a black turtleneck sweater, a more fashionable yet still very conservative look. He also buys some mousse to help with his hair and manages to snack on an expensive perfume's free sample so he can smell nice for his daddy. When he steps back into the penthouse suite, his stomach is growling. Room service sounds tempting, and he's about to pick up the phone when it rings, making him jump slightly.
Hello.
He answers cautiously, unsure if he's supposed to take calls.
Never ever pick up the phone.
A voice, unmistakably Remus's, crackles through the receiver. A playful grin spreads across Sirius's face.
But Daddy,
He teases in a whiny voice.
if you don't want me to pick up, then why are you calling me?
Remus seems to huff a laugh.
Did you buy clothes today?
He inquires, and Sirius can actually hear the smile on his voice.
Yes, you'll be very proud of me. I got a suit and a cashmere sweater. Very conservative.
He says solemnly.
And also something a bit more fun. For after.
A brief pause hangs in the air, then a sharp intake of breath from Remus.
What's something?
He sounds like he's very interested. Sirius can practically picture the look on Remus's face, curiosity mixed with perhaps a hint of apprehension. He maintains his playful tone.
Ah, that would be telling, wouldn't it, Daddy? You'll just have to wait and see.
A chuckle escapes Remus on the other end.
I have no doubt. Now listen up.
His voice adopts a more serious tone.
Meet me sharp at 7:45 in the hotel lobby, all right?
Sirius's curiosity peaks.
Where are you taking me anyway?
I'm taking you to a restaurant called the Voltaire. Very elegant.
Remus explains.
It's a business dinner. I need a date for it. Hence, you.
All right.
Sirius says as a knot of nervousness forms in his stomach.
I'll meet you in the lobby. Bye, Daddy.
Bye, Sirius.
Remus says, and the line clicks dead. Sirius bites his bottom lip, a wave of anxiety washing over him as he contemplates the evening ahead. He's never been on a proper date, let alone one in a fancy restaurant, and with other fancy people present, business people. He's about to reach for the room service menu to order himself some lunch when the phone rings again. With a frown, he picks up the receiver.
Hello?
Didn't I warn you about answering the phone?
Remus's voice playfully crackles through the receiver. Sirius throws his head back and laughs.
Well, then stop calling me Daddy.
He whines.
All right. Now I'm really going.
Remus concedes with a chuckle.
Be good. See you tonight.
Sirius shakes his head with a smile as he replaces the receiver. He doesn't know what it is about Remus that makes everything so natural between them. Maybe there's no reason to be nervous after all. Remus emerges from the final meeting of the day with frustration bubbling all over. The pointless argument over Weasley Industries building permits has eaten into the entire afternoon. Peter waylays him afterwards, frantically rattling off talking points for the Weasley dinner tonight. Traffic, as if sensing his mood, throws another hurdle in his path. By the time he reaches the opulent hotel lobby, his watch gleams an accusing 8:05 p.m. He looks around, but there's no sign of Sirius. He contemplates asking the clerk to connect him to the penthouse suite, but before the words can form, a man in a well-tailored suit approaches him.
Mr. Lupin, good evening.
The man greets in a discreet, professional tone.
I'm Mr. Crouch, the hotel manager. I have a message for you.
Remus inclines his head, prompting him to continue.
Your nephew.
Mr. Crouch continues.
He requested I inform you he's waiting for you at the bar.
My nephew?
Remus raises an eyebrow, skeptical.
Indeed, sir.
Mr. Crouch confirms.
Your nephew, the young gentleman who's been occupying the penthouse suite with you.
A scoff escapes Remus's lips as he shakes his head.
Ah, yes.
He mutters, suddenly amused by the situation.
Between us, Mr.
Crouch, sir.
The hotel manager supplies smoothly.
Right, Mr. Crouch.
Remus continues.
Between us, Mr. Crouch, we both know that he is not my nephew.
The hotel manager squirms under Remus's gaze, his hands flitting nervously. He clears his throat.
It doesn't matter to me, sir, the exact nature of your relationship. I'm simply here to deliver a message.
Remus offers a curt nod.
Right, thank you, Mr. Crouch. I'll head over and find my nephew.
He pivots on his heel and strides towards the hotel bar. It's not packed, but a decent crowd mills about, men in suits mingling with women in cocktail dresses. He scans the room, searching for the familiar mop of black hair, but comes up empty. Until... No way, it can't be.
You're late.
A voice drawls, amused. Sirius saunters towards him from the bar, a wide grin plastered across his face, casually tucking his hands into the pockets of his new trousers. He looks like a different person. Dressed head to toe in black, the tailored trousers and blazer fit his skinny frame perfectly. A black turtleneck peeks out from under the blazer, adding a touch of fashionable rebellion that still manages to look posh and completely appropriate for the setting. He's got heeled boots that look very expensive, and the turtleneck's tucked casually into the trousers, showing off an equally fancy belt. But the biggest change is his hair. Slicked back with a studied carelessness, it's both stylish and perfectly in place at the same time. This new style also draws the eye to the glint of the small hoop earrings he has, 2 in his left ear, 1 in his right.
You're stunning.
Remus breathes out, taking in the whole scene. Sirius looks up through his eyelashes and chuckles softly, smiling bashfully.
Oh, you're going to make me blush, Daddy.
He teases, reaching for Remus's hand and touching it discreetly, tracing little circles.
You're forgiven.
Remus worries his bottom lip, his gaze lingering on Sirius for a beat.
We ought to get going, or we'll be late.
He mutters finally, reaching out to rest a hand on Sirius's lower back and gently steer him towards the hotel doors.
Marvin's waiting for us out front.
Marvin, the chauffeur.
Sirius quirks an eyebrow, dragging out the word in a mock French accent.
For the week, at least.
Well, thank God.
Sirius replies, playful.
The last thing I need is another near-death experience courtesy of your horrible driving skills.
Remus throws Sirius a playful elbow to the ribs, sending him off balance as they reach the pavement. A muffled chuckle escapes Sirius's lips.
Now,
Remus says with mock defensiveness.
I am an excellent driver, I assure you. Just not terribly skilled with a manual transmission.
They stop beside the limo now, Marvin already holding the door open.
Sure.
Sirius replies, eyes glinting mischievously as he turns to face Remus.
One would think a truly skilled driver wouldn't be daunted by a gear shift, wouldn't you agree?
He raises an eyebrow in challenge before sliding into the luxurious back seat.
Simply stating the facts, Mr. Lupin.
He adds with a slight smirk as Remus settles in beside him.
All right.
Remus concedes with a sigh, raising his hands in surrender.
Don't worry, baby, I won't touch the wheel this week, promise.
Good.
Sirius replies, still playful. Now that they are finally alone, he looks at Remus, a wide grin spreading across his face.
So how was your day?
My day was very boring.
Remus answers honestly.
How about yours?
The car pulls away from the curb as the driver starts the engine.
Oh, you know, the life of luxury.
Sirius says with a chuckle.
A fancy bath, bit of shopping for some new clothes, ordered a feast to watch telly with. All thanks to my daddy.
He adds the last part with a shy smile.
Glad I could help facilitate that then.
Remus chuckles.
You smell nice.
He adds casually because the scent is undeniable. He'd noticed it the moment Sirius got close to him in the lounge. Sirius puffs out his chest a little, a proud grin spreading across his face.
Yes, I do. Green Irish tweed, the name's on the bottle. I snagged a free sample from the shopping centre.
Remus nods, making a mental note to buy a whole bottle of the Creed's eau de parfum before the week is over. He takes a deeper breath, savoring the woody, fresh scent before voicing another question that's been niggling at him.
Did you happen to tell the bloke at reception you're my nephew?
Sirius grins playfully.
Well, you did tell me not to call you Daddy in public, Uncle Remus.
He throws his head back with a laugh before adding with a wink.
No, I didn't. He just approached me this morning in the lobby, started referring to you as my uncle and, well, I went along with it. Seems a bit of creative phrasing to avoid the obvious, doesn't it?
Yes, well,
Remus sighs.
With my ex, they'd refer to us as friends. I hate these euphemisms. It's like they're saying, be gay, just as long as we both pretend you're not, and we never speak about it.
Sirius stares at him, his expression a puzzle.
Well, I'd say that's almost accepting. Where I come from, it was more like, we'd rather you be dead than gay.
He says grimly. Then, a beat later, laughter erupts from him again.
Whoa, Sirius, way to bring the mood down, huh?
Remus forces out a laugh, but the frown etched on his face betrays him. Sirius keeps throwing these cryptic hints about his past, and with each one, Remus's heart clenches a little tighter. The more he imagines what could have driven Sirius to this life, the worse he feels. It's ridiculous, overwhelming, completely insane, these fierce emotions welling up for a boy he met barely a day ago. A boy he's paying to be with him for God's sake. What's even happening to him? Silence hangs in the air for a few minutes before Sirius breaks it.
Are you nervous? About this dinner, I mean.
Remus frowns, momentarily startled by the question.
What makes you ask that?
Sirius leans back in his seat, considering.
Just seems you've gone a bit tight-lipped suddenly. Isn't that why you brought me along? Because you don't like facing them alone.
Remus meets his gaze head-on. Maybe this Sirius is sharper than he initially thought, or perhaps he's simply letting his guard down more than usual. Normally, Remus excels at masking his emotions. Besides, his mind's been so consumed by all things serious, the bloody Weasley dinner barely registers as a blip on the radar. In truth, if he were attending solo, or even with Benji, he'd probably be a ball of nerves by now. He licks his lips, holding Sirius's gaze for a moment before responding.
It's the role I must play. It's like wearing a mask. I have to be someone I'm not entirely comfortable with in those settings.
The city lights blur past the window, their reflections dancing across Sirius's sharp features. He nods slowly, his brow furrowed in concentration.
But wouldn't being alone be easier then? No one there that knows you to witness you being someone else?
He says that like he has first-hand knowledge. Remus ponders that he probably does, given what he does for a living. Remus shakes his head.
No, not for me at least. I need an anchor, someone to ground me. Otherwise I sort of detach a bit, like I'm watching myself from above, you know.
He lets out a humorless chuckle, shaking his head again.
Sorry, this is all a bit out there. Can't seem to find the right words.
No, honestly, I get it.
Sirius says.
So if you're bringing me along to help, what do you need from me?
Remus offers a small smile.
Nothing grand, just be you, that's all.
A matching smile blooms on Sirius's face. He reaches out, his touch very gentle as he squeezes Remus's hand. Leaning closer, he rests his head on Remus's shoulder.
Anything?
He murmurs. They make it to the restaurant just in time for the reservation. Inside, the air hums with hushed conversations and clinking silverware. It's a traditional place, old building, ornately decorated walls, and gleaming chandeliers. Remus spots Mr. Weasley nestled at a corner table. His son, Bill by introduction, mirrors his father's flaming locks, long hair framing sharp features accentuated by a glint of silver in each earlobe, little hoop earrings like Sirius's. Greetings are exchanged, pleasantries uttered, and the four men settle into their plush chairs. Small talk, the bane of Remus's existence, commences.
Traffic is a nightmare.
Mr. Weasley sighs, earning a sympathetic
dreadful
from Remus.
Lovely place, isn't it?
Bill chimes in, eyes sweeping over the elegant interior.
The lobster thermidor is supposed to be divine.
Mr. Weasley adds, consulting his menu with a hint of forced cheer. Remus feels the absurdity of it all. Here they sit, practically enemies in a business landmine disguised as a fancy restaurant, dissecting the merits of tartlets and bourbon, while the real conversation lurks beneath the surface. It's a necessary performance, a charade of civility, a dance before the duel.
So, Sirius.
Bill inquires as they wait for the next course.
Tell me, what do you do?
Sirius's response is delivered in a posh, clipped accent.
Oh, I'm actually on a gap year at the moment, but I plan to return to my studies next year.
Remus wonders if that's what the boy would like to do if he wasn't doing what he's doing now, or if it's just a straight-up lie. One thing's clear to him, though. Sirius undoubtedly seems to know how to behave himself in this kind of setting. Gone is the slouch he sported before. Here he sits tall, relaxed yet confident, like he fits right in. The fancy menu with its multiple courses doesn't faze him a bit. He orders his sole meunier and canard à l'orange in perfect French, a far cry from his earlier mock accent as he said chauffeur. He knows exactly which set of cutleries to use at each course of the meal, and his wine even gets the full swirl and sniff treatment before he takes a sip. By the main course, a realization dawns on Remus. Sirius is posh, old money for sure. Family or past experiences, something gave him this comfort in this world, something Remus, the self-made man, will never quite have. Bill has eyes fixed on Sirius.
What do you plan on studying, then?
He asks, clearly intrigued. Remus can't help but notice the intense interest Bill is showing in Sirius. It sparks a weird feeling in his gut, one he can't quite place. Jealousy. He's never been the jealous type, so the thought of feeling possessive over a boy he just met seems absurd. But if it's not jealousy, then what is this sudden surge of irritation? Sirius offers a vague reply.
Honestly, I'm still weighing my options. Engineering's a possibility, you see. I'm a bit of a car fanatic, but I'm leaning more towards art.
Bill sighs, longing.
Music was my dream, you know, but duty called. Had to help Dar out with the business.
Tell me about it.
Sirius chuckles.
If it were up to my parents, I'd have my name engraved on an Oxford Law acceptance letter before I even learnt how to spell it.
The playful banter seems to trigger something in Remus. Almost on autopilot, his hand reaches out and squeezes Sirius's leg under the table. A jolt courses through him as Sirius finds his hand and rests his own on top. The boy lifts his head, a questioning look in his eyes, head tilted slightly. Remus's stomach flips. What the hell just happened? Where did that come from? He forces a slow nod, jaw clenched as he swallows hard. He pulls his hand back, the heat rising in his cheeks, rivaling the glow of the restaurant's chandeliers. Mr. Weasley, blissfully unaware of the silent exchange under the table, wipes his mouth with a napkin and lets out a hearty chuckle.
Now, Bill, don't paint me the villain.
He replies,
You know I'd have supported your music no matter what. I have more than enough heirs for the family business.
He looks at Remus and Sirius and clarifies.
I have 6 sons and a daughter. She's just turned 14, my youngest.
Right. Percy's practically got his tie ironed for the CEO position already.
Bill smirks. He then sobers up, turning to Remus with a serious glint in his eyes.
Which brings us to the real reason for this dinner, Mr. Lupin.
Ah, yes, let the hard conversations begin. Bill clears his throat, locking gazes with Remus.
Look, Mr. Lupin, rumors have been swirling about your business tactics. It's hard to gauge your true intentions regarding our shares. If, hypothetically, you were to gain control, and let me be clear, I don't believe that'll happen, but if you did, what's your vision for the company?
Remus meets Bill's gaze head on. He appreciates the directness.
Straightforward answer, I plan to dismantle it, selling off the individual assets.
Mr. Weasley's cheerfulness vanishes in an instant, and a deep frown creases his face.
I'm sure you can understand, Mr. Lupin. That's not exactly music to my ears. 30 years of blood, sweat, and Weasley magic are built into this company. You can't just turn it into a glorified yard sale.
Remus winces internally. The last thing he wants is to come off as callous towards Mr. Weasley's life's work. They're both self-made men. Both understand the sacrifices poured into building a business from scratch. He respects the man, even finds him strangely likable. But emotions are a luxury he can't afford at the negotiating table.
Mr. Weasley.
He starts, forcing his voice into a neutral tone that he knows comes across as cold.
At the price I'm offering, you'll walk away a very wealthy man.
The words feel hollow on his tongue, the mask of a ruthless businessman settling over him. It's not who he is, but it's what the situation demands. It's who he must be. Sometime between these tense exchanges, Sirius's hand has found Remus's leg underneath the table, squeezing firmly. When Remus feels it, it's like it brings him back into his body, like it's something anchoring him to the ground.
I'm rich enough.
Mr. Weasley exclaims, clearly getting emotional.
I just want to keep making my electrical plugs.
Remus blinks, caught momentarily off guard. He opens his mouth to respond, a retort already forming, but Mr. Weasley cuts him off again. Leaning forward, his gaze intense, he asks,
What's your father's name?
Remus stares at Mr. Weasley, unsure where this conversation is headed. His unease intensifies, and he tries to focus on the feel of Sirius's hand against his thigh.
Lyle.
He answers.
And does this job of yours?
Mr. Weasley continues unexpectedly harsh.
Does it make him proud? Destroying people's life work?
Remus's mind drifts to his father, the small patch of land in Wales that had been his entire life's work. Growing leeks, breeding sheep.
I doubt it.
He replies, his voice still devoid of emotion.
It doesn't really matter anymore anyway. He passed away recently.
A flicker of surprise crosses Mr. Weasley's face, momentarily cracking his angry facade.
I'm sorry,
he mutters. The pressure on his leg intensifies as Sirius's grip tightens. Remus takes a deep breath.
Mr. Weasley.
He begins, unable to disguise the exasperation creeping into his voice.
You initiated this meeting. What exactly you were hoping to achieve?
Bill cuts in before his father can answer.
It's simple, Mr. Lupin. We want you to leave our company alone.
That's not quite an option.
Remus counters, eyes shifting between the fiery-haired father and son.
I've already invested significantly. 10 million shares, to be precise. There's no turning back now.
Bill's response is swift.
We'll buy your stock back.
You don't have the money.
Remus counters.
We'll find the money.
Bill is defiant.
We're on the cusp of securing a major government contract.
Remus can't help but interrupt. There's an even colder edge to his voice now, something he hates.
That contract is a dead end. Buried deep within the labyrinthine halls of the Appropriations Committee, it will never see the light of day.
That's a courtesy of Peter, of course, who knows an MP. This is a game where the ends often justify the means. Bill's face contorts in disbelief and anger.
What the hell did you do?
He practically yells, but if it catches the attention of the other people in the restaurant, Remus doesn't notice. He feels himself detaching again. He's not there.
What do you got? You got dirty politicians in your pockets now.
Calm down, Bill.
Mr. Weasley's voice, though calmer than his son's, still holds a similar edge of anger.
Mr. Lupin, you certainly do play a hard game.
Remus meets his gaze, keeping his eyes cold.
Indeed, I do.
Bill slams his napkin on the table with a disgruntled huff.
Right, well, Sirius, it was nice to meet you.
He says, already rising from his chair.
I'm terribly sorry, Father, but I need a breath of fresh air.
Without another word, Bill storms out of the restaurant, his long legs eating up the distance. Mr. Weasley follows suit, a sigh escaping his lips as he places his napkin beside his son's. He casts a single, unreadable glance at Remus before disappearing after Bill. Remus feels a dull thrumming in his ears, as if the world has been muted. Everything seems hazy, the edges of reality blurring.
Are you all right?
A voice, low and warm, brushes his ear from the right. He feels the hand squeeze on his thigh with force.
No.
He manages, squeezing his eyes shut for a moment. The room feels like it's tilting.
Do you want to get out of here?
Remus finds his voice, barely a whisper.
Please.
He reaches down, his hand finding Sirius's warm one nestled in his lap.
Okay.
Sirius's voice is low as he flags down their waiter to ask for the check. The car ride back to the hotel is silent. The only sound is the steady hum of the engine. Sirius's hand rests warm and comforting on top of Remus's, acting like a silent anchor in the tense aftermath of the dinner. They slip back into the penthouse, and the silence stretches between them. Remus digs his pack of cigarettes out of his pocket and strides towards the balcony. The night air bites with a welcome chill, a stark contrast to the heat that still lingers under his skin. The building isn't that tall, but the view of the twinkling cityscape sprawls out before him, a million tiny lights painting a hypnotic picture. He props his elbows on the thick brick railing, taking a long drag on his fag, the smoke curling into the night. He senses Sirius's presence before he even turns.
Think you could spare a fag?
The younger man asks, leaning casually against the parapet. Remus offers a curt nod, flicking his wrist towards the coffee table where the pack and lighter lie abandoned. Sirius snatches a cigarette, the tip glowing red as he flicks the Zippo shut. He takes a long drag, the smoke curling around his face before he hauls himself onto the parapet. With a languid grace, he settles down, legs dangling over the edge, back turned to the city behind him. Gone are the heeled boots and tailored jacket. Only black socks peek out from rolled-up pants. The posh facade he wore at dinner has vanished, leaving behind the rebellious, serious Remus met the night before.
I didn't get much out of you in the car, did I?
He asks, tilting his head back to blow smoke skyward.
You're still stewing about dinner.
Remus pulls himself off the railing, smiling wryly. He leans closer, one elbow propped casually.
Sirius, what do you have against sitting on chairs?
Sirius lets a huff of air out of his nose, a silent laugh, but doesn't respond. He takes the fag to his mouth again.
I think you like Mr. Weasley.
Come down from there, Sirius.
Remus insists, his amusement fading to concern.
You're giving me the jitters.
Oh, I'm making you nervous, am I?
Sirius retorts playfully. He leans back slightly, holding onto the parapet with both of his hands, the fag tugged between his index and middle finger.
What if I fell? Would you catch me, Daddy?
Remus throws him a withering look.
I'm serious. Get down, I won't look.
He turns away, feigning disinterest, but the tension in his shoulders betrays him.
No, I'm serious.
The boy chuckles. Remus snorts at that.
It's a fair drop, you know. Look, no hands.
He lets out a playful yelp, and Remus assumes he's let go, stomach clenching despite himself. He doesn't turn around.
All right, all right.
Sirius says, defeated but still amused.
I'm sorry. Was only trying to make you laugh.
Remus slowly turns his head, taking in the sight of Sirius. He's still perched on the parapet, but thankfully sitting upright now. The city lights cast an ethereal glow on him, wind-blown hair framing a face flushed with the cool air. It's a picture that steals Remus's breath for a moment. He lets out a soft chuckle.
You know, it doesn't matter if I like Mr. Weasley or not.
He says, taking a drag from his cigarette.
Business is business, and emotions muddy the waters.
Sirius drops his gaze, fiddling with the lighter.
Yeah, that's what James always says too. Don't get attached, don't get sentimental. That's why no kissing. It's too personal. I'm supposed to stay numb, not get involved. Like a bloody robot.
Remus stares at him, the words echoing in the stillness.
Like a robot?
He repeats. Sirius looks back up, a witty smile playing on his lips.
Well, except with you, of course.
He nudges Remus playfully with his shoulder. Remus can't help but laugh.
Right. Course not with me.
He repeats, the humor laced with a touch of bitterness. He's no fool. He understands the mercenary nature of their arrangement. Maybe hearing it spelled out so bluntly is the kick in the backside he needs.
Funny, Sirius.
He says, smiling as he looks away.
Because at the end of the day, you and I might be more alike than we think. We both screw people for money.
Silence hangs heavy in the air, broken only by the rhythmic glow and hiss of their cigarettes. Finally, Sirius speaks, hesitant.
About your dad.
He starts, then stops, searching for the right words.
I'm sorry to hear that. When did he die?
Remus lifts his head slowly, meeting Sirius's gaze. The younger man's eyes hold a depth of unexpected concern that leaves him confused. He blows out a plume of smoke.
Last month.
He answers finally. Sirius's gaze doesn't waver.
Do you miss him?
He asks softly, tapping the ash from his cigarette with a quiet click. Remus stares out at the cityscape.
21.5 years.
He mutters, barely audible.
We hadn't spoken in 21.5 years. I wasn't there.
He can't quite tell if he's numb or drowning, if he really cares that he wasn't there when Lyle died or not. Sirius swallows hard and looks away. With a sigh, he pushes himself off the parapet, stubbing out his fag with a quiet hiss.
All right, here's a deal. Come with me to the bedroom. We don't have to do anything if you're not up for it. Just...
He trails off.
Just old movies, what do you think? We can have a marathon.
Remus watches him, a flicker of something warm igniting in his chest. He reaches out, his fingers brushing the soft skin of Sirius's cheek. His thumb lingers on the boy's bottom lip. Then, with a slow lean, he presses a gentle kiss to Sirius's temple.
I'll be back.
He murmurs, stubbing out his own cigarette.
Old movies tomorrow, okay.
Sirius frowns, looking concerned.
Where are you going?
He asks in a whisper.
Just going downstairs for a while.
The Grand Hotel ballroom is almost empty now, only filled by the piano music and the quiet murmur of the cleaning staff. Remus's fingers dancing across the keys in a melancholic melody. He's unsure what is the name of the song he's playing, but it was one of his mum's favorites. She used to love it when he played it for her. He remembers her smile, the warmth of her voice, the way her own fingers used to waltz over the keys of her own piano back at the farm when he was young. The bittersweet memory brings a wave of relaxation, allowing his brain to clear, to stop thinking. So distracted is he that Sirius's voice startles him back to reality.
I didn't know you played.
Sirius murmurs, and Remus looks up to find him leaning against the piano. He is a vision in a long black silk robe, the luxurious fabric skimming his form. It's loosely tied, offering a glimpse of pale, tattooed skin where it meets his chest. His hair, no longer tamed, has returned to its usual wavy chaos, framing a face softened by the warm, dim light of the ballroom. He looks impossibly beautiful, ethereal even. A genuine smile plays on his lips as he watches Remus, gray eyes twinkling. The final notes of the song fade into silence, leaving a soft echo in the vast ballroom. Remus turns on the piano stool, facing Sirius with a smile.
Only play for strangers,
he says. Sirius pouts playfully.
Got a bit lonely up there, all by myself.
He moves to the front of the piano, leaning backwards casually against its polished surface. Remus can't help but take him in. The messy black hair, the steely gray eyes, those perfect, perfect lips. He hasn't touched him since last night. He takes a deep breath, then addresses the two men discreetly sweeping the floor.
Gentlemen, mind giving us a moment?
One of the men raises an eyebrow, but they both nod curtly and head for the exit, pulling the door shut behind them. The silence settles in the room, and Sirius lets out a playful chuckle.
You really do enjoy telling people what to do, don't you?
Remus lets out a huff of air through his nose, but he remains silent. His gaze drops, tracing a slow path down Sirius's lean form until it lands at the point where the silk robe meets the piano's edge. With a deliberate movement, He reaches out and gently nudges Sirius sideways, maneuvering him until he's standing in front of Remus. The unexpected shift causes Sirius's thighs to brush against the piano keys, a discordant melody echoing in the stillness of the room. He holds Sirius still by his waist for a moment, and then leans forward, burying his face in Sirius's stomach, sighing quietly. It's been a long day, filled with long, hard discussions. His brain won't stop thinking, and he actually wishes for a moment that he could reach out and physically remove some of the thoughts that are pounding his head. He takes a deep breath, inhaling the smell of the boy in front of him.
Are you okay, Daddy?
Sirius murmurs, his hands almost instinctively reaching up, fingers finding home in Remus's hair. He caresses gently, a soothing balm, making Remus shiver. The words hit different, too. He used this nickname playfully a few times during the day, but now he says it in another tone. He says it like he did the night before. A weight shifts on Remus's stomach. A rush of blood starts to make its way to his groin. He lifts his head, meeting Sirius's gaze for a moment. The boy's eyes seem to be swirling with a confusing mix of emotions.
Can I touch you, Sirius?
Remus asks, hands still, waiting for confirmation. Sirius nods, slowly, looking down at Remus, the yellow light of the dimly lit ballroom casting beautiful shadows on his face. Without rush, Remus's hands move, brushing against the silky fabric of Sirius's robe. He finds the tie and loosens it. The robe falls open, revealing the black, short nightgown Sirius is wearing underneath, same fabric as the robe. An uncontrollable low groan escapes Remus's lips. He wonders if that's what the boy meant earlier when he said he had bought something fun, for after, but he doesn't ask just now, struggles to find the words. The image in front of him, the bare skin peeking out from beneath the lace trim, the subtle play of light on the tattooed chest, the hint of a strong masculine thigh beneath the silk, all of it makes it suddenly very hard to breathe. This boy. Remus leaps to his feet, and the sudden movement makes Sirius let out a surprised gasp, eyes still locked with Remus's in a silent exchange. Remus smiles at him shortly, then slides his hands under his legs, maneuvering his smaller body with ease, hoisting him effortlessly onto the polished surface of the piano. Sirius lands with a startled gasp, his feet brushing a jarring melody from the keys. Sitting atop the piano, he towers over Remus. The man reaches up, his touch feather light as it grazes Sirius's cheek.
Since you like perching on top of things so much,
Remus whispers, the playful words bellied by the breathless tone of his voice.
You already know me so well, Daddy.
Sirius chuckles, calling Remus's attention to his lips. Remus's gaze lingers on the curve of that perfect mouth for a few beats. He feels the sudden urge to kiss them, find out what they taste like. But that's the one boundary Sirius has set, and he's not about to break it. Instead, his hand tangles playfully in Sirius's unruly hair, a gentle tug tilting the boy's head back. The movement exposes the slender column of his neck, the soft skin practically glowing under the dim light. Remus leans closer, and the brush of his lips against the exposed skin, just above the collarbone, sends a tremor through them both. He still smells like the expensive perfume he was wearing earlier.
Daddy.
Sirius whines, breathless, bringing his hands to Remus's hair again, tangling his fingers in his curls. This damn word, this stupid damn word. He lets his hands travel faster down Sirius's form, feeling the silk of the nightgown against his touch. Finally, he reaches the exposed skin of Sirius's thighs. With a gentle but firm pressure, he spreads Sirius's legs open, maneuvering himself between them. He tightens the grip on Sirius's hips and pulls him closer until their chests are pressed together. The boy's feet scramble for purchase, touching the piano keys again, a discordant melody echoing through the charged silence of the room. Their breaths mingle in the hushed air, hot and heavy. Remus feels Sirius getting hard against his stomach.
Lay back down,
he instructs. Sirius does, his back arching as he sinks deeper into the cool smoothness of the piano. Remus lets himself just watch for a moment, mesmerized by the vision before him, the interplay of light and shadow on pale skin, the fabric clinging to every curve, the rapid rise and fall of Sirius's chest with each ragged breath.
God, so beautiful.
He breathes out, more to himself than to anyone else. He reaches down, letting his hands explore with deliberate slowness, tracing a path down Sirius's torso, the body heat that radiates through the thin fabric, sending a spark of hunger through him. His hands linger on the dip of Sirius's hip before finding their way back to the boy's thigh, where he inches up the nightie to reveal the tantalizing black lace beneath. It's insane, absolutely absurd that this boy just went out and bought fucking lace panties without him ever having to ask him to. What is this? An entity sent personally by God to ruin his life forever. He lets out a huff of air through his nose, not able to contain a smile as he plays with the hem of the lace, his fingers tracing a teasing pattern on the sensitive skin of Sirius's upper thigh. The boy trembles and sighs under his touch, looking up at him with heavy hooded eyes and parted lips, panting. Determined to savor this moment to prolong the delicious tension, Remus inches the nightie further up, revealing the pale skin of Sirius's stomach. He leans down and brushes his lips over that patch of black hair just below the belly button, a feather-like kiss that makes the hairs on Sirius's body stand on end. The boy lets out a sharp gasp and his legs twist on the piano keys, the discordant notes echoing through the room once more.
Daddy.
He whines again, and Remus smiles against the skin of his stomach.
Baby boy, you're going to have to keep your legs still if you don't want us to get caught.
He chuckles, looking up at Sirius's face. Sirius writhes beneath him, a delightful vision, a mess of tangled limbs and heated skin. Remus can feel Sirius's bulge against his neck, the fabric of the lace underwear already damp. Another discordant note erupts from the piano as a key groans under Sirius's foot.
I'm trying,
he says in a giggling whisper.
It tickles.
This feels completely different from last night. Back then, every touch from Remus was measured. He was constantly reminding himself of the boundaries. Sirius wasn't a lover, he was a service provider. Remus should use him, find his own release, not the other way around. But the past 24 hours have blurred those lines. Now, Remus desperately wants to touch him, to trace the curves beneath the thin silk, to map the constellations of freckles across pale skin, to discover what makes Sirius whimper, what sends shivers down his spine, what pushes him over the edge. Perhaps it's reckless, a disregard for Sirius's earlier words about him acting like a robot during these encounters. Yet watching the tangled mess of limbs writhe on the piano, the ragged gasps escaping his lips, the telltale hardness in his underwear, well, no one performs that convincingly. He pulls himself up, licking his lips hungrily as he palms Sirius's cock through the lace underwear.
Look at you, baby. You're already so hard for Daddy.
He says low and husky, watching intently to see the boy's reaction.
Fuck.
Sirius manages in a breathless gasp, squeezing his eyes shut. A rosy flush creeps up his neck, spreading across his face like wildfire. Remus can't help but let out a low chuckle, full of pride and satisfaction. He savors the sight of Sirius's flushed face and trembling lips for a moment.
I really want to suck you off. Is that okay, Sirius?
He asks, hands still palming his bulge over the underwear.
Yes.
Sirius breathes out, a desperate edge to his voice. His eyes flutter open, locking with Remus's. The flush still paints his cheeks a rosy pink, but his gaze is anything but shy.
Yes.
He whispers urgently.
Please, Daddy.
Well, since you asked so nicely...
Remus concedes playfully, leaning back down to mouth at the lace-covered bulge, earning a yelp from Sirius and another symphony of broken piano notes. He lets himself savor the musky, manly scent Sirius carries down there, feeling his own cock, already hardened, twitch inside of his pants. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, he reaches down and tugs at the hem of the lace panties, sliding them down Sirius's legs, freeing his erection.
Such a shame to take these off,
he says, adding a sad tone to his voice.
Was this the something fun you mentioned earlier?
Just wanted to look pretty for you, Daddy.
Sirius murmurs, mock innocent, fluttering his eyelashes.
Oh, how could you not, baby?
Remus reaches down, gently grasping one of Sirius's ankles and pulling his leg up. He tilts his head, trailing a line of kisses along the sensitive skin of his inner thigh.
My pretty, beautiful, perfect baby boy.
He whispers, punctuating every word with a kiss.
Daddy?
Sirius whines again, looking up at him with those perfect gray eyes. The mock innocence is gone. Now he just looks genuinely desperate, about to burst.
It's okay,
he says, carefully letting go of Sirius's leg, a few notes escaping the piano as his foot lands on them.
Daddy's going to make you feel really good now, baby boy.
Still, he lingers for a second, taking in the vision of Sirius's cock, flushed hard, leaking against his pale stomach. So pretty. Then he leans down, wrapping his mouth around it, his tongue flattening against the slit, savoring the bitter taste of pre-cum that takes over his palate. Sirius gasps loudly, and Remus hears the back of his head slamming into the piano surface with a thud.
Oh God, fuck.
He breathes out incoherently. Remus brings his right hand up, closing it in a fist around the base, covering a few inches there to keep him steady, and bobs his head up and down a few times, working to get Sirius nice and wet. He feels Sirius's legs rising up from the piano keys, a few broken notes echoing, and wrapping around his head, resting on his shoulders, as the boy quivers and moans under his touch. There's a different kind of power altogether in turning someone on like this, turning them inside out with just a touch, watching them come undone before you, watching them come undone because of you, because you're the one touching them, watching Sirius unravel beneath his hands, that desperate heat blooming in his eyes. It's intoxicating. Remus has always enjoyed this feeling, but here, in this nascent dynamic they're building, everything is amplified. Every gasp, every tremor, every whimper Sirius lets out fuels a thrilling rush within him. He feels himself getting high on the taste of it, the raw pleasure, the symphony of sounds that escapes Sirius's lips. He hollows his cheeks, moving his head up and down again and again, feeling Sirius hitting the back of his throat with every forward motion until his jaw starts hurting. He lets go with a wet pop sound, hands still working the shaft back and forth.
I love the way you taste,
he says, nuzzling the patch of black hair on the base of Sirius's cock. He watches as Sirius props himself up on his elbows to look down at Remus, his breathing coming in ragged gasps, a hopeless edge creeping into his gaze, eyebrows knitted together in a desperate curve, mouth parted, watching Remus's hand movements with intensity. Remus locks his eyes with him, teasingly lapping at the head of his cock, urging the pre-cum to leak on his tongue, watching as Sirius's head sways, his eyes glazed, a tiny whispered,
"For fuck, Daddy,"
leaving his mouth. With a cocky smile, Remus swallows him down again, his hand traveling up his torso to tease at his nipple through the fabric of the nightgown, pulling at the little pierced nub, rubbing it between his thumb and index finger. Sirius whimpers and squeezes his eyes shut, throwing his head back.
"Don't do that if you don't want me to come,"
he warns between ragged breaths. That's exactly what I want, Remus feels like saying, but maybe Sirius is right. It's too soon. So he pops off his cock once more and yanks at Sirius's waist, pulling him up a little so he can access his chest easier. He pulls the black nightie up over Sirius's head and tosses it on the ground somewhere, and it's him who bumps at the piano keys this time, his hip hitting a bunch of notes at once, a grave sound echoing through the ballroom.
"Who's going to get us caught now, huh?"
Sirius says, giggling, but his laughing stops as soon as Remus's mouth finds his nipple, tongue lapping at it while he holds Sirius up by his waist.
"Ah, Daddy."
Sirius gasps, one of his hands coming up to embrace Remus's head, locking him close to his chest, shuddering.
"That feels so good."
Remus licks and sucks and bites down at the little nub, listening intently at what makes Sirius gasp, what makes him moan, what makes his breath catch. It feels like a game, like he's writing himself a map, a step-by-step tutorial on how to ruin this boy, how to get him to melt beneath his touch. After a while, his kisses trail sideways, grabbing the other nipple between his teeth, making Sirius hiss and curse as he breathes out. He bucks his hip against Remus's stomach, and Remus feels his wetness damping his dress shirt. Gently easing Sirius into laying back down on the piano's surface again, he plants a trail of kisses down the boy's stomach, pausing to suck a bruise on his left hip bone. When his mouth finds Sirius's cock again, it's deliberate, urgent, with a very clear goal in mind. He swallows the whole erection down, moving his head in a steady rhythm, tongue flat at the slit, hand working the bass. Sirius's hands find his hair, but he doesn't force him down, just pulls gently, wrapping his legs around Remus's shoulders again.
"Daddy, for fuck."
He curses.
"Oh God, Daddy, I'm gonna..."
He's struggling with the words, striving to be coherent. He must be really far gone, but Remus doesn't stop, keeps steady, maintaining the rhythm, desperate to get a mouthful of his release. Sirius's legs are trembling, the muscles on his abdomen are quivering, the pull he's got on Remus's hair tightens and he whines.
"Daddy, please don't stop, please."
And then he's coming, shooting down Remus's throat, moaning loudly, head thrown back, arching off the piano. Remus doesn't stop, not even when Sirius lets go of his hair, when his legs slide down Remus's shoulder and hit the piano keys, causing a loud noise, not when Sirius starts to squirm and cry out under him. He swallows down his orgasm, and then some, and when Sirius starts to soften in his mouth, writhing at the overstimulation, he lets him slip out, moving down to his balls, gently pulling one inside his mouth, then the other. Sirius gasps, clutching aimlessly at the sleek surface of the piano, trying to hold on to something. Remus breaks contact for a moment, straightening his back. He reaches down and locates Sirius's knees. With a firm but gentle grip, he guides them upwards, maneuvering them over his abdomen, folding Sirius's body in half, his knees close to his chest.
Hold him there for Daddy, okay?
He instructs. Sirius does promptly, embracing the back of his own legs, his knees folding comfortably over his hands.
Good boy,
he praises. Remus's gaze dips to Sirius's exposed butt cheeks, vulnerable and inviting in the dim light. A heat wave crashes over him, and he reaches out, fingertips brushing the soft flesh. His thumbs dig slightly, pulling them apart. He leans down, breath warm against Sirius's skin, and nips playfully at the soft flesh. Sirius, caught off guard, gasps and squirms, his dangling feet kicking the air in surprise. Remus feels his mouth water with what he's about to do. His hands palm Sirius's ass, forcing the cheeks further apart slightly so that he can lick a slow, teasing path from behind his balls down his crack, lingering at the sensitive skin around his entrance, lapping deliberately. Sirius lets out the filthiest moan, raising his hips slightly so that Remus's face is even more buried in his ass, his legs crisscrossing over him, muscles contracting, toes curling.
Oh my fucking God, Jesus Christ, fuck!
He gasps, a mix of surprise and raw pleasure. Remus, a sly grin playing on his lips, feels a surge of heat pool in his stomach. He dips his head lower, tongue darting out to explore the sensitive skin again. A shudder rips through Sirius, incoherent pleas tumbling from his lips as Remus circles the spot once more, ravishing, savoring it. He licks at broad stripes over Sirius's hole, his hands resting possessively on the boy's hips, anchoring him in place, spreading the cheeks with his thumbs for better access. Sirius, trapped in this delicious vulnerability, doesn't have much leverage to move, but he tries anyway. He rocks his hips slowly, subtly pushing himself against Remus's ministrations, pleading for more. If Remus thought while sucking Sirius's cock that he couldn't be more turned on, he was dead wrong. A deep heat throbs in his groin. His own cock trapped inside his pants feels impossibly hard and twitchy, begging to be touched. He's hot all over, sweat dripping down his neck, damping his shirt, and it feels absurd that he's still completely dressed considering what they've been doing and for how long. The urge to rip his clothes off and take Sirius right there, pressed against the cool piano, is intense. If he had a little less self-control, he would do it. Just drop down his pants and fuck the boy raw, seeking his own release. But he won't. Not without lube, not without a condom, not without making Sirius come at least once more. So Remus keeps going, delighting himself in the taste of Sirius, the sounds escaping his lips with every flick of his tongue. He watches the way Sirius's body responds, every twitch, every clench and unclench of his hole against his tongue. He pushes it inside, just the tip, teasing and licking around. A whine tears from Sirius, his breath hitching as the ring of muscles flutters around the touch.
Oh God, that feels so good, Daddy.
He gasps, his voice trailing off into a series of breathless moans. The way he stretches out, the good transforms it into a strangled sob of desperate pleasure.
No one's ever.
The words die on his lips, replaced by another string of shuddering gasps. Remus frowns for a second, trying to process that almost sentence. He brings his index finger to his lips, wetting it with a swipe of his tongue. Then he presses the dampened digit against Sirius's entrance, getting the tip of it inside, licking around it to get the rim to unclench. Slowly, he pushes it further, getting more of his finger engulfed by it. Once it's 2 knuckles deep, he starts flickering it, pulling his face away from Sirius's arse just enough to get some words out.
What were you going to say, baby?
He murmurs, cheek resting against the smooth skin of the back of Sirius's thigh.
No one's ever...
Sirius sucks in a sharp breath before answering.
No one's ever done that to me.
He whispers, each word punctuated by a little gasp as Remus's finger moves inside his arse.
You mean no one's ever licked your little hole, baby boy?
Remus asks in disbelief. He assumed, perhaps naively, that with Sirius's line of work, no experiences would be new to him. The boy must already have seen it all, done it all. But the thought comes to him now that people most likely paid to have this done to them, not the other way around. That makes him question his sanity a little bit, just from how much he wants to do this, desperately. How much him being responsible for giving Sirius such pleasure turns him on, feeds his possessiveness.
No,
Sirius confirms in a breathless gasp.
never.
Remus trails a kiss up the inside of his thigh.
And how does it feel then, baby?
He murmurs.
Do you like it?
God, yes, I love it, Daddy.
Sirius whimpers, goosebumps erupting across his skin like a wave.
Your tongue feels incredible.
That's all the confirmation Remus needs. He gets back at it, moving his finger in and out and licking around it, flickering it inside until he finds that sweet spot that makes Sirius squirm and groan loudly. He notices the boy is hard again, legs parted, his flushed erection twitching and leaking against his stomach. Smiling smugly again, he reaches up and takes Sirius's cock in his free hand, stroking it to the same punishing pace he's got on his finger, probably enjoying himself almost as much as Sirius seems to be. Sirius gasps and starts moving faster now, rocking desperately between Remus's hand on his cock and the tongue and finger in his ass. Remus loses himself in the feeling, savoring every noise, every quiver of his leg, every twitch of his hole around him.
Oh, baby, are you going to come again?
He says, hot breath against Sirius's hole, and Sirius lets out a sound in between a moan and a sob.
Are you going to come again just for Daddy?
Daddy, please.
Sirius whines urgently. Remus pulls away a few inches, still working his hand and his finger.
It's okay, baby boy. Daddy's got you. Come on, come again for Daddy.
He coaxes. He goes back into licking around his finger, and after what feels like seconds, Sirius cries out,
Daddy, I'm gonna...
And then he's shuddering, moaning loudly, coming all over his stomach, rocking erratically into Remus's hand and back onto his face. Remus lets him ride out his orgasm, watching as the tremors of release shudder through Sirius's body. His own breath comes in ragged gasps, the adrenaline and the feeling of power leaving him lightheaded. He pulls his finger out, and with a final, lingering touch, he releases Sirius, sinking back onto the piano stool. A wave of heat washes over him, shirt clinging to his body, pants uncomfortably tight. Sirius's legs fall limp, a loud discord erupting from the piano as his hands lose their grip on his knees, his feet hitting a bunch of keys at once. A breathless laugh escapes his lips.
Fuck, I'm sorry.
He mumbles, the words slurred with his exhaustion and pleasure. Remus watches Sirius's chest rise and fall with ragged breaths, a picture of postcoital bliss. He leans closer, planting a soft kiss on the smooth skin of Sirius's exposed shin.
It's okay,
he murmurs, smiling.
At this point, what's one more loud noise, right?
After a few more breaths, Sirius pushes himself upright with a groan. He looks very boyish there, perched atop the piano, his bare feet still resting on the keys. It's the picture of disarray, face flushed, messy hair, and sweaty skin. He meets Remus's gaze, eyebrows knitted together.
That was,
He struggles with the words, swallowing hard. Remus reaches out, his touch feather light as it brushes against Sirius's leg.
I know.
He murmurs, smiling up at Sirius.
You did so good, baby boy.
Sirius lifts his leg, playfully swatting at Remus's shoulder.
You're unbelievable,
he says, a breathless chuckle escaping his lips.
I am,
Remus says in a mock solemn tone.
And you're so very welcome.
Sirius bursts into laughter, the sound echoing in the room. He scans the piano, his eyes falling on the scattered sheet music, the crumpled clothes, the unsuspecting stains over the sleek surface.
Well, we completely ruined this thing. The hotel should probably charge you for a new one.
Remus shrugs with a nonchalant grin.
Probably not, although...
He leans in, his voice dropping to a husky whisper.
I just think it's a proper shame we don't have lube and condoms here, because I would very much love to ruin it a bit more.
His gaze lingers on Sirius. Sirius raises his eyebrows and his pupils grow bigger.
Well, we've got lube and condoms up there,
he murmurs, glancing pointedly at the ceiling.
Along with a variety of surfaces I would love to be perched on top of.
Remus nuzzles his cheek against Sirius's leg, laughing.
Oh, I like the way you think, baby.
Chapter 3. Sirius stirs awake, blinking at the unfamiliar morning light filtering through the curtains. Beside him, Remus lies sprawled on his back, one hand resting gently on his chest. His breathing is a slow, steady rhythm, and a mess of curls spills across his forehead. Sirius watches him for a moment, a knot of worry tightening in his stomach. Their first night together had already been nothing like Sirius's usual paid encounters. but last night felt especially strange. It was unlike anything he'd ever experienced, even considering the non-paid sex he'd had. Never before had someone focused on his pleasure so intently, their satisfaction seemingly secondary. Sure, some people got off on getting someone off, but this felt strangely intimate, a level of connection he always thought came with deeper feelings. It made it hard to reconcile what they had with a mere transaction, a business arrangement. It's really a good thing he's going to see James today, because if someone can shake both of his shoulders and scream some sense into him, it's definitely James. Sirius doesn't realize he's been staring until Remus's eyes flutter open and lock with his. A slight frown creases Remus's brow, catching Sirius off guard. Heat floods his neck.
Just woke up.
He mumbles, half-truth spilling from his lips.
Morning.
Remus mumbles back, a sleepy smile gracing his lips. He shifts onto his side, slinging an arm around Sirius and nuzzling his neck lazily. His voice is husky and rough from sleep, and fuck him, Sirius thinks. The way that makes him feel is infuriating.
Slept well, I see.
Sirius remarks, taking a deep breath that fills his lungs with the scent of Remus's hair. His hand is tracing soft circles on Sirius's back, and the boy feels himself reaching out to touch Remus's cheek. They are full-on cuddling. It's insane, Sirius thinks, but for now, he pushes those thoughts aside. He'll allow himself this moment, this closeness.
Yes, well, I was pretty tired.
Remus murmurs against his neck, his breath making Sirius shiver.
Needed the rest after.
His voice trails off, and he shifts closer, their bare skin meeting with a spark of warmth. Sirius realizes with a jolt that neither of them bothered to get dressed last night. The soft contact draws a moan from Sirius's lips. His usual morning wood twitches, and a low chuckle escapes Remus's mouth. Lifting his head, he meets Sirius's gaze.
Oh no, don't be getting ideas. I can't be late for work.
He teases, but the way his hips circle deliciously against Sirius's belies his words. Sirius whines, a playful pout forming on his lips.
But Daddy,
he drawls, employing his most persuasive tone. He throws an arm around Remus's waist, his leg following suit to entwine around Remus's hip. A flutter of his eyelashes completes the act. Remus groans.
You certainly know how to present your case, baby boy.
Their bodies grind together once more, the friction leaving Sirius breathless. He pulls Remus closer, a silent plea in his eyes. But Remus pulls back just as quickly, his hands gently holding Sirius's hips still.
Tempting,
he murmurs, brushing a kiss against Sirius's temple before rolling away with a sigh.
But I'm already running behind, and you have some things you have to do today too.
He adds, piquing Sirius's curiosity.
Do I?
He asks after a long, suffering sigh that earns a chuckle from Remus.
Yes, I'm leaving you my credit card. You need to go out and buy more clothes.
Sirius cocks an eyebrow at him, prompting him to explain further.
I can't have you walking around this penthouse in that thing.
He nudges towards the black nightgown lying on the floor.
Or I won't get anything done this week. Besides, we have another event to attend tomorrow.
What kind of event?
Have you ever been to a polo match?
Remus asks, shrugging off the sheets and stepping out of bed. The question catches Sirius off guard. He steals a glance at Remus, the sight of his broad back and the way the morning light catches his sleep-tussled hair, making him swallow hard. He quickly forces his eyes away.
Yeah, I have actually.
He manages, a touch higher than usual.
My brother used to.
He cuts himself off abruptly, the familiar sting of caution replacing the fleeting openness.
Yes, I have.
He finishes lamely. He hadn't meant to share anything about his past. It's a rule he adheres to religiously, with clients and, well, anyone really. The only exception is James. But lately with Remus, the dam seems to be springing leaks. Like the night before in the car, when he almost blurted out about his homophobic parents. There's something about Remus, something enigmatic, that chips away at his carefully constructed walls. There's a flash of curiosity in Remus's eyes, but he doesn't ask further.
Right, well, you've been to one then. You'll know what to wear.
He says, pulling on the hotel's white cotton bathrobe.
Daytime. Keep it respectable, mind. And buy other things too. Anything you fancy. We might be going out more. You and me.
Sirius sits up, a playful glint in his eyes. Does you and me mean more than business outings, proper dates perhaps? He doesn't voice the question. Instead, he flashes a mischievous grin.
Fun things too, Daddy.
Remus pauses at the bathroom door, smiling.
Anything you like, sweetheart.
Sweetheart is new. The word sends a warmth blooming in Sirius's chest. He hadn't expected such a term.
I was kind of planning on seeing James today, my flatmate.
He says, unsure. He knows Remus is paying for him round the clock, so technically his time isn't his own.
It wouldn't take long, just need to, give him the money you paid me for the first night. Rent money, you see.
He looks down as he speaks, fiddling with the bedsheet. It feels awkward talking about their financial arrangement, like it somehow disrupts the perfect domestic moment they're having.
That's all right.
Remus says.
You can bring him along for your shopping trip, if you'd like.
Really?
Sirius looks up, searching Remus's gaze.
I don't want you to think that I'm...
He stops mid-sentence, unsure how to express his worry. Remus walks back to the bed and sits beside him, a light touch lingering on Sirius's cheek as he speaks.
Yeah, I don't mind you seeing your mate. Just one request, mind you.
He adds, a playful smile tugging at his lips.
What?
This?
Remus says with a knowing smile as his hand snakes down, tracing a path along the little tent Sirius's erection has created on the bedsheet. A surprised gasp escapes Sirius's lips.
Don't do anything about it while you're alone. Wait for me to get back.
He murmurs, never breaking eye contact. Oh fuck, Sirius feels his cock twitch.
Is that an order, Daddy?
He asks cheekily. Remus meets his gaze.
Yes, it is.
He retrieves his hand and gets to his feet, towering over Sirius.
Can you be a good boy and wait for Daddy?
Sirius sighs dramatically, throwing himself back onto the pillows.
Yes, Daddy.
He says in a mock, whiny tone.
Good.
Remus grins.
I'm going to take a shower.
James Potter is the best person Sirius knows. He is always happy, eternally optimistic, no matter what life hurls at him, and it always seems to deal him the toughest of hands. James meets it with a disarming grin and his chin held high. Book smarts might not be his forte, as he barely scraped by 9th year, but if we're talking street smarts, James is a fucking prodigy. He can spin gold from straw, has a solution for any and every problem. He never gives up. He's a warm hug, a kind word, an infectious grin. Sirius can't imagine his life without James Potter. They met a week after Sirius ran away. He had a few months' worth of saved cash, which was enough for a quick escape. When he finally got out, staying in London was out of question. His parents' tendrils reached far and wide in that city. They'd find him eventually. On a whim, he bought a bus ticket, the soonest departure he could find. Destination, Manchester, chosen purely by chance. He had enough to pay for a budget hotel for a few days. But then what? One fateful day, feeling his options dwindling, Sirius found himself at a free soup kitchen. He slumped into a seat beside a whirlwind of a boy with messy hair bouncing around a pair of round glasses. The boy wouldn't shut up. It was a constant stream of chatter that somehow soothed the anxiety in Sirius's gut. James Potter, in short, adopted him. He became Sirius's lifeline, teaching him the essential skills for survival as a teen runaway. He offered Sirius a roof, acquired him a convincing fake ID, introduced him to his little crew of outcasts. Day jobs were the goal, honest work, always. But when those weren't enough to keep them afloat, James, with a fair amount of grumbling, reluctantly introduced Sirius to the world of the not-so-legitimate kind. The 3 years they'd been living together wove them into a single unit. They functioned like clockwork, looking out for each other fiercely, telling each other anything and everything. There was no judgment between them, no secrets, no space for fear. James is more than a brother to Sirius. He's like an extension of himself. There's no one that matters more to him. And that's why seeing James feels so crucial to him today. James's opinion has always been like a compass, pointing him in the right direction, no matter what's going down. Now, more than ever, Sirius knows he needs James's advice to sort through the mess of emotions he's been feeling over Remus. The yell cuts through the fancy hotel lobby before Sirius can even register the plush surroundings.
Pads.
James bellows, striding towards him. Faded blue jeans and a white t-shirt cling to his frame, and a lighter dances between his fingers, a habit Sirius knows well. James is always fidgeting with something.
Watcher, prongs.
Sirius calls out. If anyone ever asked, neither of them could quite explain where they'd come up with these nicknames. Probably the product of some high jinx or something.
Blimey, you look posh.
James exclaims as they meet in the middle of the lobby. Sirius, a walking mismatch of clothes, feels oddly self-conscious. He sports the pair of posh dress trousers he'd bought the day before, his trusty combat boots peeking out from under them, and Remus's borrowed black dress shirt. By his usual standards, he supposes he does look fancy.
Yes, well, posh place. This is...
Sirius says, gesturing around the posh hotel lobby. James's eyes widen.
You weren't kidding. Never stepped foot in a place like this before. Quite the kip, eh?
He scans the room, taking in the grand chandeliers and plush velvet couches.
You should see the penthouse.
Sirius points out, then he nods towards the door.
Shall we?
Yeah, sure.
As Sirius and James head towards the door, a flustered hotel manager scurries up to them. Sirius can't for the life of him remember the man's name.
Mr. Lupin,
The manager exclaims, wiping his brow.
would you and your friend like a car to be called for your convenience?
Sirius throws the man a dismissive smile.
Nah, all right, mate. We'll just walk it. Thanks, though.
Once they hit the sidewalk, James shoots him a curious look.
Mr. Lupin, huh? New street cred.
Nah, that's his name. Remus.
Sirius explains, setting a brisk pace towards the shopping center he visited solo yesterday. James's confusion lingers, and Sirius adds,
The hotel manager likes to pretend I'm Remus's nephew. Makes him less uncomfortable about the whole thing, I think.
James lets out a snort.
Fucking breeders.
He mutters, shaking his head.
Where are we going anyway?
Oh, we're going shopping.
Sirius says, smiling wickedly.
Remus left his plastic with me and said, buy whatever tickles my fancy.
No bloody way.
James's usual chatter fills the walk to the shopping center. He recounts the day's work with Kingsley, helping a neighborhood family load a truck for their move to London. He waxes lyrical about one of the daughters, her hair the most incredible shade of red he's ever seen. Sirius lets the hypocrisy slide, James calling the hotel manager a breeder, then gushing over a girl. That's just James. Boys, girls, it doesn't matter. Whoever catches his eye is fair game. Gender is a mere detail. The conversation inevitably turns to Remus. As they window shop, dipping in and out of stores, Sirius relays the past 2 days with unfiltered honesty, filthy details included. No secrets exist between them. James roars with laughter at Remus's fumbling with a stick shift, snorts at the strawberry and champagne order, and refuses to believe Remus actually asked if cash was acceptable. He throws a hearty,
"That's my boy,"
when Sirius details their first night's intimate activities, and he even finds it endearing that Remus called on the phone to flirt with him in the middle of the day. It's during the retelling of the business dinner that James shows the first flick of worry.
"You have feelings for this guy,"
he says as Sirius tries on different pairs of Doc Martens in a shoe shop. He's not going to pass on the opportunity to buy a new good pair of combat boots. His old ones are on their last legs. Sirius throws on a defensive scoff.
Don't be ridiculous.
It comes out a touch too quickly, too vehemently. He knows it's futile. James sees right through him. But admitting it, even to himself, feels like a step too far. James persists.
"Don't deny it. Look at how you talk about him. His anxieties. How worried you were holding his hand during the Weasley bloke thing. Why else would it matter?"
Because it's my job this week.
Sirius throws back, still a touch too defensive.
He's paying me to care.
James raises an eyebrow and the silence stretches, punctuated only by the rhythmic squeak of Sirius trying on boots.
All right.
Sirius finally concedes, a defeated sigh escaping his lips.
Let's just pay for these and we'll talk over lunch. I'm famished.
They could treat themselves with a very posh lunch on Remus's card, but James refuses and Sirius agrees that it wouldn't be very nice. They choose Wimpy instead, a rare treat considering their usual budgeting. As they settle into a booth, Sirius surrounded by overflowing shopping bags, he finally feels ready to confess. He sighs heavily, dipping a chip into a ketchup puddle.
All right.
He starts.
I might have some feelings.
"I know you do."
James doesn't judge him. Instead, there's a flicker of concern in his eyes.
"Look, you know why I worry, right?"
Sirius nods.
Yeah, I get it. Trust me, I do.
He hesitates, then adds.
It's not like I planned on catching feelings. It's just nice, you know.
"What? Having someone throw money at you by day and fuck your brains out at night? Of course it's fucking nice."
James says in a very James kind of way. Sirius lets out a reluctant chuckle.
Yeah, all right, that part.
He admits.
But there's more. It's being taken care of. Like, for the first time since I bolted, I can actually relax. Okay, I know I wasn't relaxed at home, it was awful, but what I mean is, I haven't had to worry about where my next meal comes from, or bills piling up, or if there's hot water for a shower. I can just exist. And that,
he says, a touch of longing in his voice.
That's what is nice. I missed that.
"Yes, but it's like a bubble."
James says in a wise tone of voice, and Sirius isn't quite sure he follows. He frowns, burger halfway to his mouth.
A bubble.
Yeah, a bubble. You've built this perfect little bubble, and of course you feel safe and fucking relaxed.
He takes a bite of his own burger and continues the rest of the sentence with his mouth full.
You're not considering the real stuff, the important things, because you don't want the bubble to pop.
Yeah, I know.
Sirius admits, a defeated sigh escaping his lips.
But what if?
No, listen.
James cuts him off, downing the rest of his burger.
Look, there's nothing wrong with it, Pads. Enjoy your little bubble. It's probably bloody brilliant and you deserve it. God knows we don't get much of that, ever.
He adds, glancing at the mountain of shopping bags.
But just keep in mind, that bubble's gonna burst eventually, mate. Otherwise, you know, what's that saying? The higher you climb, the harder the fall.
Sirius feels a pang of fear.
Yeah, but what if it doesn't?
The words come out small, almost childish, even to his own ears. But with James, there's no judgment.
You didn't let me finish, didn't let me tell you about last night. It was... Fuck, I don't even know.
Go on then.
James gestures for him to continue with a wave of his hand. Sirius worries at his bottom lip, casting a furtive glance around the restaurant. Thankfully, no eavesdroppers are in sight. He leans in, voice dropping to a low murmur, and recounts the scene in the ballroom, the piano, the way Remus took care of him, how it felt different, how it felt more, like it was worshipping and not a transactional arrangement. He describes the later intimacy in the shower, with Remus pressing behind him and his hands bruising his hips. Then, the quiet morning, the way Remus held him, the sleepy kisses on his neck. Silence hangs heavy in the air after his confession. James listens intently, his usual flippancy replaced by a thoughtful expression. Finally, he asks a simple question.
Have you kissed him, Sirius?
Sirius shakes his head, his gaze falling to his half-eaten burger. He sets it down with a heavy sigh.
No, but I want to. Gods, James, I want to so much.
He admits, the words thick with longing. James opens his mouth to speak a few times, then closes it again, searching for the right words. Finally, he lets out a hesitant sigh.
Look, Pads.
He sounds concerned.
Have you considered that maybe some of this is part of the scene? Maybe it's his thing, you know, the kink, playing the soft daddy or whatever that shit is. And that's why he's all caring and stuff.
Sirius contemplates this, frowning.
Yeah.
He nods slowly.
I've thought about that. I don't know. You had to be there, James. It felt different.
James's expression hardens with determination. He reaches across the table, taking Sirius's hand in a firm grip.
Listen, I'm not here to tell you your feelings are wrong. I wasn't there. I don't know this bloke. And hey, sometimes things just click, right? You know I'm always the optimist, the glass half full kind of bloke. But just be careful. Take care of you, all right? That always comes first. And if it all goes south, if the bubble bursts, I'm here. We'll get through it together, like always.
Fucking James Potter. How does he always know the right thing to say? It's a gift, really. Sirius squeezes James's hand and leans closer, placing a lingering kiss on James's knuckles.
When that bubble bursts,
he says,
there'll be 4,000 quid in my pocket.
James's eyes light up with excitement.
Right, there's no losing in that. 4 grand.
He lets out a low whistle, impressed.
That'll keep you sorted for months.
It'll keep us sorted for months, James.
He corrects.
Maybe we can finally get out of here. Go back to school, like we always said.
Wouldn't that be something?
James mutters, smiling, reaching for another chip. They hit a few stores after lunch. James is in desperate need of a new winter coat, so Sirius gets him one. He's reluctant at first, but Sirius convinces him with a,
yeah, let's pretend you're not going to help yourself to everything in my new closet once I'm back home.
They don't even have separate closets, honestly. Ice cream sundaes become their dessert before the sheer volume of shopping bags forces them to hail a cab. He pays the cab driver and instructs him to drop James home, the 300 pounds Sirius got for his first night with Remus secured in James's pocket, so he can pay Mr. Filch the due rent. 2 hotel employees help him get all his shopping up to the penthouse. He barely has time to sprawl on the plush couch before the phone shatters the silence.
Hello,
he says at the receiver.
Hi, baby boy.
A smooth voice purrs on the other end.
Been trying you every hour, so you're finally back home, huh?
Sirius says nothing at the reference of the hotel room as home, but he registers it. It feels important somehow.
Yeah, Daddy. Just finished a marathon shopping session.
He replies playfully, the rustle of papers a clear telltale on the other end. Busy day at the office, then.
How's your day?
Don't even get me started.
Remus groans.
Expect me around 7, all right? Maybe order some dinner. I like the truffle risotto.
Sirius smiles.
Consider it done, Daddy. Don't work yourself into the ground.
Easier said than done, baby.
It's still 5 o'clock, so he dials room service, his voice smooth as he orders the truffle risotto and a bottle of wine to arrive at 7:15. Then he draws himself a bubble bath. Back in their cramped flat, a full soak is a distant dream, thanks to the eternally tepid water. He'll savor every indulgent moment, just like James advised. Live it up, make the most of it. After all, who knows how long this bubble will last? Maybe it'll burst, maybe it won't. Maybe Remus will want to keep seeing him, maybe not. But either way, 5 more days of this, steaming baths, exquisite food, and earth-shattering sex, are his for the taking, and then a cool 4,000 quid awaits him. A win-win situation, really. Emerging from the blissful bath, he wades through shopping bags, searching for a specific purchase. Not quite a gift if Remus was the one who paid for it, but the sentiment is there, a saw this and thought of you kind of thing. Remus always seems to wear a similar necktie palette. Browns, ochres, the occasional maroon, shades that make his chocolate eyes shimmer with hazel flecks. When he spotted a particularly handsome maroon tie in a shop window, he couldn't resist. It'll be a little reminder, even when Remus is back in London, of their stolen moments in this penthouse. By 6:55, he's meticulously positioned for Remus's arrival. Sprawled in a dining chair, legs propped casually on the table, wearing only the gift, the new maroon tie that hangs suggestively around his neck. The click of the unlocking door has his heart hammering a frantic rhythm against his ribs. Yes, the promise of sex is undeniably arousing, but it's more than that. It's Remus. Will he like the surprise? What will he say? What will he think? Oh God, Sirius feels like a girl in an American teen drama. Sirius clears his throat, forcing out a nonchalant.
How was your day, Daddy?
As Remus enters, his broad shoulders slumped with weariness. Remus lifts his gaze, a flicker of surprise flitting across his features before vanishing like smoke. He takes a slow, deliberate sweep of Sirius's form, and his mouth curves into a contained smile.
Nice tie.
He finally murmurs, tossing his briefcase onto a nearby chair.
Do you like it, Daddy?
Sirius's voice is a murmur as he trails his fingers along the tie's luxurious satin, his gaze flickering up to lock with Remus's. He deploys his most devastating bedroom eyes.
I got it for you.
Remus saunters towards him, closing the distance with a predatory grace. He comes to a halt beside the chair, towering over Sirius, his gaze sweeping across his features in a slow, deliberate perusal. Then, with a swift movement, he reaches down and grasps the knot of the tie. Not roughly, but with a firm enough hold that sends a jolt through Sirius, making him gasp.
Get up!
Remus commands, the tie still captive in his hand. Sirius scrambles to his feet, the distance between them now a mere breath. Standing chest to chest with Remus, he suddenly feels woefully naked compared to the man, who's obviously completely dressed in his sharp gray suit. Remus's gaze holds his, then he reaches out, a single finger brushing lightly against Sirius's cheek.
I love it, baby, although,
he says, his eyes lingering pointedly on Sirius's lips for a beat before returning to his gaze. Sirius wonders if Remus would like to kiss him as much as he would like to kiss Remus.
Perhaps I have something else in mind for it right now, rather than wearing it.
He gives the tie a slight pull.
Are you up for trying something?
Always, Daddy.
Sirius nods, not breaking eye contact. Remus's lips quirk into a knowing smile.
Then come here.
He murmurs, his hand tightening around the tie for a fleeting moment before tugging gently. The unexpected sensation makes Sirius shiver, and he follows readily. The pull of the tie a subtle echo of the powerful pull Remus exerts over him. He tries his best not to dwell on the fact that Remus is using the tie like it's a leash. That might get him a little too worked up right now. Remus sinks onto the couch and pulls Sirius down so the boy is straddling him. As Sirius settles in, Remus reaches for the tie again, his touch lingering a beat too long before giving it a playful tug. He loosens the knot slightly, then with a sly grin, twists it around his own wrist. The sensation, a gentle pressure against Sirius's neck, is more a tease than a restraint. It doesn't restrict his breathing, but it amplifies the frantic pulse throbbing in his veins. Remus lets go after just one tantalizing moment. He settles back, watching Sirius intently as his hand trails a lazy caress down Sirius's neck, lingering on the spot where the tie choked him.
Ever had that done before?
He asks.
No.
Sirius admits.
Do it again, Daddy, please.
It's a touch too eager even for his own ears. But that subtle pressure, brief as it was, sent a jolt straight to his cock. He doesn't look down, but he knows he's already leaking over Remus's fancy suit. Remus chuckles.
Calm down. A few things first.
He says as he lets go of the tie completely, his hands finding purchase on Sirius's hips.
This is a whole other level from what we've been doing. And it's a serious, dangerous play. You sure you're up for it? You can always say no.
No way I'm saying no to that, Remus.
Sirius stresses, his voice leaving no room for misinterpretation. He makes a point of using Remus's name here, so it's crystal clear that he's not saying yes to Daddy as part of a scene. It's genuine consent.
I'm in.
All right.
Remus says, giving in slightly. But he can't quite let it go yet. He leans in closer, his gaze locking with Sirius's.
Look, you're basically putting your trust in me, with your safety and everything. Fuck, even your life. I've done this before. I know what I'm doing, and I promise you won't get hurt. But I got to make sure you understand how much you got to trust me for this to work.
Sirius lets a beat of silence hang in the air, giving Remus the space he needs to gauge his seriousness. But doubt, not a chance. He looks Remus straight in the eye.
I trust you. Let's do this, please. That felt incredible.
He adds urgent.
All right, good.
Remus sighs.
Just one more thing. If things get a little too intense, if you need to stop and can't speak, tap me anywhere. 3 times, okay?
He reaches up, his fingers brushing against the tie, then twists it around his wrist again, the pressure a teasing echo of what's to come.
Show me.
He murmurs, gaze locked with Sirius's.
How are you going to tap me out?
The breath hitches in Sirius's throat as the pressure intensifies, but he follows the instructions, reaching out and tapping Remus's arm 3 times. Remus acknowledges it with a satisfied nod before releasing the tie.
Good boy,
he murmurs. He unties the knot, muttering under his breath.
Safer without a knot, actually.
And then Sirius can actually see as his eyes flicker, and he lets the professional negotiating facade drop, falling back into the scene. His hands snake down to Sirius's hips, grinding him down slowly.
I'll admit it, baby.
He teases.
I was hoping to get a lap full of naked boy when I got here, but maybe not so soon.
Sirius gasps at the friction.
Oh, you underestimate me a whole lot, Daddy.
Remus grins.
All right.
He concedes, tugging gently at the loose tie ends.
Let's ease into this, shall we?
He watches Sirius for a moment, a contemplative glint in his eyes.
As much as I love your hair, baby, maybe a little restraint is in order today. Don't want anything getting tangled up in the moment, okay?
Right.
Sirius agrees quickly, scrambling to his feet.
Good point. I'll just, grab a hair tie then.
Grab lube and condoms at the bedside table while you're at it.
While he's in the bedroom looking for a hair tie, the doorbell rings.
Oh, that must be our food.
He yells out to Remus. It still takes him a moment to find the new package of hair ties he bought at the shopping center earlier. Once he does, he pulls his hair back into a ponytail and waits for the click of the door, a signal it's safe for his naked self to return to the living room. As he enters, he finds Remus without his blazer and tie, decanting 2 glasses of wine. Sirius drops the lube and condoms on the couch.
So maybe I didn't time this out correctly.
He teases, reaching for a glass.
Should have scheduled dinner for a bit later, obviously.
Remus laughs, swirling the wine in his glass.
Well, we can always heat it up in the microwave later.
He takes a step closer to Sirius, a finger brushing the fabric of the tie before tugging playfully at one of the loose ends.
Sounds perfect.
Sirius smiles, looking up and planting a kiss on Remus's chin. God, he wants to kiss him. He wants to kiss him so badly he almost wishes Remus would just ignore the stupid no kisses rule and just kiss him already. Remus won't. Sirius knows he won't.
Come here,
the man says. He deposits both of their wine glasses back on the table and pulls Sirius towards the couch again. Sirius follows readily, the heat radiating off Remus, pulling him closer. He ends up straddling Remus once more, the position familiar and oh so delicious.
Okay,
he asks.
Okay.
Sirius nods. Remus dips his head down, planting a hot kiss right on Sirius's collarbone. Then, slow and deliberate, he reaches up and grabs both ends of the tie. He twists it around his hand, squeezing tight enough to make Sirius gasp. The world shrinks down. the only sound the pounding of his heart in his ears. He feels his neck pulsing and a dizzy feeling washes over him, like his head's suddenly light, floating. The whole thing feels amazing, almost unreal. Just a few seconds later, which feels like forever, Remus lets go. The blood floods back to his head, making him feel light and woozy, almost high. He closes his eyes, letting out a shaky breath as the intense feeling fades.
Oh my God.
His voice is breathless, tinged with a touch of awe. Remus raises an eyebrow, smirking.
Good.
Sirius manages a weak nod.
Yeah.
He confirms, a grin splitting his face.
Good.
Remus pulls on the tie again, this time holding it firm. He leans in close, placing a little kiss on the corner of Sirius's mouth. He nibbles down to Sirius's jaw, where he gives a light bite before releasing the grip on the tie. When he does, Sirius lets out another shaky moan. It feels like his whole body is pumping electricity, not blood. Every sense is cranked up to 11. When Remus eases the pressure on the tie, the rush of blood back to his head feels like a wave of pure pleasure crashing over him from head to toe. And the vulnerability of it all, the way he's completely letting go, trusting Remus with everything. Fuck, it's hotter than he ever thought possible. He never knew this kind of surrender could feel this good. Remus is trailing kisses down his neck now, his shoulder, his chest. When his mouth finds Sirius's right nipple, he flicks his tongue over it and pulls the tie again. Sirius feels himself grasping at Remus's shirt, a strangled moan escaping his lips.
Daddy, oh my God.
He exclaims when Remus releases again.
You're really enjoying yourself, huh, baby boy?
Remus asks, smiling smugly and then flicking his tongue over Sirius's nipple again.
You think?
He asks, going for playfulness, but the breathlessness of his tone betrays him. His hand finds Remus's neck, pulling him closer to his chest as he pants.
Look at you, already leaking on Daddy's lap, messy little boy.
Remus says as he reaches down and lightly strokes his finger over Sirius's erection, from base to head, and yanks at the tie again. It's just the featherest touch, and Sirius is moaning, thrusting up and chasing the sensation, a drop of pre-cum dripping from his cock.
Fuck.
Sirius whimpers as Remus lets go, his legs turning to jelly. He leans his head on Remus's shoulder, trembling.
Sit up straight, love.
Remus orders and Sirius strives to, straightening his spine, chest still heaving as he meets Remus's gaze.
God, I love getting you worked up like that.
He's smiling slyly as he reaches down to suck at Sirius's nipple again, tugging on the tie. They fall into this rhythm, with Remus pulling on the tie, holding and restricting Sirius's blood flow for a few seconds, then releasing it. He keeps licking and sucking at Sirius's nipples at first, then his hands eventually find their way to Sirius's erection, stroking up and down deliciously slow as he watches the boy's reactions, pulling and releasing the tie, whispering filthy coaxing words on his ear. After a few minutes of this, Sirius is a pleading mess.
Daddy, please, Daddy.
He's whining, grinding down on Remus's lap as the man strokes his cock and licks at his nipple, releasing the tie once more.
What is it, baby?
Remus asks, pulling back for a breather, his hand still moving on Sirius's cock.
Tell Daddy what you need.
The seemingly unaffected tone of his voice while Sirius is a writhing mess on his lap drives the boy insane, and it would be infuriating, wasn't it, so fucking hot.
I want to come.
Sirius manages between gasps because he does so fucking much, like more than he ever wanted before. Remus tuts his tongue.
Oh no, baby boy, you're not going to come for a long time tonight.
The man says, and Sirius hears himself actually sobbing before Remus lets go of his cock and the tie. He cups Sirius's face on his big hands, coaxing him to open his eyes and meet his gaze.
You said you trust Daddy. Don't you trust Daddy?
Sirius swallows and nods.
Yes, Daddy.
I'm only denying it now, so it'll feel so much better later, baby boy.
He strokes Sirius's cheek lightly.
Daddy knows what's best for you, doesn't he?
Sirius nods and Remus adds.
Say it.
Daddy knows what's best for me.
Sirius echoes, breathy. Bizarrely, he means it. In this moment, every fiber of his being trusts Remus completely. Daddy's got him. Daddy knows best.
Good boy.
Sirius feels that praise move through his whole body, warming him up.
Now hand Daddy that lube over there.
Across the sofa, 2 seats away, sit the lube and condoms. With a languid stretch, he reaches for it, feeling Remus's hand steady him on his lower back. Sinking back into Remus's lap, Sirius holds out the lube. Remus's smile is slow and sly, and a light kiss lands on Sirius's knuckles before the little tube disappears into his grasp. Sirius watches as he opens it up and applies some on his finger, then reaches down under the boy's thigh, applying pressure to his entrance. It's cold at first, making Sirius wince, but he holds on, relaxing on Remus's touch, feeling the finger entering him and slowly moving around.
Good boy.
Remus praises again, placing a kiss on Sirius's chest. His other hand finds the tie again, pulling on it as he sucks on Sirius's nipple once more. The rhythm starts up again. Remus pulls the tie, holds for a few seconds, then lets go. Each repetition sets Sirius's head swimming. Light-headedness creeps in, a pleasant wooziness that intensifies with every pull. The blood rushing back to his head makes his vision blur pleasantly, a fuzzy euphoria that makes the room spin a little. It takes longer to reach that desperate edge of orgasm this time, with his cock untouched. At first, it's just one finger, then two. Suddenly, he's fucking himself down on 3 of Remus's fingers, writhing and moaning loudly at every grip and release of the tie, at every grasp of Remus's teeth over his nipples.
Fuck, Daddy, fuck.
He hears himself getting more incoherent in his pleas as Remus's fingers brush over that sweet, sweet spot inside of him. It gets harder to think the more he has to hold his climax back. He feels Remus smiling against his chest.
Oh, Sirius, you look so beautiful like that. I wish you could see yourself.
The man says, but Sirius's brain barely registers the words anymore.
Daddy, if you don't stop, I'm gonna...
He warns between gasps, and as soon as the words leave his mouth, Remus pulls back, retrieving all of the fingers inside of him. He whines at the emptiness, trembling on Remus's lap. Remus pulls him closer and mutters a
"Good little boy"
against his temple, before maneuvering Sirius out of his lap. He gets up on his feet, and Sirius watches the man towering over him, feeling wrecked and helpless, and so fucking turned on, he could actually cry. Remus unbuttons his shirt with deliberate slowness, letting it fall away from his broad shoulders. He kicks off his shoes and takes a measured step forward towards the couch, coming to a halt directly in front of Sirius. He yanks at the tie, causing Sirius to scramble upright on the edge of the couch.
"Unbuckle my belt,"
he instructs. Sirius fumbles at the buckle, his hands shaking slightly, before finally meeting Remus's gaze again. Remus simply offers a curt nod, and Sirius takes that as his cue. Still trembling, he pops open the button on Remus's trousers, the zipper whispering open after. He reaches up, grasping the waistband, and with a tug, guides Remus's pants down his legs along with his boxer briefs, freeing his erection. Remus sends the discarded clothing flying with a swift kick, the fabric landing in a crumpled heap on the floor. He stands tall again, looming over Sirius.
"Open up,"
he instructs, his gaze lingering on Sirius's form. He lets Sirius suck on his cock for a while, watching intently as the boy's lips stretch wide to swallow him whole. Sirius doesn't break eye contact once, bobbing his head, tongue flat at the slit as he stares at Remus's face, dark eyes and parted lips, panting. It's only a few minutes, and then Remus's hands find his hair, pulling him off his cock with a wet pop sound.
"Turn around, on your knees,"
he commands. Sirius kneels on the couch, face towards the wall, and it doesn't take long before he feels Remus's wet lubed fingers probing on his entrance again, moving in and out and scissoring.
"Think you're stretched enough for Daddy to fuck you, baby?"
Remus asks, and even though it's dirty talking, Sirius knows it's also him asking for consent.
"Yes, Daddy, please."
Sirius responds, arching up on Remus's touch. Kneeling on the sofa, Sirius faces away from the room, hands gripping the top edge of the backrest. He lowers his forehead onto them, shrouding his face in shadow, and the only view he has is of his knees pressing down on the couch seat. He can only hear as Remus fiddles with the tube of lube and opens the condom package, the sound muffled by his own breaths that come in ragged gasps, each one heavy with anticipation. He's expecting Remus to align himself and push in, so he lets out a startled gasp when the man suddenly engulfs him from behind. Strong arms encircle his waist and neck. The unexpected warmth draws a whimper from his throat, his whole body exploding in goosebumps. Remus leans down, his kiss on the back of Sirius's neck, a soft, sweet whisper against his skin.
"You're doing so well, little boy. Daddy's so pleased with you,"
he murmurs, his breath tingling Sirius's ear. Sirius is so worked up and vulnerable, he feels tears prickling at his eyes from Remus's murmured praise. Thankfully, the moment is fleeting, allowing him a chance to regain his composure. As Remus pulls back, he reaches up with one hand to grab both loose ends of the tie still draped around Sirius's neck, the other lingering possessively on his hip. When he pushes in, it barely burns. They've done it so much the past few days, so he's already used to it. And if there's one thing Sirius has learned from all his past experiences, is that half the work of taking cock up your arse is mental. When he's so desperate and gone like he feels right now, his brain will register every bit of pain as pleasure, inevitably. It's an unreal feeling, sublime even. Remus doesn't hold back this time. It only takes a few moments before he's pounding into Sirius, pulling and releasing on the tie every few thrusts. The tug on his neck makes Sirius arch backwards, still grasping at the back of the sofa for support, and he feels Remus's other hand on his chest, steadying him, brushing over his pierced nipple.
You feel so good, Sirius. Daddy loves fucking your tight little hole.
Remus whispers in his ear, low and hoarse, as he releases his tug on the tie once more.
Daddy, can I touch?
He tries to ask, and it's hard to put out words when his body is so sensitive to all the stimuli. Remus inside of him, the flick of his hand on his nipple, the tug of the tie on his throat, the hot breath in the back of his neck.
No, baby, no touching yourself today.
Remus manages between his own gasps of pleasure.
Not until Daddy comes.
A choked sob escapes Sirius's lips, bordering on a whine. His neglected cock is practically hurting, untouched, swaying in front of him as their bodies move together. They find a rhythm again, Remus thrusting inside of him, tugging and releasing the tie, controlling Sirius's blood flow at his will. Filthy words being exchanged, hot breath against soft skin, and when Remus shifts his aim slightly and starts brushing against Sirius's prostate with every thrust, Sirius starts to feel himself balancing on the edge, getting closer each second. He wants to do what Daddy told him to, but he knows he can't hold out much longer. He tries to pull on Remus's strings, trying to get the man to feel as desperately on the edge as he feels, so maybe he'll come sooner.
Is Daddy going to come inside?
He teases, mocking an innocent tone between his moans.
Yes, baby, Daddy's going to come inside of you.
Remus's voice is a little shaky from his continued movements.
God, Daddy, I want to feel it.
He teases again.
Are you going to shoot straight down my tight little hole?
He knows Remus is wearing a condom. It'd be crazy not to be, but there's no harm if it's only dirty talking. Remus yanks forcefully at the tie, pulling Sirius closer and pinching his nipple between his index finger and thumb.
Don't think I don't see what you're doing, you little brat.
Remus groans against his ear, still pounding into him, and releases the tie.
Fuck.
Sirius breathes out as the blood rushes back into his brain.
I can stop, Daddy,
he says, striving to sound innocent.
Oh, don't you dare.
Remus chuckles between staggered breaths, his free hand traveling down Sirius's body to grab at the dip of his hip. Sirius bites back a smile, leaning forward again, seeking purchase on the backrest of the couch.
God, Daddy, you feel so good inside of me, so big, stretching me out.
And he's searching for the right words to push Remus over the edge. But it might be having the opposite effect, because it only seems to be getting himself closer and closer.
Oh, you're so stretched, baby. You should see it.
Remus says, and Sirius feels his thumb brushing over his stretched entrance, over that spot where Remus's big cock is sliding in and out of him repeatedly, and the mental image, it's too much.
Fuck, I can't, please.
He cries, and he hopes Remus is close. He knows he must be. He can feel his thighs quivering and hear his groans getting higher. And then Remus lets go of the tie completely, and both of his hands grab Sirius's hips hard enough to bruise. He's pulling him back to meet each of his deep thrusts.
Little boy, you're going to make Daddy come.
He gasps.
Fuck, I'm coming.
And his loud groans echo throughout the room, his nails digging in Sirius's skin as he rides out his orgasm, cursing under his breath. When his thrusts become shallow again, he doesn't give himself time to come down. A second later, he's pulling out, yanking out the used condom, and sinking down on the couch. He maneuvers Sirius over his lap, so the boy is straddling him once more. Sirius watches as Remus reaches for the tie that has fallen on the couch before, circling it around Sirius's neck and holding the loose ends. His fingers reach down and find Sirius's entrance.
Touch yourself, baby boy,
he commands. And then there's two fingers flickering inside of him, and Remus is leaning to suck on his nipple again. Sirius doesn't waste any time wrapping his trembling hand around his neglected cock, just as Remus pulls the tie tighter around his neck, and it all feels too much, too sensitive.
Daddy, please let me.
He whines again because he can't hold back any longer. He needs to come.
Yes, baby boy, you can come now. Come for Daddy.
Remus coaxes, and he's looking straight down Sirius's eyes intensely, watching him as he works his fingers inside and tugs on the tie, and with all the things they did in the past few days, they'd never done that. Sirius has never come gazing into Remus's eyes. Suddenly he realizes he can't look away. He's lost on the chocolate of Remus's irises as he works his fist faster on his cock, and Remus pulls on the tie forcibly once more. He hears the pounding of his heart in his ears, his neck pulsing, his head feels light, floating, and just as Remus releases the tie again, the blood floods back into his brain, and he finally feels his orgasm washing over him, powerful and earth-shattering. His legs are trembling, a million stars exploding in his eyes, an almost incomprehensible stream of daddy, daddy, daddy leaving his lips, and he forces himself to keep his eyes open, holding Remus's gaze as he's coming, and it feels like it'll never stop. When it's done, he feels so weak and lightheaded that he barely processes letting go of his spent cock and leaning forward, falling into Remus's arms. He's hiding his face in the crook of Remus's neck, and he can't stop shaking. He only realizes there are tears coming out of his eyes when he notices Remus's shoulder is damp. The man has both of his arms wrapped around him, and he's tracing circles on the small of Sirius's back, whispering soft words against his hair.
It's okay, baby boy, you're okay.
Sirius forces himself straight, wiping his eyes with the back of his hands coarsely.
Fuck. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
He says, self-consciously, not able to look Remus in the eye. The man shushes him and reaches out, gently wiping Sirius's remaining tears away with his thumb.
No, baby, it's okay.
Remus coos.
That was really intense. Let yourself unwind a bit, yeah?
He pulls Sirius back into his warm embrace, and it is comfortable despite the straining on his legs and the stickiness between their stomachs. Remus's fingers gently rake through his hair, placing sweet kisses on his cheek and his temple, whispering a string of affirmations like,
You did so good, baby boy.
And,
Daddy's so proud of you.
Sirius lets his eyelids flutter shut, the frantic rhythm of his heart slowly giving way, his breath evening out. A long minute, maybe 20, ticks by before Remus gently moves, cupping Sirius's cheek.
Fancy a bath, baby? Seems we could both use one.
He murmurs. A weak chuckle escapes Sirius's lips as he manages a nod. The world blurs slightly as Remus effortlessly scoops him up and carries him down the hallway, depositing him on the bathroom counter with gentleness. As Remus fills the tub, Sirius marvels at the fact that Remus is able to move and fucking do things after all of that, because for him, even stringing a coherent thought together feels like an impossible feat now. Once the tub is full and invitingly bubbly, Remus returns to the counter, finding a spot between Sirius's knees. He rests his hands on Sirius's thigh and whispers against his temple.
How are you doing?
Sirius chuckles weakly.
Don't know, really. Fine, I suppose. Just a bit jelly-brained, I guess.
He wraps his arms around Remus's shoulders, planting a soft kiss on his neck.
That was so good.
He whispers, warmth creeping up his neck as he replays the scene in his head, the way Remus was looking at him while he came. Smug grin with parted lips, furrowed brow, narrowed eyes, panting. God, it was so hot.
It was good for me, too.
Remus whispers back, nuzzling his hair.
Come on, a soak will sort that jelly brain of yours.
He scoops Sirius over the counter with ease, strong hands guiding his hips up. The hotel bathtub is colossal, easily twice the size of a normal one. Remus steps in first, the bubbly water reaching just over his knees. He reaches out a hand to steady Sirius, helping him in with a gentle tug. Sirius settles in with his back against Remus's chest, nestled between his legs.
That's nice.
Sirius murmurs contentedly, the warmth seeping into his aching muscles. A soft kiss lands on the side of Sirius's head as Remus reaches for a sponge and soap. Soon he's lathering Sirius's body, stretching his arms wide to reach every inch. A playful giggle and squirm erupt from Sirius as the loofah tickles his armpit. Remus sighs dramatically, feigning annoyance but with a hint of amusement in his eyes, and holds him steady. Moving down, he tackles Sirius's chest and abdomen, washing away the sticky mess on the hairs of his belly with gentle strokes.
Lean forward, baby boy.
Remus murmurs, guiding Sirius to offer his back. Soft kisses follow the path of the sponge as Remus cleanses him. With a splash of water to rinse the soap away, Remus slides down beside him, turning his attention to Sirius's legs. The muscles scream a welcome relief as Remus's hands work their magic, a soothing massage erasing the strain of earlier exertion. Soft, pleased hums escape Sirius's lips as Remus diligently works his way down, scrubbing calves and feet. Gentle hands reach down to Sirius's groin, soaping him, and it doesn't feel sexual. It feels caring and soothing, and he sighs as Remus washes his soft cock in his crack, wincing a little at the soft burn in his entrance. Once finished, Remus maneuvers himself beside Sirius, not behind. One leg drapes comfortably across Sirius's back, anchoring them together. His other leg overlaps Sirius's own thighs, stretched over the boy's lap. With a gentle pull, Remus draws Sirius closer sideways, a kiss landing softly on his cheek.
Beautiful little boy,
He whispers softly.
Does that feel better?
Sirius is momentarily without words, because in no time of his life he remembers being treated with such careful kindness, not even when he really was a little boy. Back then, every need he had felt like a chore, an annoyance to his mother or the revolving door of nannies at Grimald Place. A sudden urge to reciprocate takes over him, because he really doesn't know any other way to respond.
Yeah,
He whispers back, tilting his head up to meet Remus's gaze.
I take care of you now, Daddy.
He doesn't know why it comes out so childish, like he's forgotten how to form proper sentences. Remus chuckles, pulling Sirius closer with a gentle squeeze.
Don't need to, baby.
But I want to.
Sirius insists, reaching for the sponge Remus left nearby. He sits back slightly, maneuvering Remus forward to reach his back, scrubbing then rinsing with warm water. He can feel all the stressed knots and muscles of his back, and suddenly he remembers an afternoon getting high on Mary's living room floor, when she taught him a bit about the massages she gives. He strives to remember the hand movements and pressure points, digging his thumbs and heels of his hands in with surprising expertise. And he must be doing something right, because suddenly Remus is sighing contentedly as he relaxes, melting into Sirius's touch. Sirius follows suit, working the soap over Remus's arms and legs. He can't help but notice a few other scars scattered across the man's body, none as dramatic as the one on his stomach, most faded and barely there. He's curious, the question's burning on his tongue, but he hesitates. Nosing about wouldn't be a good look. Still, when the loofah reaches Remus's stomach, Sirius kneeling between his legs, and brushes lightly over the biggest scar, Remus speaks as if reading his mind.
It was a car accident.
Sirius looks up, eyes seeking answers.
What happened?
He finds the courage to ask. Remus falls silent for a moment, watching as Sirius rinses the soap off his chest and sets the sponge down.
I was round your age, I reckon. My mum was driving.
He takes a deep breath, like the memory is heavy.
She died.
Shock momentarily steals Sirius's voice. He settles back in the tub, facing Remus directly, legs instinctively wrapping around the man's waist.
I'm sorry,
He whispers.
you don't have to tell me.
Remus offers a weak smile.
Nah, it's all right. It was a long time ago.
He pulls Sirius closer, his arms tightening around him.
That's why I stopped talking to my father. It's why I wasn't there when he died.
Sirius furrows his brow, confused.
I don't quite follow.
He murmurs, his gaze lingering on Remus's face. Remus lets out a frustrated sigh, shaking his head.
I don't want to bore you with all this ancient history. I'm sure you don't care.
He gently guides Sirius to turn around, positioning him back to chest.
Come here.
He murmurs, pulling Sirius close and wrapping his arms around him securely.
No, I want to know.
Sirius insists, his voice firm despite a flicker of uncertainty.
That is, if you want to tell me, I want to know more. About you.
His voice trails off, self-consciousness creeping in as he realizes how eager he sounds. He's not supposed to get attached, and deep conversations about the past, understanding where Remus comes from, who he is, that's a recipe for trouble. Yet, he wants to know, he wants bad. He feels the steady rise and fall of Remus's chest against his back as the man takes a deep breath.
All right then.
Remus starts hesitantly.
She was very poor, my mum. And my dad wasn't rolling in dough either, mind you. Nowhere near. But he had the farm, which was a step up from anything her family had. So they got married, and, well, I guess the main thing I remember from growing up there is how lonely she seemed.
Sirius frowns, trying to picture Remus growing up on a farm. It clashes with the man he knows, feels like a puzzle piece from the wrong set. He hums softly, acknowledging Remus's story and fiddling with his fingers in a comforting gesture. Remus continues.
He left her when I went off to uni, my dad. Wanted a divorce. She couldn't cope without him, you see. She fell to pieces. Never really recovered. The day she crashed the car, the day she died, it was the day he was marrying her, the woman he left her for.
He lets out another heavy sigh.
She was pregnant, his new wife. I never could forgive him for leaving, so I never spoke to him again.
The finality in his voice suggests the story is over. Sirius squeezes Remus's hand in a silent show of understanding.
How old were you then?
He asks softly.
Almost 19.
Remus murmurs.
Almost took me out too. They had to piece me back together, hence,
He trails off, almost self-conscious, a rarity for him.
all of the scars.
The confession tumbles out before Sirius can stop himself.
I like the scars.
He blurts out.
I think they make you even more handsome, Daddy.
Remus can't help but snort, shaking his head in amusement. Yet he pulls Sirius closer, his arms tightening around the boy. A soft kiss lands on the side of Sirius's head.
Thanks, baby,
he whispers. Sirius lets out a contented sigh, melting into Remus's embrace. The warmth, the safety, the unexpected honesty flowing between them. It's a heady mix. The words leave his lips before he can fully process them.
I don't talk to my folks either. Haven't for 3 years now.
He murmurs, staring up at the bathroom tiles. Remus shifts, settling behind Sirius with his chin resting comfortably on the boy's head. A single, curious
"Oh,"
escapes his lips. Sirius hesitates, then blurts out.
They're horrible people. I left when I was 16, after I ended up in the hospital for a bit.
He can't quite explain the urge to confide in Remus, but there's a strange pull towards honesty. Still, these are secrets only James has ever heard, buried deep and guarded. The memories are murky, the words hard to grasp. A gasp escapes Remus, followed by a tighter squeeze.
Did they hurt you, Sirius?
He asks in a whisper, brushing against Sirius's ear. Sirius swallows hard.
Yeah, there was a boy. At my school. I'm sorry. It's hard to talk about this. I never do.
He offers a strained chuckle, turning to face Remus.
I don't want to bore you with ancient history anyway.
He adds, attempting a light-hearted tone. But Remus's expression is dead serious, his gaze locked on Sirius's face. He reaches down and brushes a gentle finger against Sirius's cheek. Their eyes meet, and he murmurs, more to himself than Sirius.
God, why do I feel like I need to keep you safe?
Sirius feels a lump rise in his throat. He wants to say, please do, no one ever has, but the words seem to stick there. Remus cocks his head slightly.
Look, you don't have to tell me anything, but I would like to know, when you're ready.
Sirius buries his face in the crook of Remus's neck, his voice muffled.
All right, Daddy,
he whispers. Then, because he's starting to feel his eyes burn and he doesn't feel like crying again, he adds,
I'm hungry.
Remus lets out a chuckle.
Me too, baby. Let's go get that risotto sorted.
Remus looks out the limo window, his palms slick with nervous sweat. Today's challenge to tackle is a polo match. He can see the rows of pristine white chairs that line the field's edge and the tall white tents that billow in the breeze. Underneath them, and sprawled across picnic blankets on the grass, the posh crowd sips champagne and enjoys dainty pastries. The women wear elegant summer dresses and wide-brimmed hats. The men, smart blazers and chinos. Between them all, children run and laugh.
We don't have to go there,
Sirius says from beside him, reaching out to touch Remus's hand. Remus offers a dry chuckle.
Oh, baby boy, afraid we rather do.
Why?
The boy asks, and there's an amused, almost impatient tone on his voice. Remus turns to look at him. Of course, Sirius looks absolutely beautiful. Posh and put together somehow suits him just as well as his usual rebellious getup. He's got that certain something that je ne sais quoi that lets him pull anything off. Black chinos and a white polo with black trim hug his form perfectly. Sunglasses hang from his shirt collar, and a fancy watch, a recent gift from Remus, adorns his wrist. His hair slicked back again, showing off his earrings. The short sleeves reveal a few tattoos, but they don't clash with the posh setting, just add a touch of cool. He stares at Remus, curious and concerned.
Weasley's son is playing,
Remus explains.
Half the company shareholders are here. Even the MP Peter sweet-talked into burying those government contracts. Gotta go mingle with the lot of them. It's business. Bad optics if I don't show my face.
He knows it's probably a lost cause explaining this to Sirius, but he tries anyway.
All right, all right. If we must endure this, let's make a deal.
Sirius says, reaching for Remus's hand. Remus chuckles, tilting his head up to meet Sirius's gaze.
We pledge to have some bloody fun here. Maybe not with that lot.
He throws a suspicious glance at the posh crowd outside.
But at least with each other.
Remus raises an eyebrow playfully.
Not, oh daddy, you perv.
Sirius adds, feigning scandal.
Not that kind of fun, although,
He fakes a thoughtful expression, swaying his head as if he's considering it.
No, what I meant was, polo is actually all right. I used to watch Regulus play all the time. I'll even teach you about it if you want.
The mention of Sirius's brother, and by name this time, catches Remus off guard. It flickers him back to the snippets of Sirius's past he shared in the bathtub yesterday. He feels his heart breaking all over again, and he wants to know more, but he's not going to ask. Not here, not now.
All right,
Remus concedes.
You can teach me about polo if you insist.
Sirius chuckles again and squeezes his hand.
Come on, let's go. I'll be with you the whole time, I promise.
The match hasn't kicked off yet, so they head for the drinks table to grab some champagne. Sirius clearly wasn't lying about attending all those polo matches before. He navigates this social swamp with ease, all charming smiles and perfect posture. Remus himself never feels that comfortable. He plasters on a smile, striving to charm his way through a never-ending stream of hellos and haven't seen you in ages, from faces he barely recognizes. He introduces Sirius just like he did at the business dinner, simply Sirius, without elaborating on their complicated dynamic. How could he, when he's still figuring it out himself? Most of the crowd seem to clock Sirius as his date, but they don't ask questions. Straight people rarely do.
Remus, darling, there you are.
A blonde woman gushes at him at the champagne table, definitely either Gwen or Gretchen. Her sister, the owner of the remaining name, stands beside her.
Isn't Benji with you?
The other sister chimes in, a mock look of shock plastered on her face.
Don't tell me. Things haven't been going well. Separated, perhaps.
Remus swallows a groan. The only thing worse than small talk is having to discuss his private life with these nosy strangers.
We did, yes?
He confirms curtly.
This is Sirius.
He adds, placing a hand on the small of Sirius's back.
Sirius, meet Gwen and Gretchen, the queens of Happily Ever After.
A flicker of confusion must cross Sirius's face. Remus isn't looking, because Gwen, always the polite one, extends her hand with a bright smile.
I'm Gwen. Hi. We're matchmakers, actually.
Matchmakers.
Sirius parrots, intrigued. He certainly knows how to turn on the charm.
Oh, absolutely. We practically handpicked half the lovebirds in here.
Chirps the other sister, likely Gretchen, with a trill in her voice.
Shame you're already so, distracted, Remus. We've got a delightful queue of young ladies absolutely dying to meet you.
There wasn't a single encounter with Gretchen that hadn't left him feeling slightly bruised.
We both know that's a losing battle, wouldn't you agree?
Remus counters, keeping his voice polite but firm.
Don't mind Gretchen, dear.
Gwen coos sweetly, reaching out to brush Sirius's arm.
She's just feeling a tad peckish, what with Remus being such a prime catch and all. Everyone's trying to land him.
Not exactly looking to be.
Remus begins, but Sirius cuts him off.
Well, I'm not trying to land him. I'm just using him for sex. Maybe that's the key difference, wouldn't you say, ladies?
He throws them a wink before slipping an arm around Remus's shoulder, steering him away from the champagne table. Remus stifles a snort, hiding his amusement from the women. As soon as they're a few steps away, he turns to Sirius, laughter bubbling up.
What was that about?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sirius says, shaking his head, laughing too.
Couldn't help myself. They were just so nebby. Not that I didn't mean that. I just wanted to say something shocking to shut them up. You certainly know that, right?
He sounds a bit insecure there at the end. Remus tilts his head at Sirius's sudden concern, because if one of them should be worried that it looks like they are using the other one for sex, that shouldn't be Sirius, for sure. He doesn't feel like that's the time or the place to get into that, though. He deflects with a playful jab.
Well, you do seem to enjoy the sex.
He teases, poking Sirius playfully in the ribs. Sirius throws his head back and laughs.
Oh, shut up. Can you blame me? Come on, let's find somewhere to perch before they sick their matchmaking minions on us again.
But before they can make a move, another unwelcome voice cuts through the air.
Remus, there you are.
It's Peter, hailing him from under a fancy sunshade with his wife in tow. Peter looks like he always does, slightly uncomfortable in his ill-fitting suit. His wife, however, is a vision of elegance as ever. Remus can't fathom how Peter snagged her, but Gwen and Gretchen probably had a hand in it.
Peter, hi.
Remus waves back, guiding Sirius towards the lawyer with a hand on his back.
Let me introduce you to Sirius.
Peter gives Sirius a thorough once-over, then shoots Remus a questioning glance before extending his hand.
Peter Pettigrew.
He says as Sirius offers a polite handshake.
This is my wife, Emmeline.
Emmeline beams, her blue eyes sparkling with a thin veneer of friendliness, barely concealing the judgment lurking beneath.
Hello, Sirius.
She says,
It's always a pleasure meeting one of Remus's friends.
The way she pronounces the word friends makes it clear she knows they're not just friends, and she doesn't approve of it. Sirius throws on his most charming smile.
The pleasure's all mine, and that dress is stunning,
he adds, earning a stifled snort from Remus. If there were any lingering doubts about their orientation amongst the Straits, that compliment just sealed the deal. Emmeline flutters her eyelashes, her tone dripping with a touch of condescension.
Why, thank you, darling. Dolce & Gabbana, you know.
Sirius nods solemnly, taking a delicate sip of his champagne. A moment later, Emmeline flutters off to greet someone, and Peter excuses himself for a top-up. As soon as they're alone again, Sirius lets out a low whistle.
Real genuine guy, who is he?
He drawls, dripping with sarcasm.
He's my lawyer. He's all right.
Sirius furrows his brow disbelievingly.
Are these people your friends?
Remus considers the question.
Well, I see them around, yeah?
Sirius raises an eyebrow playfully.
No wonder,
he mutters, taking another swig of champagne.
No wonder what?
A cocky, lopsided grin spreads across Sirius's face.
No wonder why you came looking for me.
And every muscle in Remus's body tightens with the urge to lean in, to bridge the space between them and kiss that grin out of his face. Instead, he rolls his eyes and brings his champagne flute to his mouth. The polo itself isn't half bad. They snag seats near the field's edge, and Sirius becomes a whirlwind of whispered explanations. Mallets, chuckas, the line of the ball, it all comes flying at Remus. Now Remus has endured a good 10 of these posh polo matches before, and never once has the actual game held his interest. He's really not one for sports. But this time, things are different. This time it's Sirius's enthusiasm that's captivating him. He peppers his explanations with anecdotes too, little glimpses into his past, tales of his brother and those polo matches he watched when he was younger. It's like a window into an unfamiliar Sirius, and Remus finds himself hanging on to every word, eager to delve deeper into this new side of the boy beside him.
Reg was always the runt of the team,
Sirius says, his gaze fixed on the polo match.
But what he lacked in stature, he made up for in pure grit. There he was, lining up this impossible shot, and just as he swung his mallet, wham! His pony decided it was sneeze o'clock.
Sirius lets out a chuckle, like he's watching the scene unfold in his mind's eye.
Kids play on ponies at that age, mind you.
He glances over at Remus, the afternoon sun glinting off his pale skin and turning the hoops in his ears into tiny diamonds. A wide grin stretches across Sirius's face, his gray eyes sparkling. He looks beautiful.
Anyway,
he continues,
Reg completely missed the ball, did this kind of pirouette on his pony, and nearly took a tumble. But that's not the best part. His helmet goes flying and lands smack on the head of one of the opposing team's ponies.
He dissolves into laughter again, closing his eyes in delight.
The poor beast just stood there, wearing Reggie's helmet like a lopsided hat. Everyone was in stitches, of course. Now, Reg hated being laughed at, especially as a kid. He was livid.
The match seems to be on a break, so Sirius takes a seat on the white chair behind him. Remus follows suit.
A 6-year-old with a face like thunder.
Sirius finishes with a chuckle.
Quite a sight.
Remus joins in Sirius's laughter, captivated by his animated story. He's so enthralled that the question practically leaps out before he can stop himself.
Is he all right, your brother? Do you two keep in touch?
The smile slips from Sirius's face, replaced by a startled expression. Then a veil of sadness settles over his features.
Honestly, I don't know,
he admits quietly.
I'm too afraid to write or call. I just hope he's, well, and that he doesn't.
He swallows hard, finishes the sentence in a whisper.
Hate me for leaving.
Remus aches to offer words of comfort, but the bustling crowd and constant chatter create a barrier. He settles for reaching out and taking Sirius's hand, squeezing it firmly. Sirius smiles at him, holding his gaze. The announcer's voice cuts through their tender moment, booming over the loudspeaker.
Calling all spectators. Fancy lending a hand. We need a few volunteers to help smooth out those divots on the field. Come on down, folks.
The crowd stirs with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen in their posh attire rise from their seats, practically tripping over each other in their haste to reach the trampled grass.
Remus, come on.
Sirius exclaims, grabbing his arm with a playful tug.
This is the best part.
Remus feigns reluctance, allowing himself to be pulled to his feet. The field becomes a sea of impeccably dressed people, a cacophony of cheerful chatter mingling with the gentle thud of footsteps on the grass. Sirius throws himself into the task with youthful enthusiasm, hopping from one divot to another. He nearly loses his footing, and Remus catches him with a laugh. Sirius throws his arms around Remus's neck, their laughter echoing amidst the crowd. And it's so nice. Remus had never, not once, enjoyed a single one of these posh events. Not with his ex-wife, not with Benji. Sirius is just a beacon of sunshine, illuminating everything he touches, and Remus finds himself basking in the warmth, a little dazed by it all. It's intoxicating, like a forbidden taste that lingers on his tongue. The laughter, the shared secrets, the casual touch, it all feels delicious, thrilling, terrifying. He shoves the thought of the real world, looming just a week away, to the back of his mind. This unexpected turn of events, this week he'd dreaded for so long, is turning into one of the best he can remember. And it's all because of this boy. As the crowd shuffled back to their seats after the divot stomping, Remus forces a smile.
Another drink?
Absolutely.
Sirius replies, breathless and exhilarated.
Great, I'll grab us some champagne, meet you back at our seats.
Sirius flashes him a smile and winks.
Wouldn't miss it.
The champagne queue is surprisingly long, the timeout seemingly a popular moment for refreshment. As Remus waits, Peter materializes beside him, a calculating glint in his eye.
Sirius, then.
Peter says, his voice clipped and formal, a stark contrast to his usual awkwardness.
Where'd you manage to dig him up?
Remus chuckles. There's no way he can tell Peter the truth, so he goes with a half-truth.
Actually, you were right. I did get lost when I left your house on the Lotus. Had to pull over and ask for directions, and there he was.
Peter's brow furrows.
Just stumbled upon him then. Convenient coincidence. So, what's his story? What does he do?
He's a student.
He lies, and it sounds like a lie even to his own ears.
What difference does it make?
Peter's gaze narrows.
Just curious,
he mutters. It's finally their turn, and Remus snatches the 2 glasses of champagne from his hand.
Where does he study?
Peter presses.
What? Why do you want to know, Peter? Why do you care?
He deflects, already walking away from the champagne table. Remus can't recall a single instance of Peter showing genuine interest in his social life. This sudden curiosity feels oddly out of place. Peter looks thoughtful for a moment, then pulls Remus aside under the shade of a nearby tree.
Just hear me out, all right?
He murmurs.
We go way back, Remus, and I've noticed a shift in you this week. I can't help but wonder if this new friend of yours has something to do with it.
His gaze intensifies, eyebrows raised.
Especially when I see him chatting with Bill Weasley over by the pony lines.
Remus follows Peter's gesture, his blood turning to ice. Sirius is indeed conversing excitedly with someone with fiery red hair, Bill Weasley. Bill is decked out in full polo gear, and Sirius's smile is broad as he casually strokes the horse's head. They seem close, Bill leaning in with a laugh. A primal pang of jealousy, a possessive urge he can't deny, rips through Remus. He wants to storm over, wrap his arms around Sirius, claim him, show that lanky redhead he's already spoken for. A possessive chant echoes in his head.
Mine, mine, mine.
You see what I'm trying to say?
Peter cuts through his haze, yanking Remus back to the present. He throws a glance back at Sirius, his gaze lingering on the easy way Bill leans in, eliciting another burst of laughter from the boy.
I introduced them at dinner the other night.
Remus grits out, forcing his eyes away. He can feel the precarious hold on his composure slipping, and he knows he has no right to cause a scene. He knows the possessiveness he's feeling is ridiculous. They're not a thing. Sirius is free to flirt with whoever he fancies. Peter scoffs.
Come on, Remus. This boy just appears out of nowhere, and now he's talking to a guy whose company we're trying to buy. That's a little convenient, don't you think?
That catches Remus off guard.
What?
Jealousy clouds his judgment, making Peter's words difficult to decipher.
Hold on, Peter. What exactly are you getting at?
Peter leans in conspiratorially, his voice rising a notch.
Think about it, Remus. This bloke appears out of thin air, and suddenly he's best mates with Weasley.
He gestures wildly, sloshing champagne from his glass.
Industrial espionage, Remus. It's more common than you'd think.
Remus throws his head back and lets out a disbelieving laugh. This must be a joke.
Peter, come on.
He pleads, shaking his head.
Sirius isn't some kind of spy. There's no way.
But how can you be so certain?
Peter pries, dripping suspicion.
Because I know he's not a spy.
Know how, Remus? You barely know the bloke. What's his full name, anyway? I'll have Frank run a background check.
Peter, for Christ's sake, listen.
Remus snaps, his patience wearing thin.
I'm telling you, he's not a damn spy.
Peter puffs out his chest, a stubborn glint in his eye.
Then prove it, Remus, because otherwise I'm digging into this myself, every last detail.
The finality in his voice sends a cold shiver down Remus's spine. Peter might be a pain in the arse, but he's efficient. The last thing Remus needs is Sirius discovering a background check orchestrated by his lawyer. That would be a betrayal of epic proportions. There's no other way out of this. He takes a deep breath, scrubbing a hand over his head. It's not shame that makes him hesitate, not what Peter might think. It's a strange protectiveness, a desire to shield Sirius, but a background check feels like a violation. With a sigh, he throws Peter a desperate lifeline.
He's not a spy, Peter, because...
He pauses again, searching for the right words.
Because he's a hustler.
Hustler.
Peter repeats, a bewildered snort escaping his lips.
Exactly.
Remus confirms, hoping Peter understands the term.
A male prostitute. Picked him up on the street, actually, with your car.
Peter dissolves into laughter, so deep and hearty, he needs to clutch Remus's shoulder for support.
Oh, Remus.
He wheezes, wiping tears from his eyes.
You're the only millionaire I know who goes hunting for discount streetwalkers.
Remus rolls his eyes, jaw clenched tight. Just hearing Peter referring to Sirius as a discount streetwalker makes his blood boil.
Happy now. Background check off the table.
He asks through gritted teeth. Peter, still chortling, throws a flippant shrug Remus's way.
Off the table?
He confirms, waving him dismissively before sauntering back towards his wife. The limo ride back to the penthouse is a stark contrast to the playful energy of the polo match. The Manchester outskirts blur past the window, mirroring the growing distance between Remus and Sirius. Gone is the easy banter, replaced by a tense silence that hangs heavy in the air. Sirius occupies himself with the scenery, a pout etched on his face. Remus, at a loss with this sudden shift in mood, fidgets in his plush seat. He's no stranger to the silent treatment, having endured countless rounds with Benji. The simmering resentment always ends in a shouting match, a resolution he desperately wants to avoid this time, because he's just not in the mood. He never is. As they step back into the opulent penthouse, the silence follows them like a shadow. Sirius throws his watch and sunglasses onto the entry table with a force that speaks volumes of his current mood. Remus, taking a deep breath, ventures a question.
Everything all right?
He strives to keep his voice calm. Maybe they can talk this out. Sirius's reply hangs heavy in the air, a single choked,
"I'm fine,"
as he turns his back and walks to the bathroom. Fuck, does that get into Remus's nerves? He lets out a frustrated sigh, throwing his arms up, gaze drifting skyward towards the opulent ceiling.
Fine then,
he mutters sarcastically.
That makes 7 fines since we left the match. Could I have another word, please?
A venomous
asshole. There's your other word.
Explodes from the bathroom, followed by a resounding slam that echoes through the penthouse. Remus clenches his jaw, standing in the middle of the bedroom, staring at the closed door. He doesn't have time to consider what to do, because a second later Sirius is yanking the door open with violence again. He stands in the doorway, fuming.
You know what? Just tell me one thing.
He snarls.
Why the fancy clothes, anyway?
He pulls at the polo shirt, yanking it from his body in a single angry motion.
Why didn't you just let me walk in there with my freaking nipple piercing out if you were going to tell everyone that I'm a fucking whore anyway?
Remus's brow furrows in utter confusion. What's he talking about?
I did not tell.
He begins, but his voice gets lost in the whirlwind of Sirius's outburst.
Because when I'm in my own clothes, my work gear, and some slimy git like Pettigrew saunters over, I can handle it myself. I'm prepared for that.
The boy exclaims, throwing his hands up. Remus's gut clenches. Fucking Peter. He knew spilling the truth to him would backfire spectacularly.
Sirius.
He tries to cut in.
What did Peter say to you?
Sirius ignores the question, his anger escalating.
$4,000. You think that fucking bought me, Remus? You think you can just parade me around like some kind of trophy, then toss me to your mates? I'm not your little fucking toy.
Sirius, please, calm down. Tell me what Peter said.
Don't fucking tell me to fucking calm down. You don't own me. I decide how I do this. I say who, I say when, I say how much.
Remus takes a deep breath, trying to project a sense of control amidst the storm. He's not good at confrontation, and he feels all his worst defense mechanisms clicking into place as he says,
Look, I don't know what Peter spewed in your ear, because you won't fucking tell me, but he was paranoid, convinced you were some kind of industrial spy. So I had to.
You didn't have to.
Sirius starts angry, but Remus cuts him off.
I'm speaking, and I refuse to spend the next 4 days fighting with you. I'm sorry that I had to tell Peter, and I mean it. That's the end of it.
Oh, so you think because you get off on me calling you daddy while I suck your dick suddenly, that gives you the right to talk down to me like you're my damn father?
Sirius spits, his voice dripping with venom. The way he twists their shared intimacy into a weapon, moments Remus cherished so deeply, stings like a viper's bite.
I don't have a fucking father, Remus. I left that behind a long time ago.
Sirius, I didn't mean to imply that I'm...
And I regret ever meeting you.
Sirius roars, completely disregarding Remus's attempt at explanation. He storms into the bathroom. A whirlwind of clothes, shoes, and toiletries erupts as Sirius gathers his belongings.
I regret ever getting into your damn car.
He shouts from the bathroom.
And I regret even entertaining the idea that this could ever...
He trails off, the sentence left unfinished. A mess of clothes and shoes and bags straining his arms as he stops in the middle of the bedroom. Remus's voice cracks as he asks,
Where are you going, Sirius?
He watches as Sirius stands rigid, avoiding his gaze, a muscle flickering in his jaw. A lone tear escapes, tracing a glistening path down his flushed cheek.
I want you to pay me. I want to get out of here.
The weight of Sirius's words settles on Remus like a suffocating cloak. He feels no better than Peter Pettigrew and the other leeches of Sirius's past, his parents, and whoever else ever had their way with him and then made him cry, whoever made him so guarded, so quick to build walls. In that moment, Remus is no different than any of them. And Sirius is so precious, so perfect, so rare. He deserves so much more than this, a week-long fling with a jaded older man who mistakes it for ownership. The echo of Sirius's words,
I regret even entertaining the idea,
cuts deep. Remus shares the sentiment, a hollowness blooming in his chest. He regrets even entertaining the idea, the fantasy he dared to indulge in, that he could protect him, keep him safe, care for him. Like this could ever be anything but a fleeting business transaction, a temporary arrangement. And perhaps it's better this way, a swift, clean cut before the week ends. This way, he spares Sirius further heartache. He can't risk messing it up even more. Reaching into his blazer's inner pocket, he retrieves his wallet. Counting the bills seems pointless. It's surely more than the agreed-upon amount. He yanks out a wad of cash and throws it carelessly onto the bed. It's the least he can do, really, for all the trouble he caused. Sirius casts a fleeting glance at the wad of cash, but he doesn't reach for it. He walks out with a stiff pride, head held high, refusing to look back. Confusion creases Remus's brow. The money was the entire point of this arrangement, wasn't it? Then, like a mantra, the echo of Sirius's words reverberates in his mind.
I regret even entertaining the idea that this could ever...
That this could ever what? A montage of memories explodes behind his eyelids. Sirius hitting the gas pedal on the Lotus, grinning widely. Sirius smiling up at him at the bus stop when Remus asked him to come up. Sirius crawling to him on the carpet of the living room. Sirius squeezing his hand under the table at the restaurant. Sirius under the streetlights at the balcony whispering,
Except with you, of course.
Sirius writhing under his touch.
I trust you. I want to know more about you.
And the laughter, the way Sirius fell back against him during stomping of the divots, the reassuring words.
I'll be with you the whole time, I promise.
The desperate plea.
I didn't mean that, you certainly know that, right?
After telling that woman he was just using him for sex.
No wonder you came looking for me,
he'd said. It hits him with the force of a revelation. He can't let Sirius walk away. Not if Sirius had, for even a moment, entertained the idea of something more, just like him. Not if Sirius might want to see him again after this is over. Before the logic fully catches up, Remus finds himself lunging towards the door. Sirius is standing in the hallway waiting for the lift, arms overflowing with his hastily gathered belongings. He flinches at the sound of the penthouse door clicking open, but keeps his gaze fixed resolutely ahead, jaw clenched tight. Remus rushes to his side. Begging isn't his style, but he's done so many other things that aren't his style since meeting Sirius anyway.
I'm sorry, Sirius.
He says, striving to convey into his words how much he means what he's saying.
I wasn't prepared to answer questions about us, and I felt like I was protecting you because Peter thought, well, it doesn't matter. I was stupid, and I was cruel to you, and you deserve so much better because...
He stops himself, struggling to find the right words.
I didn't mean anything I said, and I really hate that you think that I was trying to act like I'm your father because what we did, it's so precious to me.
The vulnerability in his voice is raw, laid bare. It's something he rarely allows to happen. A flicker of surprise crosses Sirius's face, then a hesitant echo of Remus's sentiment.
It's precious to me too.
He whispers, barely audible.
Good.
Remus says the word shaky but sincere.
Sirius, please, understand. Whatever Peter said to you, I swear. I'll fucking kill him if you want me to.
He has to physically stop and tighten his jaw because of the rage bubbling inside of him. He takes another deep breath.
Will you stay with me, please?
Sirius, his back still turned, whispers a hesitant.
Why?
Because
Words fail him.
Because I need you. Because you're captivating. A breath of fresh air that's shaken me to my core. Because in the space of 3 days, you've gotten under my skin in a way I never thought possible.
But it sounds trite, melodramatic. How do you confess feelings this raw, this unexpected to someone you've barely known a week? Besides, what's even the point of confessing if you don't even know what you want to do about it? Or even if there's something that can be done about it? He settles for a simpler truth, one that still reflects the turmoil within him.
I don't want you to go, Sirius. The thought of you leaving this place.
His voice trails off for a second.
I can't imagine what I'm going to do if you walk out of here.
Sirius finally turns, his face a mask of conflicting emotions. Remus can't decipher the storm brewing behind those stormy gray eyes. The silence stretches, taut and heavy. Right there, the lift dings. The sound cuts through the tension, the doors sliding open to reveal a grinning attendant.
Down, gentlemen,
he chirps. Awkward silence descends. Sirius flicks a glance at the attendant, then shakes his head negatively, ever so slightly. Relief washes over Remus as the attendant nods, a touch of confusion softening his smile before he retreats into the metal box, the doors sliding shut. Sirius meets Remus's gaze again, eyes blazing with a flicker of unshed tears.
You hurt me,
he says hoarsely. Remus's heart clenches.
Yes,
he admits.
I'm so sorry, Sirius.
Just don't do it again.
Sirius cuts him off, swallowing hard. Remus holds his gaze, a solemn vow forming in his chest.
I won't,
he murmurs. It's a promise he knows he'll die to keep. Chapter 4. City light bleeds through the curtains, casting an ethereal blue light over Sirius's bare skin. He's rocking his hips in a steady, lazy rhythm, a bead of sweat sliding from his hair and down his taut stomach. Remus squeezes his eyes shut, arching up to meet his movements.
Fuck, baby.
He sighs helplessly. Sirius's fingertips are pressing firmly against his chest, burning, probably bruising. With his lip caught between his teeth, Sirius lets out a muffled groan, jaw clenched as he grinds his hips slowly, so slowly, riding Remus's cock. Remus's toes get caught up in the sheets.
Daddy, oh God, you feel so good.
Sirius breathes, low and shaky. His cock, hard and leaking, is brushing against Remus's stomach, the tip glistening in the bluish light. Remus wraps his fingers firmly around Sirius's slim, delicate wrists. Those beautiful, beautiful wrists. And God, his heart is pounding so fast. He tries to pull Sirius closer, but Sirius shakes his head and closes his eyes, stays focused on his rhythm, as if nothing else exists but the way their bodies are moving together. Sirius rolls his hips, and Remus thrusts up to meet him, and is unable to contain the moan that slips from his lips.
God, I love hearing you, Daddy.
Sirius breathes out.
Am I making you feel good, Daddy? Does Daddy like the way I ride his big cock?
Remus knows the repetition of the word daddy is more than deliberate. and the fact that it has every bit of the desired effect over him is honestly infuriating. But also so hot. He slides his hands down to grip Sirius's thighs, digs in his nails just enough to leave faint crescents on his skin. He guided the boy initially, kept his hands on his hips, setting the pace and the depth, savoring every needy whimper and gasp he let out with each perfectly angled thrust. Now he's letting Sirius take over, find his own pace. And he's devastatingly good at it, moving his hips in a seamless, mesmerizing way, tearing Remus apart with each passing second.
I love it, baby. You're riding Daddy so good, so good.
I think this is my new favorite thing.
Sirius says in half moans that get a little bit higher when Remus snaps his hips, pushing in as far as he can go.
Right there, Daddy. Oh fuck, oh fuck.
He slurs, breathing in short, shaky gasps.
That good, baby boy. You're like fucking yourself on Daddy's cock.
Remus asks, striving really hard to keep that cool, unbothered tone on his voice that he knows has an effect on Sirius. But it's harder when he's feeling like he's the one balancing on edge, not the other way around. Sirius is the one keeping the rhythm, the angle, the depth this time. All he can do is lay here, buck his hips up and push into him. He's so tight, pulsing all around him, driving Remus insane.
Fuck yeah.
Sirius breathes out, heaving. His cheeks are rosy, pupils so blown, his gray eyes look practically black. And his lips, fuck, they're so plump from how much he's been biting on them. Remus thinks the only thing that could possibly make this better is if Sirius would lean down and kiss him. God, he wants to kiss Sirius so much, he fucking daydreams about how his lips would feel against his, about how his mouth would taste. The ridiculous no kisses rule is enraging. It makes absolutely no difference, does it? Even without kisses, Remus is undeniably becoming attached, and either he's completely lost his mind, or Sirius is too. So it's a stupid, pointless rule, and he wants to break it, but he can't. It's the one line Sirius has drawn, and Remus already pushed him too far today. The memory of their fight twists his gut. Fuck, he almost lost this boy. For good. And all because he was stupid and cruel, and God forbid if he's ever going to do anything to hurt Sirius again. The silence afterwards was suffocating, but after a shared meal and an old film on the TV, a flicker of Sirius's usual lightheartedness returned, and Remus felt more comfortable too. Suddenly Sirius was curling up to his lap, leaning in to whisper, his voice a touch too sweet.
You know, Daddy, there's something I've been wanting to do since our first night together.
He murmured, his eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings.
Think you might let me, please?
And that's what got them here, in this inhumanely long fuck session, with Sirius moving his hips so slowly, so perfectly, so fucking deliciously over and over again on Remus's cock, and Remus feels like he might be dying, really, drowning in raw pleasure. His skin is slick with sweat, his stomach dampens in the pre-cum that leaks from Sirius's neglected cock, and he can't think straight. His brain is not working. Remus's hands glide over Sirius's shoulders, down his spine, feeling the bones just beneath his skin. His palms settle over Sirius's arse, fingers slipping further until he finds the place where Sirius is stretched and filled. Sirius jerks at the touch, Remus's fingers exploring the slick warmth around the base of his cock, buried deep inside him. Gently, Remus presses the tip of his finger in.
No, Daddy, gonna come if you do that.
Sirius whimpers, his voice is trembling, but it's firm. He's enjoying playing like he's the one in control. Remus smiles smugly, licking his lips.
Good, baby boy. Come on, Daddy's cock.
Sirius leans in, pressing their foreheads together. He looks like he's trying to catch his breath. He shakes his head.
No, I told Daddy, I make Daddy come first.
He says in God, when he's so jelly-brained, as he puts it, that he starts phrasing things like that. It does things to Remus.
Don't have to, baby.
Remus insists because, really, the slow pace is so good, but it's driving him insane. It's delicious, but not enough to tip him over the edge, and he's really striving not to turn them over and just fuck Sirius against the mattress, hard and fast, until they both come.
Please, Daddy, I want to...
Sirius gasps out, straightening himself, keeping one hand on Remus's chest for balance.
Daddy always takes such good care of me. I want to take care of Daddy.
And fuck, if there's anything Sirius could ask him right now that he wouldn't concede. He's incapable of saying no.
Okay, baby,
he says, pulling his hand back.
You can make Daddy come.
Sirius smiles at him in mock innocence.
Thank you, Daddy.
He settles into a steady, torturous pace, and Remus holds his hips firmly, thumbs tracing the sharp lines of his hip bones as they move. One hip is bruised from earlier when Remus bit and sucked at it as he undressed him. He presses a thumb against the red mark, and Sirius's breath hitches. He rolls his head back, moaning.
Daddy, daddy, fuck!
He starts moving faster, sounding so filthy and so eager. God. Remus feels his eyes closing, his whole body being engulfed in this sensation, buzzing with electricity, but unable to find release. The energy just dances under his skin, all around him, with nowhere to go. It's overwhelming, and he feels like he might die, or if not that, at least pass out. He hears Sirius giggling.
Are you still with me, Daddy?
Fuck, he's got Remus right where he wants him. And Remus would stay here forever too, being deliciously tortured like this, if that was what Sirius wanted from him. What he sees when he opens his eyes almost tips him over the edge. Almost. Sirius looks perfect, his long torso moving sinuously along with his hips, his boyish chest glistening with sweat. He looks down at Remus with the filthiest little smile, like he's having the time of his life with this little scene. His hair is disheveled, his thighs are straining, his cock is leaking. He's so hard from fucking himself on Remus, but he doesn't stop, never breaks the rhythm.
Baby, right here.
He manages to say because honestly, he might be understanding what Sirius means by jelly brain. It feels like he's not able to construct one single coherent thought right now. Sirius's pace is steadily increasing, and Remus tries to keep up, to push up every time he comes down, but he feels that his hips have resorted to irregular and uncoordinated thrusts now. Just a sporadic response to the movement that's making him see stars.
Are you close, Daddy?
Sirius asks, and he's such a brat because he knows that Remus has been close for a long time now. He's been holding him here on the edge on purpose for what feels like hours.
Yeah, baby, Daddy's close.
Is what he goes for, but he's not sure if the words that actually leave his mouth are coherent at all.
Should I go faster, Daddy?
The boy teases again, dripping with mock innocence. And the word leaves his mouth before he can even process it.
Please.
He whines and fuck. He is begging. He's not the one who should be begging here. That's not how this works. But suddenly, it doesn't matter anymore, because Sirius picks up his pace, letting himself slam down on Remus's cock, the muscles of his thighs trembling on the side of Remus's hips.
Oh God, oh God.
Sirius moans, and it's probably harder for him to hold himself from coming at this pace, but Remus can't pay attention to that. He can't think. He feels his head sinking down into the pillows, every inch of his skin feeling electric, sensitive to the touch.
Sirius,
He tries to say, but the words get lost. The bed is creaking loudly. Both of Sirius's hands are pressed against Remus's chest for balance, heels pressing into the skin as he keeps riding, faster and harder now. Remus feels his own hands moving to the sheets, gathering up balls of fabric, closing into fists around them, squeezing as hard as possible. His entire body is vibrating, short moans escaping from his lips as Sirius moves.
Baby,
He tries again, but the fire that's been circling on his veins has found its way to his throat now, and it's cutting off air. He can't breathe, can't think. All that exists is Sirius sinking down onto his cock, tight and hot around him, fast, trembling, moaning, shaking.
Fuck, that's it, Daddy. Come on.
Remus hears Sirius's voice, but it's distant, it's blurred, it's hard to make out the words through the explosion of pleasure that hits him, soaring his ears. And it's mind-blowing, rattling through him, reorganizing his molecules, and he's sure he'll never be the same again after this. It just goes on and on and on, and even when he knows it's physically impossible, he keeps coming, keeps coming. He'd never known why they call it a little death, but suddenly he does. When he opens his eyes again, Sirius is still moving, slower now, chest heaving, flushed and sweaty, a proud smile on his half-open lips.
Was that good, Daddy?
He asks, and fuck, Remus wants to ruin him just as much as he's just been ruined. He's not sure where he finds the strength, but with one swift and seamless motion, he's sliding out and flipping them over, so Sirius is under him now. The boy gasps at the sudden movement, then giggles as Remus shoots him a predatory look.
My turn.
He says simply, because complex dirty talking seems too much for his brain to process right now. Two of his fingers find their way into Sirius's hole and Remus sinks down, fitting his whole cock into his mouth at once. Sirius moans and curls his legs around Remus's head. The boy is close too, clearly, and all he needs is a few bobs of Remus's head until he's coming, grasping fistfuls of Remus's hair, screaming,
Daddy, Daddy, Daddy.
like a little prayer. Remus yanks the used condom off and ties it with a knot, tossing it on the floor to be dealt with later. Then he lays down beside Sirius and nestles the boy on his chest, pulling a sheet to cover their bodies. It's quiet for a moment, just their breaths evening out, their heartbeats slowing down.
I'm sorry, you know.
Sirius says after a beat of silence.
About what I said about this. I know it's not like that.
He takes a breath, meeting Remus's gaze.
I just got a bit riled up. I tend to get a bit sharp when I'm angry. Sorry.
Well, you had every right to be angry. I was a right git. Shouldn't have spoken to you like that.
You definitely shouldn't.
Sirius agrees.
But I could have handled it better too. Shouldn't have shut you down before you could explain.
Remus swallows hard.
I'm not justifying myself, please. Wouldn't want you to think that, but, well, I'm rubbish at dealing with conflict. Like, utterly rubbish.
He shakes his head, staring at the ceiling.
I just shut down, go all cold and distant, then spend ages regretting everything I said. Think you saw that at that dinner the other night, and again tonight. And I'm sorry it was aimed at you this time, because you didn't deserve it.
I get it.
Sirius squeezes Remus's hand gently.
Seriously, I handled the whole thing terribly. I should have just asked you.
I didn't want to tell him, I swear.
Remus turns his head, meeting Sirius's gaze.
The guy was obsessed with some crackpot conspiracy. Thought you were some industrial spy or something, feeding information to Weasley. He wanted to run a background check on you. I was just trying to stop him.
A background check?
Sirius echoes, eyebrows furrowed.
Yes. I figured it would have been worse. A breach of your privacy. Didn't want him going through your past.
Remus explains, shifting slightly to create some space between them. They lie on their sides now, facing each other on separate pillows.
You're right,
Sirius says, a little amused.
If I found out someone ran a fucking background check on me, I'd probably never want to see them again.
Yeah, well,
Remus smiles.
Couldn't have that happening, could I?
Sirius furrows his brows, a fleeting confusion clouding his eyes. It dawns on Remus that his casual comment might have just implied that he wants to see Sirius again. They haven't discussed what happens after this week, and a knot of apprehension forms in his gut. He can't bear the thought of letting Sirius go, but he also can't see how this could possibly work between them outside of the current arrangement. Thinking that it's better to put that off for now, he goes for another question that has been bothering him for a while.
So?
He starts cautiously, searching for the right words.
What exactly did Peter say to you?
Sirius sighs and flops onto his back, staring at the ceiling.
Honestly, nothing much. Just heavily hinted that he and I should get together once you're back in London.
What?
Remus shoots upright, completely shocked. For one, nothing had ever given him the impression that Peter was queer before, so that's quite surprising. But the real gut punch comes with the image of Peter's greasy hands anywhere near Sirius. That makes his blood boil in a way he never felt before.
Did he touch you?
No.
Sirius yelps, a bit panicked. He flinches slightly, then clarifies.
Well, yeah, a little. On the shoulder, thankfully. Gross, right?
He tries to lighten the mood with a forced laugh, but it falls flat. Remus remains unfazed.
The bloody nerve. I'll sack the slimy git. Hell, I might kill him.
He realizes he's shouting, a stark contrast to his usual composure. A cold fury burns in his chest, a tightness rising in his throat as his body trembles. He doesn't understand this raw primal surge of anger. A gentle hand clamps on his shoulder, grounding him ever so slightly.
Hey, easy now.
Sirius soothes, concerned.
Look, Peter's a grade A jerk, but isn't he, important to this whole Weasley business? You can't just fire him. It'll blow the whole thing wide open.
I don't care.
Remus snaps, his movement so forceful Sirius withdraws his hand with a wince. Taking a deep breath, he forces his voice down a notch and reaches out, gently touching Sirius's hand.
He put his hands on you, Sirius.
It was nothing. Just a shoulder pat. Believe me, I've dealt with a lot worse.
The emphasis he puts on a lot, raising his eyebrows, widening his eyes, is probably meant to soothe Remus, but just makes him even more bothered.
You can't throw this whole thing away because of me, Remus. I'm not worth it.
Of course you are.
Listen to me.
Sirius interrupts, placing his hands firmly on Remus's shoulders.
There's no way you're losing millions over this. No way. If you want to fire him later, after all this is done, then fine. But not now. And definitely not because of me. I won't have it.
His voice leaves no place for arguments.
I'm not worth it.
Remus simply stares at him, jaw clenched.
All right, fine.
He forces out through gritted teeth.
Fine.
Sirius echoes, flinging himself back onto the pillows with a huff. Remus takes a long, calming breath before settling back down. The fiery rage in his veins subsides, leaving a dull ache of anger. In a soft voice, he murmurs,
I hate that you think you're not worth it.
There's a rustle of sheets as Sirius shifts to face him. Remus follows suit, their eyes meeting. Sirius holds his gaze for a beat, then offers a lopsided smile.
Well,
he says with a shrug.
When they tell you that your whole life, it kind of sticks.
And Remus thinks this is the most heartbreaking thing he has ever heard in his life.
What? How did you end up here, Sirius?
He finally gathers up the courage to ask. Sirius lets out a hollow chuckle.
Funny story, actually. Bloke pulls up in this flashy car, needs directions. You wouldn't believe it. Couldn't drive the thing for the life of him.
He starts, his tone some kind of fake, light-hearted thing, like he's being interviewed in a late-night show. Remus cuts in, his gaze unwavering.
No, you know what I mean.
The smile slides off Sirius's face. He sighs, running a hand through his hair.
Look, it's a long story, one you probably wouldn't care to hear.
I do.
Remus insists, his voice softer now.
Honestly, Sirius, I care. I messed up before, broke your trust, I know that. But I do want to hear it, if you're willing to tell me.
Sirius nods curtly.
Right, well, if you insist.
He shuffles onto his back and staring up at the ceiling.
I've had a fancy upbringing. My family's very rich. But I think you've gathered that much, didn't you?
I did.
I'm usually much better at hiding that. I don't know what's with me this week.
He snorts, then goes back to his quiet tone as he continues the story.
My dad's a big-shot lawyer. They had this whole plan laid out for me from the day that I was born. Top grades, Oxford law, inherit the whole practice.
You mentioned that to Bill Weasley the other night. I didn't know if you were making it up.
Nope.
Sirius pops the pea with a small, humorless laugh.
But yeah, they wanted me to be this mold, you see. But I never fit the role. Even as a kid, they made it abundantly clear I was their worst disappointment. I tried to play the part at first, but nothing I did was ever good enough. And then...
He trails off, raising a hand towards the ceiling like he's tracing constellations. The moonlight filtering through the curtains casts fleeting blue shadows on his pale skin.
Funny thing, since I bolted from that place, I've thought about it a lot. Had a social worker who hooked me up with a shrink once. Long story short, I reckon I started acting out just to get a reaction, you know? Bunch of nannies and tutors raising me. I figured out early on the only way to get their attention was to misbehave.
Remus gives a low hum in acknowledgement, unsure of how to respond. Sirius shakes his head, dropping his hand and resting it on his chest.
Right, well, anyway, I turned into a right nightmare. Nannies quit left and right, couldn't handle the chaos. Pranks, tantrums, wrecking things, the whole shebang. I got kicked out of more schools than I care to admit. A proper problem child, they called me. First they'd punish me, physically.
He pauses, a flicker of pain crossing his features, avoiding eye contact. Clearly uncomfortable. Remus wants to ask how bad it was, but he assumes from the tone of Sirius's voice that it was pretty bad.
And that gave me the rush of attention I wanted, I guess. But after a while they started to ignore me, lock me away, ship me off to some posh school. It became almost a cycle. I'd act out because I was ignored, and they'd ignore me harder because I acted out. You get the gist.
The anger and hurt in Sirius's words are palpable. Remus can't stay silent any longer. He reaches out, his hand hovering over Sirius's for a moment before gently squeezing it.
That's awful, Sirius. No child deserves that.
Sirius squeezes back.
So when I was 15...
He continues, voice dropping a notch.
Another expulsion. Another posh school. And that's where I met him.
Remus remembers him mentioning this episode the day before, in the tub.
Everyone cracks jokes about boarding schools being dens of iniquity and homosexuality, but I guess in my experience, they really are.
He adds with a strained laugh that doesn't quite reach his eyes. Remus attempts a similar sound, but it's hard to find something funny when your heart is breaking so hard.
Anyway,
Sirius pushes on.
He was my first everything. Naive as I was, I thought it was love. He probably thought he loved me too, but then obviously, we got caught.
He turns to face Remus, his gray eyes showing a vulnerability Remus has only seen in very specific moments of their shared intimacy.
My dad was so mad, furious beyond anything I'd ever witnessed, and I was quite the expert at provoking their wrath, mind you.
He lets out another humorless scoff.
They dragged me out of that school, and most of what followed is a blur. Probably a good thing. But he beat me up so bad I woke up in a hospital later. I had broken ribs, arms, bruised.
Remus's voice tightens with anger.
And no one questioned it. The police didn't get involved.
Well, yeah. Some nurses asked questions, tried to report it. But he's a very rich and powerful man.
Sirius says.
Very influential. He got it buried, of course. The family name comes before everything to those people.
His voice drips with contempt.
He kept saying that, that I'd ruined the family name, disgraced them with my disgusting inclinations. Apparently nearly beating your own son to death is a lesser sin than being a poof.
Remus reaches out, gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind Sirius's ear.
I can't imagine what that was like for you. How'd you escape?
Sirius lets out a hollow laugh.
Funny thing.
He says, the word filled with a bitterness that belies any humor.
We plan to run away, my boyfriend and I.
He says the word boyfriend as if he thinks it's funny now.
I'd been saving for months, nicking trinkets, winning card games against the other posh gits, built up a decent stash. So, the day I left the hospital, I packed a bag and climbed out the window that night. Honestly,
he swallows hard.
I figured that house would be the death of me if I stayed another minute.
Remus hesitates.
So, you ran away with your boyfriend then?
It never occurred to him that Sirius might have a significant other.
Is that the James you mentioned?
What James? No.
He laughs. Like the idea that James might be his boyfriend is the most ludicrous thing he can possibly imagine. Relief washes over Remus for some reason he can't explain.
No. I tried contacting him from the hospital. Countless times. Finally got him on the phone, and he told me to forget it. That we weren't anything. I was furious and heartbroken, of course. But now I see it clearer. He probably was doing what his parents told him to.
Remus nods, his own past experiences coloring his understanding.
Survival sometimes means blending in.
He offers quietly.
Yes, and it's probably smart to do so.
Sirius muses.
If I wasn't so, then maybe I wouldn't be here.
Hey, no.
Remus reaches out, firm but gentle.
Don't blame yourself. None of it was your fault, ever.
He cups Sirius's face, forcing eye contact.
It was theirs. And every situation is different. You were very brave, Sirius. You also did what you had to do to survive.
Sirius just stares back at him for a while.
Okay, yeah,
he says finally.
Thanks for saying that.
There's an awkward silence, and then Sirius smiles again.
Do you want to hear the rest? I can stop if I'm depressing you too much or something.
No, of course, go on.
So, I had some money and I couldn't stay in London, because my folks would eventually find me, for sure. So, I bought a bus ticket, and I ended up here in Manchester. And I stayed in a hotel for a while, which was a stupid waste of money, but I had no idea what I was even doing. And then I met James,
he says. As he's reaching that part of the story, Remus realizes his expression is getting lighter, like it's easier to keep talking.
My mate, James.
He adds, putting emphasis on the word mate.
Not boyfriend, got it?
Remus says, chuckling, and Sirius chuckles too.
Definitely not boyfriend.
Remus is glad the mood between them is lighter now, with the Peter situation settled, though he's still considering firing the son of a bitch first thing in the morning. The worst of Sirius's story seems to be over, and lying here in the dark, facing each other, sharing secrets, almost makes him feel like they're teenagers in a slumber party.
Anyway,
Sirius starts again.
I met James in a soup kitchen a week after I left home. 2 years older, practically took me in. Wouldn't have made it without him, that's for sure. He's a runaway himself, Been on his own since 14.
As Sirius talks about James, a smile spreads across his face, his eyes gleaming. The warmth in his voice tells Remus they're incredibly close. It doesn't make him feel jealous at all, just makes him happy. Sirius has someone in his corner.
Does James work in the same line as you?
Remus asks. Sirius laughs. Not just a chuckle, he turns on his back, clutching his stomach and kicking his legs while he laughs. Remus stares at him, dumbfounded. What's so funny? Finally, he catches his breath and turns back to face Remus.
Oh, God. I guess there's something I got to come clean about.
Oh, God, what?
Remus asks, brow furrowed in confusion.
Okay, I'm sorry.
He says, and he's still laughing a bit.
I might have misguided you a bit on, how much of a professional I actually am.
Remus lets out a nervous chuckle.
What do you mean?
Sirius avoids eye contact, fiddling with the edge of the sheet.
This?
He mutters the word barely audible.
I don't do this often.
Remus can't help but stare, surprise flickering across his face. Sirius seems to take it as horror.
No, I mean,
He stumbles over his words.
I have done it before. You're not my first client, but just a handful of times, really. Sex, at least.
His voice drops to a whisper.
There were other things, blowjobs, handjobs, those more often, but still, not a lot.
Remus says because he can't think of words to follow this confession.
Are you mad?
Sirius asks, clearly full of insecurity. Remus frowns, genuinely confused.
No, why would I be mad?
I don't know.
Sirius mumbles, cheeks flushing a faint red in the darkness.
Maybe you think I misled you, that you hired me, and I've lied on my resume or something.
He lets out a self-deprecating chuckle.
Sirius, what? No, first of all, I didn't ask for any references, so...
He says, continuing the job application metaphor. A genuine laugh escapes Sirius's lips.
No, I'm not mad. Honestly, I'm relieved, actually.
Sirius raises an eyebrow, the playful glint returning to his eyes.
Relieved. Are you feeling special, Daddy?
He nudges Remus playfully with his foot under the covers.
Not like that.
Remus protests, returning the playful kick.
I just meant, I'm glad you don't have to do this often. It can't be nice.
Sometimes it's nice.
Sirius whispers, a finger brushing against Remus's stubble as he reaches up to touch his cheek.
But no, not always, not really, not until...
He trails off, the sentence unfinished. His gaze flickers away, he retracts his hand.
It's nice for me too.
Remus says stupidly because nice doesn't even begin to describe it. Sirius meets his eyes again and smiles. Small, but doesn't say anything else.
So why then? With me? You said you don't do this often. Why did you approach my car that night?
Oh, for the same reason I always do it whenever I do it. I needed money.
Sirius says, shrugging like it's nothing. Remus feels a pang of guilt. Here he was, indulging in luxuries while Sirius.
We do a lot of odd jobs here and there. Restaurants, parking lots, car washes, anything that pays. But it's not easy, you know, with no qualifications, no experience. And you've got to make rent, you know, because not making rent is worse, so...
A beat of silence hangs between them.
James does it too.
Remus asks softly, already knowing the answer. Sirius fixes him with a sad smile.
Yeah, him more than me. Even before we met. He tried to shield me at first. I was younger. He didn't want me in it at all. But I couldn't just let him carry everything, you know. Not fair.
Remus's voice drops thick with guilt.
Well, I can't help but feel like I contributed to that situation. Honestly, I swear this was all new to me. The other night, I was just lost and...
Sirius reaches out to touch his shoulder.
It's okay, Remus, I can tell.
Remus groans, burying his face in the pillow.
God, I feel terrible about it.
Sirius props himself up on his elbow, reaching out to nudge Remus's chin with his finger, urging him to look back.
Don't be like that,
he says gently.
Rent was due, and let's be honest, if it wasn't you, it would have been someone else. But...
He hesitates, a flicker of something warm in his eyes.
I'm glad it was you. And honestly, it's not just about the money anymore. I'm enjoying this too, you know, being here with you.
Remus tilts his head to the side to look Sirius in the eye.
Well, as long as you're enjoying it,
he says. Sirius chuckles and shakes his head, falling back down on the mattress. Remus thinks for a moment.
What you mentioned to Weasley the other night about wanting to go to university, was that serious?
Sirius lets out a defeated sigh.
Yeah, I guess part of it was...
He admits, both of them now staring up at the darkness of the ceiling.
Running away happened right in the middle of my year 11, before I could even take the GCSEs. Honestly, it comes up a lot. The thought of maybe taking a prep course because I don't remember shit.
He laughs.
A not-so-distant dream, I guess. That's actually what I was thinking about spending the,
He hesitates, swallowing hard.
Part of the 4,000 quid on. But university? Yeah, I'd love to. Who wouldn't? It's just, well, after the GCSEs, there'd be the A-levels, applications, and the whole process. Not to mention the time and the money. It's just...
You said you'd like to study art.
Remus points out, turning on the bed to look at the boy. He remembers it clearly from the conversation Sirius had with Bill Weasley, because that fact had stayed with him since that day.
Yeah, I would.
Sirius says, turning to face Remus too.
I always loved drawing, you know. My posh parents even paid for private lessons once. Reg got polo, me, it was painting.
A small smile tugs at his lips, a hint of a childhood memory untainted by hardship.
Funny thing, the one perk I miss most about having money is that we would take vacations every year, visit other cities, and I got to go to different museums.
He has a dreamlike twinkle in his eye.
Can't even remember the last time I stepped foot in one now.
What's your favorite one?
Remus asks, trying to keep Sirius talking about the things that he loves. That might just be his new favorite thing to watch.
I don't know. What a hard question.
He exclaims, then makes a thoughtful expression.
We went to Paris a lot. My father's family is, French. Mum's too, actually, because they are actual cousins.
He throws his head back and laughs as Remus lets out a surprised gasp.
Yeah, I know. I'm an inbred child, so gross. Anyway, the Louvre was great, of course, but l'Orangerie always stole my heart. The Nymphaeus are just, I don't know, used to stare at them for hours.
Remus can't help but smile, a genuine warmth spreading through him. He sees a different side of Sirius now, a boy with dreams and passions buried beneath the weight of his circumstances. It feels good, getting to know him like this, but it also feels dangerous. If he was already walking a thin line before, then now.
Well,
he says, unable to hold back a yawn.
Maybe you'll get to go again sometime.
Maybe.
Sirius muses.
What time is it?
Remus turns to look at the clock on the nightstand.
Oh fuck. It's past 3 already. Early start tomorrow. We should probably get some sleep.
Yeah, sure.
Sirius nods.
Thanks for the talk. I never talk about this with anyone, and it was nice.
Remus smiles.
Come here.
Sirius nods silently, burrowing closer to Remus's warmth. Remus wraps his arms around him, a gentle kiss landing on Sirius's temple.
I think you're brilliant, and I'm sorry for everything that happened to you. I truly hope you get the chance to go back to school, to university, and visit all those museums again.
Sirius doesn't reply with words, but the way he squeezes Remus tighter speaks volumes. Work's a nightmare this morning. Remus has had barely any sleep, which isn't new, but usually stress and workload are the culprits. The past few nights with Sirius have added a different kind of sleep deprivation, though. A welcome kind, admittedly. But it's not the lack of sleep messing with his head. It's all the doubts and questions swirling around, hammering in his head. One in particular screams louder than the others, echoing like a song stuck on repeat, with no answers in sight.
What are you doing, Remus? Where's this all leading?
For a man who thrives on control, the entire situation is incredibly uncomfortable. Everything in his life is usually meticulously planned. Everything has its place. But now what he wants and what seems realistically attainable are worlds apart. He'd never knowingly place himself in such a situation, yet somehow, here he is. But first, it was just a ride. Then it was just a one-night stand. Then it was just a business agreement for a week. Now he doesn't know what the fuck it is anymore. He knows a few things, though. He knows he likes Sirius more than it's entirely sensible. He knows every fiber of his being, every thrum of his heart, yearns for a way to keep seeing him after the week ends. He knows he'd bend over backwards, do whatever it takes to make that happen. But he also knows it can't happen like this week did. Like a business arrangement, a financial transaction. Payment must be removed from the equation for any chance of a real anything to blossom. What he doesn't know is how on earth could this possibly work long term. Their lives are worlds apart, and every attempt Remus makes to help Sirius will certainly teeter on the edge of becoming a financial arrangement. And then there's the even bigger complication. What the hell does Sirius even want anyway? Because maybe he does want financial compensation, a sugar daddy situation. It's a possibility, though Remus has a hunch Sirius is too fiercely independent to swallow that long term. But does Sirius even want to see him beyond this week? Is there a future for them, any kind of dynamic, once the agreement is over? Remus thinks so. Sirius drops hints, subtle but telling. Just last night, the way he brushed his fingers over Remus's cheek, the husky whisper that he found this nice, enjoyable, precious, mirroring Remus's own feelings. But how nice, how precious? It's difficult to say for sure. And then there's Peter. Remus has avoided running into Peter this morning, afraid he might risk losing his clean record and jump on the bloke's throat in the middle of the office. Sirius made him swear again this morning. No drastic measures like firing Peter, not until the Weasley deal is done. The boy didn't want him to mention anything to Peter at all, but Remus doesn't think even he can be that cold-blooded. At least on this front, Remus has a plan. Steer clear of the man until the negotiations wrap up, which is practically any minute now. Then someone else can handle giving Peter the boot once he's back in London. If all goes well, Remus might just be done with Peter for good. A knock shatters the peace, and Peter slides in, a sickening grin plastered on his face. There goes avoiding him.
Morning, Remus. Didn't catch you earlier. Thought we'd nail down those talking points.
Peter trails off. Remus forces a deep breath, conjuring the memory of Sirius's hand gently stroking his leg, soothing him.
Right, sorry about that. Paperwork got a bit out of control, you know how it is. Let's get to it, shall we?
He throws on his best mask of composure, years of practice making it seamless. Peter settles into the chair opposite him. He smirks.
Turns out you were spot on about Weasley. Bloke mortgaged everything, even his boxers, to secure a loan from the bank.
He lets out a laugh, a harsh, joyless sound. Remus might have found it funny last week, but right now it leaves a sour taste in his mouth.
And not just any bank, mind you.
Peter continues, milking the suspense.
Gringotts Trust.
Remus pins him with a stare. He knows Peter's fishing for a reaction. If Weasley's scrambling for a Gringotts loan to buy back his shares, then the deal is practically theirs. One call from him, and the bank will slam the door shut on that loan in a heartbeat. But now it just feels like such a low blow. Remus grunts a non-committal,
Nah.
dropping his gaze to the mess of papers and spreadsheets sprawled across his desk. Peter plows on.
Goes without saying then. Their loyalty lies with you, not old Arthur. All you have to do is pick up the phone.
Remus finds himself fixated on a doodle he'd absent-mindedly scrawled on a spreadsheet corner before Peter's arrival. A simple stack of bricks forming a miniature wall.
Yeah.
He manages with a breathy sigh. He flicks his gaze across the other papers. There it is again, the same doodle. A miniature brick wall, sketched unconsciously on the corner of a page in his Filofax, on the back of the fax he received this morning, on a business card someone from the polo match gave him. Just stacks of brick, everywhere. Peter shifts on his chair and leans in towards him.
Remus, mind if I say something?
He starts concerned.
What the hell is wrong with you this week? 'Cause if you don't call the bank, Weasley might just wriggle out of this. You know that, right?
Sirius's voice echoes in his mind, a memory from their first morning together, just 3 days ago, yet feeling like a lifetime.
So you don't actually make anything or build anything. You just buy companies.
Remus meets Peter's gaze, a slow smile tugging at his lips.
You know what I used to love as a kid, Peter?
Peter's expression is a confusing mix of concern, annoyance, and simmering anger.
What?
He asks impatiently.
Blocks.
Remus replies, picking up a stack of bright yellow post-it notepads and carefully arranging them on his desk, one on top of the other, like miniature bricks.
Building blocks.
Peter scoffs.
So, I liked Monopoly. What's the point?
You don't actually make anything or build anything.
Sirius says inside his head.
You just buy companies.
We don't build anything, Peter. We don't make anything. We just buy companies.
He says at last, admiring his little post-it pad wall.
And then we destroy them.
With a flick of his wrist, he sends the entire post-it wall crashing down, the bright yellow squares scattering across his desk. Peter gets up from his chair with an exasperated huff.
We make money, Remus.
He throws his hands up in the air.
A year of work on this. It's what you said you wanted, and I'm handing it to you on a silver platter.
He says, leaning over Remus's desk to look down at him with a predatory glint in his eyes.
Weasley's jugular's exposed. Time for the kill. Let's finish this.
He gives a pointed look towards the phone on top of Remus's desk.
Call the bank.
Remus holds his gaze for a moment, breathing in and out a few times. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, he reaches for the phone. When his fingers brush the cool plastic, Peter lets out a relieved laugh that grates on Remus's nerves. He settles back on his chair, crossing his legs with a smug superiority, watching Remus like a hawk. Remus dials the number. 1 ring, 2 rings.
Hello?
Sirius says on the other side. His voice is thick with sleep. He probably went back to bed for a nap after Remus left.
Hey, was wondering if you were home.
His voice is softer when he talks to Sirius. He refers to the hotel as home again. He doesn't know why he keeps doing that. The moment the words leave his mouth, Peter widens his eyes, a flicker of confusion and suspicion crossing his face. He sits up straighter in his chair, the smugness replaced with a tense alertness.
Yeah, I was taking a nap.
Sirius giggles.
Is everything okay, Daddy?
He makes a point of looking Peter straight in the eyes when he responds.
Everything is fine, baby. Listen, I'm going to need you to pack us both an overnight bag. Just casual clothes. We're going on a little trip. I'll be there at 3.
Peter scoffs in front of him, clearly exasperated. He gets up from his chair again, hands running through his thinning hair.
A little trip?
Sirius echoes.
Where? Is it business?
No, it's not business, baby boy.
Remus's eyes drop down to the phone now, almost forgetting Peter is in the room, unable to contain a smile.
It's a surprise.
Oh, how mysterious, Daddy.
Sirius says playfully.
Okay then, can't wait. See you soon.
Me neither. See you soon.
He clicks off the phone, looking up to see Peter staring at him.
Remus, for fuck's sake.
Peter explodes, desperate.
You can't just disappear now, we're in this too deep. You have to call the bank.
Remus remains motionless, the phone receiver still clutched in his hand. He uses his finger to hold the line open, waiting for Peter to leave so he can follow through with his plan.
It's fine, Peter,
he says, striving to remain calm.
Weasley isn't going anywhere. I'll be back here tomorrow.
The forced calmness only fuels Peter's frustration.
Where are you going?
He demands, his frown deepening into a scowl.
I have a date?
Remus says simply.
What, with your hooker?
Peter sputters, disgust and bewilderment still color his tone. Remus slams the phone down on the base with a heavy thud, the sound echoing in the tense silence of the room. He rises from his chair, his imposing figure towering over the flustered Peter.
That hooker,
Remus grits out, each word laced with icy anger,
is the only reason you haven't been shown the door. Because he begged me not to sack you, after he saw how angry I was when he told me what you said to him at the polo match.
Remus cuts himself off, taking a deep breath to regain composure. The vein in his temple throbs visibly.
So, I suggest you be careful, Peter. Focus on your job description and learn to keep your opinions about my personal life to yourself.
Peter holds Remus's gaze for a beat, his defiance slowly withering under the weight of Remus's words. He opens his mouth to retort, then closes it again. With a defeated sigh, he turns on his heel and exits the room, slamming the door shut behind him. Remus remains standing for a moment, the echo of the slam vibrating through the tense silence. Blood is rushing through his ears. He conjures the image of Sirius squeezing his leg, holding his hand once more. He lets out a slow breath, the anger slowly receding. He sits down and picks up the phone again, his voice regaining its composure as he dials.
Sally,
he says after waiting for his secretary to pick up.
Hi, it's me. I need your help with something.
He can hear the rustle of a notepad and pen on the other end.
I have a contact in Paris I need you to connect me with, and then you'll need to make some last-minute travel arrangements for me.
So, where are we going?
Sirius asks him for the third time, grinning widely. Remus barely contains his smile.
Like I said, baby boy, it's a surprise.
The limo whisks them through Manchester, heading airport bound, although Sirius remains unaware of that for now. He'll figure it out soon enough, Remus reckons. Sirius cuts a striking figure today, a rebel with just a touch of posh, since they're not going to any posh event this time. He's decked out in a sharp pair of designer jeans, a graphic tee that has "Boys Don't Cry" emblazoned across the chest, and a classic black leather jacket that smells like the real deal. Gone are the battered combat boots Remus first saw him in. He's got new ones. His shades perch nonchalantly on his shirt collar, and the watch Remus surprised him with the day before peeks out from under his sleeve. The air around him carries a subtle whiff of green Irish tweed, the fancy cologne Remus couldn't resist buying for him after he liked the free sample so much. He looks effortlessly cool, like he always does, except he's more authentic today. That's probably how he would dress all the time, if he had the money and the choice. Remus can't help but feel a flicker of warmth settle in his gut, a quiet satisfaction at having treated him to these little luxuries. Whatever happens at the end of this week, at least he's managed to spoil this boy a little.
All right, give me a clue, at least then.
Sirius pleads, gray eyes widening like a little puppy's.
The clue, baby, is that it's somewhere you've mentioned fancying a trip to before.
Sirius scrunches his brow in concentration as he wrestles with the memory.
What? I have no idea.
He whines, frustrated. Remus lets out a soft chuckle, his gaze lingering on Sirius's face. He leans in, placing a gentle kiss on his temple and keeping him close.
Patience, baby. You'll see soon enough.
Sirius reaches out, his fingers brushing against Remus's cheek, caressing his stubble.
Hey, Remus,
he says against the man's neck.
Just in case I forget to say it later, I really enjoyed myself tonight.
Remus's breath catches in his throat for a moment. He takes a measured inhale, trying to tamp down the surge of emotions. This morning, faced with the stark reality of having no plan, no possible plan, for what happens after their week together is up, a decision solidified. The only thing within his control is to savor every remaining moment. That at least he can manage, unlike the swirling questions and anxieties intensifying with each passing day closer to Sunday. So Remus did what he does best. He planned. An impromptu getaway, a chance to relish Sirius's company outside the messy web of Weasley-Peter negotiations, to a place he's sure Sirius will enjoy.
Wait.
Sirius barks, scrambling away from Remus and towards the window a few minutes later. His eyes widen like saucers.
I know where we are. We're at the airport.
He spins around, jaw slack with dawning realization.
Are we actually flying somewhere?
Yes, we are flying.
Remus smiles like a man who holds a secret.
Why?
Sirius asks, peering out the window as Marvin, the chauffeur, navigates the limo through a private access gate. Beyond the gates, a sleek private jet gleams on the tarmac.
Where are we going?
Well, wouldn't be much fun getting to Paris by car, would it? It'd take too long. We must be back by the morning.
Remus teases, enjoying the anticipation building in Sirius's eyes.
Paris.
Sirius echoes disbelievingly.
You're taking me to Paris, just like that?
Remus slides closer, his arms encircling Sirius's waist. He nuzzles the top of his head, a low murmur escaping his lips.
Yes, baby, just like that.
Parisian twilight bathes the city as they touch down, roughly an hour before sunset. Sally's meticulous planning, as always, ensured a seamless arrival. Stepping off the jet, they're greeted by another waiting limo. Thankfully, their French driver, Eric, speaks enough English for easy conversation, a blessing considering Remus's rusty French. The city sprawls out before them, but the car journey feels almost as long as the flight itself, thanks to the Parisian rush hour. Soft jazz plays in the background, and a complimentary bottle of champagne sits between them. Sirius, however, remains oblivious to these indulgences. His gaze is glued to the cityscape, his brow furrowed in concentration as he tries to decipher their destination.
I bet you're taking me to dinner,
he says, a hopeful glint in his eyes.
Somewhere posh like that place on Monday.
Remus's hand slides up Sirius's leg.
We could go for dinner later, yes, if you'd like. But no, that's not the surprise.
As they cruise down a long avenue, the Arc de Triomphe majestically frames the end of the vista. Sirius keeps pointing out landmarks like he's a local.
We stayed at a hotel right over there once,
he declares, followed by,
There's that bookstore Reg and I used to visit.
Then comes a chuckle.
One time we snuck out with our cousin Andy, tried to navigate Le Metro, and ended up God knows where. Didn't have a clue how to get back, and our parents grounded us for the rest of the trip.
He laughs. Finally, Eric pulls into a prime spot in La Place de la Concorde.
We have arrived, Monsieur Lupin,
he announces in his thick French accent, holding the door open.
Wait here until you're done.
Remus steps out.
That might be a while, actually.
Eric offers a polite nod.
Pas de problème, monsieur,
he replies as he shuts the door behind Sirius. The setting sun paints the square in a golden glow, casting long shadows as hurried Parisians bustle past, oblivious to their arrival. Sirius squints at the spectacle, a hint of confusion replacing the earlier car ride excitement. Remus's stomach clenches, a sudden worry twisting through him. What if Sirius doesn't like it? What if he thinks it's too much? There's no turning back now, though. Taking a deep breath, he reaches for Sirius's hand.
This way,
he murmurs, leading him towards a nearby gate.
Sally said they're expecting us at 7:30. We're running a bit late.
Sirius echoes, his gaze darting around the scene. A frown creases his forehead. Remus offers a tight smile in response. As they ascend the short flight of stairs, Le Musée de l'Orangerie bursts into view, its facade bathed in the warm hues of autumn foliage. Sirius's steps falter, his entire body halting.
I can't believe you actually brought me here,
he breathes as his eyes take in the building.
You mentioned it was your favorite.
Remus admits, uncertain. He hadn't anticipated such a serious reaction. Sirius tears his gaze away from the museum, his eyes locking with Remus's. The setting sun paints an ethereal halo around his face, the golden light casting a warm glow.
You really are unbelievable, you know,
he breathes, a wide grin erupting across his face, finally.
I had my suspicions, but I couldn't bring myself to believe you'd actually...
He trails off, taking a deep breath and stepping closer.
I really don't know what to say.
Remus squeezes Sirius's hand, their fingers still intertwined.
No need for words.
He murmurs.
Let's go. I've arranged for an after-hours private tour, and they're expecting us.
He takes the lead, gently tugging Sirius along with him. Sirius throws his head back, a laugh escaping his lips.
A private tour? After hours? What is this? Some Hollywood fantasy?
He teases as they reach the museum doors.
Let's just say I know a bloke who knows a bloke.
A blonde woman stands waiting by the museum's entrance. As they approach, she unlocks the glass doors with a welcoming smile.
Monsieur Lupin, bienvenue.
She greets them politely.
Nous sommes ravis de vous accueillir ce soir pour cette visite privée.
Remus feels a flicker of panic. He stammers, his rusty French failing him.
Je n'ai parlé français. Sorry, désolé.
Her eyes widen in surprise.
Je suis vraiment désolée, on ne m'a pas dit qu'il nous faudrait un traducteur.
Even though Remus doesn't understand anything other than désolé, he can tell she sounds very apologetic. Before Remus can scramble for a solution, Sirius cuts in.
Ça va. Il n'y a pas besoin de traducteur, mademoiselle.
He says in perfect French. Remus stares at him, jaw slightly slack. Of course. Now that he thinks about it, if Sirius's family is French and he's been to France so many times, it makes perfect sense he'd be fluent. But witnessing him converse so effortlessly still leaves Remus pleasantly surprised. The blonde woman beams at Sirius, clearly relieved.
De la cour, monsieur. Comme l'a demandé monsieur Lupin, ce n'est pas une visite guidée. Je serai à la réception si vous avez besoin de moi.
She points at the reception desk.
Sinon, prenez tout le temps qu'il vous faut.
She smiles, making a general gesture towards the corridor that seems to lead to the art galleries. Her rapid French is a blur to Remus's ears, but from her body language, Remus gathers they're probably free to explore. Sirius, however, seemed to understand every word. He responds in flawless French, smooth and charming.
Parfait, mademoiselle de la cour. Vous avez été très aimable avec nous.
He turns back to Remus.
Ready to go then.
I had no idea you spoke French.
Is the first thing Remus can think to say. Sirius lets out a soft chuckle.
Je suis plein de surprises.
He winks before strolling down the corridor. Remus hurries after him, leaning in close to whisper playfully in his ear.
No idea what that meant, baby, but it sounded damn sexy.
Sirius throws his head back in laughter.
Oh, don't tell me you've developed a French kink already.
They reach the end of the corridor, a doorway facing them straight ahead and a staircase leading downwards. He turns to Remus.
So, where are we going?
You tell me.
Remus says, grabbing his hand again.
We've got the whole night. Where do you want to go first?
Sirius studies the options for a moment.
Ah, right there.
He gestures towards the archway directly in front of them.
Those are my favorites. So I think we should go downstairs first. Save the best for last.
Remus shrugs.
Sounds like a plan.
Out of the corner of his eye, he catches Sirius lingering on him.
What?
He asks, turning fully to face him. Sirius hesitates, smiling softly.
Nothing, just...
He trails off, then leans in and murmurs.
Merci, Daddy.
They delve into the downstairs gallery first, which holds paintings by a diverse range of artists, or so Remus gathers. Most of them either impressionists like Cézanne or Renoir, or modernists like Picasso and Modigliani. The room is theirs alone, and their footsteps and voices echo and amplify as they explore it. Sirius keeps offering tiny bits of trivia about the building and the paintings they are looking at. Like,
did you know this building was originally the King's private orange haven? That's where the name L'Orangerie comes from. Apparently, oranges were the height of posh back then.
He says, and
you know, this is called the Jean Walter and Paul Guillaume collection, but it's actually here because of a woman. Her name was Domenica. She was the widow to not one, but both of them. She eventually donated their entire collection to the French state. That's why it's here.
In front of a modern painting of a man with a long face, he says,
Modigliani used to drink so much that he traded many of his paintings for alcohol. Can you imagine getting one of these for, like, a bottle of wine?
On the Impressionist corridor, they stop to look at a painting of a woman with a hazy face. Sirius grimaces playfully.
Ugh, I loathed this one as a kid. Reminded me way too much of my dreadful English teacher.
He stops to muse for a second.
Funny how things change. Doesn't seem so bad now.
Remus might have absorbed a fair amount of art knowledge by osmosis during the years. Still, he's content to let Sirius take the lead. He finds himself captivated, not just by the art, but by the way Sirius lights up as he talks about an artist's use of color or a clever brushstroke technique. They haven't known each other long, but this is undoubtedly the most carefree and animated Remus has ever seen him. Time seems to bend and stretch as they navigate the gallery. For Remus, it feels like hours, but perhaps that's just the intensity of discovering this new facet of Sirius. He's completely lost in the moment, oblivious to the passage of time. The world shrinks to the confines of this room, and all that matters is them, together. Finally, they reach the bottom of the stairs again, after a full lap around the long gallery. Sirius, radiating pure joy, grabs Remus's hands.
Upstairs next,
he declares. Stepping into the white oval room, understanding dawns on Remus. This is why Sirius called it his favorite. The Monet Nymphia's paintings dominate the space, each impossibly long and thin, stretching across an entire wall. The stark white room transforms them into giant windows, glimpses into a dreamlike world. Sirius gazes at the first panel, his voice filled with awe.
He worked on these until his very last day, you know. Over 10 years of his life, capturing the same water lilies over and over again, at different times of day, the light ever-changing. It's staggering, really.
They're beautiful,
Remus says. He has a faint memory of seeing these masterpieces in art books before, but it was too long ago, and no print could ever do them justice anyway. It really feels like he's immersed in that garden. The fact that they're the only ones in the room probably exacerbates that feeling.
I think I want to sit down for a while,
Sirius says when they make it to the second room. So they do, directly in front of a panel awash with purples, blues, and intertwined greens. Sirius's thigh brushes warmly against his, their hands clasped together. He just stares into the water lilies, enjoying the silence, the calm. Suddenly, he's back at the farm again, a kid running free as his mum playfully chases him with the garden hose. Her smile, the bright blue of her eyes, the way she scooped him up for a hug before carrying him inside for a warm bath, these memories wash over him, bittersweet and sharp. Mr. Weasley asked him if his dad would be proud of what he does for a living, but Lyle's approval had never been something Remus craved. But his mum, that was a whole other story. He wonders what she'd think of his life now. All the money he has, the life he's built for himself. She was a simple woman, Hope. Remus doubts she'd even understand the kind of money he has now. A penthouse, a limo, a private jet. These were things so far removed from her world, she probably wouldn't even know if she wanted them. If he could ask her, what would she say? Would she be proud? More importantly, would she think he was happy? Was he happy? The years had brought Remus a clearer picture of himself. By 36, the sham of his straight marriage finally unraveled. Ending it felt like a breath of fresh air, a step towards happiness. At least that's what he thought. But a nagging feeling had been with him for over a decade, a sense of constantly wearing a mask. Coming out felt like a victory. Holding Benji's hand in public, a badge of courage. Yet the mask remained, just a different one this time. He kept climbing the ladder, each achievement another notch on the belt, his bank account overflowing. Still, it felt like a big act. The satisfaction he projected seemed fake, a performance for an audience. Those guys at the meetings and fancy parties, they thrived in that world. He'd fought tooth and nail for a seat at that table, only to realize it didn't bring him any joy. So what now? He didn't know, so he just kept fighting hard to keep his spot, pretending that he was as happy as everyone around him seemed to be. And lately it seems like it all comes down to building something. Because what is he building, really? What's the point of all this hard work if the payoff isn't happiness, like he always thought it would be? Mr. Weasley loves electrical plugs, and he built a whole empire around them. Made him rich, sure, but it also made him happy, gave him a legacy, something to leave behind to all his children. And the King of France loved oranges, so he built this orangery, and Claude Monet loved his garden so much, he spent over 10 years painting the same damn pond over and over again, just so someone someday would sit in this room and have these very thoughts. So what does Remus love? What legacy will he leave behind when he's gone? Peter's words,
"We make money,"
echo hollowly. Leaving a pile of cash holds no weight, especially with no one to inherit it. Suddenly, his entire life feels like this Monet painting. He just looked at it too closely, and nothing makes sense anymore. It's all a chaotic blur of colors and brushstrokes, and nothing fits together. But if you take a step back and look at the whole picture, a breathtaking image emerges before your eyes. He wants to take a step back. He wants this perspective, to find out what kind of picture he's painting. A long, slow breath escapes Sirius beside him, the sound grounding Remus back to the present.
God.
Sirius breathes a bit shaky.
I had no idea how much I missed museums.
Remus feels a touch disoriented, yanked from the depths of his introspection. Art, he muses, has a curious way of unearthing buried thoughts and feelings. He can't tell how long he's been lost in his head, a timeless bubble separate from the real world.
Well,
Remus finally manages, blinking away the remnants of his reverie.
There are museums in Manchester, you know.
Sirius lets out a soft scoff.
It's not just about location. It could be a 10-minute bus ride away, but it feels distant in a way I can't quite explain. Like museums aren't part of my life anymore. Haven't even crossed my mind in years, honestly.
You're focused on other things.
Remus offers, it's a strange twist. While Remus was grappling with his own purpose and legacy, Sirius has been on a different journey entirely. It's a glimpse into Sirius's mind, what he's getting now. Sirius hesitates, then lets out a shaky breath.
There's more to it, though.
Remus squeezes his hand, silently urging him on.
I think I was afraid.
He confesses, sounding vulnerable.
Afraid to visit a museum?
Remus asks, genuinely puzzled. Sirius lets out a choked laugh.
No, not like that. Afraid to face what I left behind, I suppose.
He turns on the bench to meet Remus's gaze, and Remus notices a glistening tear tracing a path down his cheek.
I kept telling myself I hated everything I left behind. Easier that way, you know. Less painful than acknowledging the things I didn't hate, like Regulus and Andy, the painting lessons, the polo matches, the privilege of a good education.
A wave of warmth washes over Remus as he squeezes Sirius's hand again.
It's all right, Sirius,
he murmurs.
Life's rarely black and white. Not everything has to be all bad or all good.
Sirius wipes his cheek with the back of his hand.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
He sniffles softly.
Just this whole week, it's been like everything I left behind just hit me all at once. Missing all those things I had to give up, you know.
He hesitates, then adds with a touch of self-deprecation.
Don't get me wrong, the money's nice. And the fancy baths and the decent clothes. Thanks for those, by the way.
He throws in with a playful grin.
But it's more than that. It's just...
He trails off, searching for the right words.
Seeing all this, it just brought everything back. I hadn't thought about Paris or Regulus or Andy or fucking Monet in ages. I can't even remember the last time I spoke French.
I'm sorry,
Remus says because he doesn't know what else to say. Sirius shakes his head, a frown creasing his features.
Don't be. It's just, all of this made the memories come flooding back. Who I used to be, the things I had to forget, the life I had to leave behind to become, well, this.
He gestures vaguely at himself.
The one who survived. And don't get me wrong, I like who I am now. But there was a part of me back then that I liked too, you know.
His voice drops to a whisper.
And I guess I had to, well, kill him off a bit when I ran away. It never hit me before tonight, but I miss him.
He trails off, a tear escaping and tracing a glistening path down his cheek. He swipes at it with the back of his hand, frustrated.
Fuck. I don't even know what I'm saying. Sorry.
Remus reaches out, delicately brushing away a stray tear from Sirius's cheek.
Hey,
he says softly.
This doesn't have to be so all or nothing, you know.
Sirius sniffles again, a watery sound echoing in the quiet space.
What do you mean?
I mean...
Remus starts, choosing his words carefully.
You didn't kill him, Sirius. That part of you, it's still there. It's as much you as the person you are now.
He sees a flicker of understanding in Sirius's eyes.
Think about all those little tidbits you shared tonight. About art history and your love for these paintings. The love you still hold for your brother. For your cousin. It's all a part of you. And if you want to, you can find those pieces again. Outside.
He gestures towards the room around them.
It might be harder than it was. Because money is important. And it'll take effort. And maybe even some pain. But it'll probably be worth it too.
Sirius's bottom lip is trembling, like he's trying to stop himself from crying.
You're more than just a survivor, Sirius. I've been watching you talk about your passions and dreams all night, and it's beautiful. All of it. It's you.
A single tear rolls down Sirius's cheek, but when he speaks, it's playful.
How did you get so damn wise, Remus?
Remus lets out a chuckle.
Well, I am old.
Sirius throws his head back, a laugh tinged with tears escaping his lips.
Fuck me, here I am crying like a baby. Totally contradicting my badass shirt, fuck.
Remus glances down, remembering the inscription on the boy's shirt. Boys don't cry. A burst of laughter escapes him too, and for a precious few moments they sit there in front of the Monet, a whirlwind of emotions, half laughing and half crying, at fuck, it's almost 10 p.m.
Is that the time?
Sirius echoes, glancing at Remus's wrist.
The poor receptionist must be scowling at us right now. Probably the driver, too.
Yeah, and I'm famished.
Remus adds,
Let's go.
Sirius nods, but they don't move right away, hands clasped together as they gaze back at the Monet, calming their emotions. They're tired, so they decide to just go back to their Parisian hotel for the night and order room service. By the time they finish their meal, the clock strikes a lazy 11:30. Remus lets out a big yawn, stretching his arms.
Bedtime, I think.
He mumbles.
That jet leaves at 6 sharp tomorrow, and I must be at work by 9.
Sirius gazes out the window. The Parisian cityscape twinkles below, a blanket of sparkling lights. He turns to Remus, smiling mischievously.
Actually, what if you blew off work tomorrow? Took a day off. We could stay here a bit longer.
Remus's brow furrows.
What, me? Not work?
Sirius throws back his head and laughs.
Yeah, I mean, you work too much, don't you think? You deserve a break.
Remus can't help but think back to his epiphany at the museum, standing before the Monet, the sudden urge to step back, to see the bigger picture of his life.
Well,
he starts slowly.
I do own the company.
So we're staying another day.
Remus hesitates for a beat, then offers a conceding nod.
All right. We can stay until tomorrow afternoon. But first things first, must call Sally and reschedule that flight.
Once he's done with his phone call, Remus finds Sirius in the bathroom, halfway through his bedtime routine. Clad only in a pair of boxers, the plush hotel robe hangs loosely around him as he brushes his teeth in the mirror. Remus approaches him from behind, wrapping his arms around Sirius's torso and resting his chin on the boy's shoulder. In the mirror's reflection, Sirius offers a toothpaste-flecked grin, toothbrush still hovering in his mouth. Remus's heart skips a beat, looking at the picture of their embrace in the mirror. How can this fit together so well and yet not at the same time? Sirius finishes rinsing his mouth and turns, towel dabbing at his face. His hand reaches up, fingers brushing against Remus's stubble in a gentle caress.
Hey.
He starts hesitantly.
Would you mind if we, don't do anything tonight?
He sounds worried, apologetic.
I know I shouldn't ask that, but I'm just feeling a bit overwhelmed and...
Remus steps back abruptly, hurt crossing his features.
Yeah, of course.
He replies quickly.
Wouldn't dream of it if you're not up for it. Do you want to be alone?
He gestures towards the door.
I could grab another room if you'd prefer.
No, that's not it.
Sirius exclaims, a frown creasing his brow. He reaches out, tugging on the hem of Remus's shirt to pull him closer.
I want to be with you, just not like that tonight. Can we just cuddle until I fall asleep?
Relief washes over Remus in a tidal wave. He pulls Sirius back into his embrace, holding him tight.
Sure, baby boy. Whatever you need.
The Parisian sunrise paints the sky as Sirius wakes up, a jolt of unexpected energy coursing through him after yesterday's emotional roller coaster. It feels like a revelation, a chance to turn things around if he truly puts his mind to it. Remus remains asleep beside him, so Sirius slips out of bed very quietly and tiptoes towards the balcony. This hotel room is no Manchester penthouse. It's still swanky, but much more compact. Just the bedroom, a bathroom, and of course, a balcony boasting a grand view of the Eiffel Tower. A crisp autumn breeze nips at Sirius, but he barely registers it. Wrapped in the hotel's plush white robe, his mind races, piecing together a plan. Once this week is over and he has the $4,000 in his pocket, a prep course for his GCSEs is top priority. Maybe a correspondence one, cheaper and easier to manage. And he's going back to London, maybe to stay, maybe not. It'll depend on what James says, because he's not leaving James behind, not a chance. So maybe just a trip, but reconnecting with Regulus is a definite. He'll be 20 in a few weeks, old enough to tell his parents to shove it. He's an adult now, and they can't touch him, even if they find him. Most importantly, sex work is out. Remus's payment will keep him afloat while he finds a decent job, which will be easier with those exams under his belt. Maybe even A-levels in university someday, though that's a longer game. But everything, for the first time since he was 16, feels achievable, like he can finally break free from the shackles of week-to-week survival and build a future. Remus's words hang heavy in the air, echoing from last night's conversation.
You're more than just a survivor, Sirius.
Fuck. How could he have forgotten that? How had he sleepwalked through years, simply surviving, without even realizing it? And Remus is right. It'll take effort and it'll hurt, but it'll also be worth it. Sticking to odd jobs and scraping by can't be the forever plan. Not without at least trying to do something about it. This week with Remus has been an eye-opener, forcing him to confront things he'd been stubbornly ignoring. And Remus, fuck. He still can't picture how Remus fits into all this, because the thought of never seeing him again after this week is simply unbearable. How could he have let himself fall so hard for someone in a matter of days, and they haven't even kissed yet? It's terrifying. He's drowning in these feelings, knowing this bubble is bursting in the next 2 days. Because what could happen after this? How do they fit together, if it's not inside of this arrangement? Remus might be keen to keep things going, become a regular maybe, a thought that would have thrilled Sirius a week ago. But now it feels miles away from what he truly desires, because deep down, he craves something more. But the reality bites. Why would a minted businessman like Remus even consider a relationship with a runaway teenager with nothing to his name? No job, no education, scraping by. It wouldn't work. He can't be in the same social circles as Remus unless Remus helps him financially, and that just makes him a glorified escort anyway. Nothing changes, and he needs something to change. He needs to find himself again, to be more than this. Remus's voice coming from inside of the room tells Sirius that he's awake. Sirius lingers a moment longer on the Parisian panorama before turning back inside.
No, we need those contracts finalized by the signing. Christ, I know.
Remus grumbles on the phone, sitting scowling on the edge of the bed in just his boxers.
I know, Vance, but listen. All right, fine. Read the first 2 pages for me, please.
Sirius shakes his head with a chuckle, sauntering over to Remus. Casually, he presses the switch hook on the phone base, disconnecting the line. Remus gapes at him, receiver still glued to his ear.
I was talking to someone, you know.
Sirius flashes a grin, plucking the phone from Remus's grasp and returning it to the cradle.
No, Daddy.
He teases in a saccharine tone, straddling Remus on the bed. A hand trails up to cup the man's jaw, his fingers brushing against the sharp line.
You're taking the day off.
The corner of Remus's mouth quirks up in a soft chuckle as he welcomes Sirius's embrace, hands instinctively finding their way up Sirius's thighs to grab at his arse, squeezing it. He hums softly.
All right then, baby.
He drawls, voice still husky with sleep.
What do you want to do today?
Goosebumps explode all over Sirius's skin from the man's touch. God, it would be effortless to simply dip down and claim those tempting lips, to have the man's tongue lick inside his mouth, his hands touch his body until he forgets if they're in Paris or Manchester or fucking Scotland. Instead, with a sigh that catches in his throat, Sirius pulls back slightly, settling onto Remus's lap and leans in to press a chaste kiss to the man's cheek.
I want...
Sirius starts, holding up a hand to count on his fingers.
Pain au chocolat, and a few croissants, and a baguette. Oh, and some cheese.
Remus laughs, his warm breath tickling Sirius's face, and Sirius never thought he could enjoy someone's morning breath before.
Well, what do you say we go to a boulangerie?
Remus starts, looking up at him, his big hands still grabbing his arse cheeks.
And we can buy all of that and some more, and we'll have ourselves a picnic. Maybe we can go to Champ de Mars, or somewhere less touristy, if you'd prefer, since you're such a local.
Funny you should say that.
Sirius replies, a thoughtful look on his face.
I've never actually been to the Eiffel Tower.
The admission earns a surprised gasp from Remus.
What?
He splutters, eyebrows shooting up.
You've practically lived in Paris. Although I guess that's the most local thing ever, right? Never visiting the bloody iconic landmark.
Sirius throws his hands up in mock offense.
Hey, I wanted to go. Blame my mum. She was always complaining about the tourist hordes, never let us.
Fancy giving it a go today, then?
Yeah.
Sirius grins, nodding eagerly.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
Perfect, then.
Remus slaps him on the rear gently, prompting him to get up.
Let's go. Get dressed. Chop, chop.
A brisk autumn day greets them as they decide to walk to the Eiffel Tower. It's not far from their hotel anyway. The sky is a bit overcast, but the crisp air makes for a pleasant stroll. They maintain a comfortable distance, no hand-holding or embraces, like back at the Manchester restaurant or polo match. Still, Remus keeps a close pace beside him, their arms occasionally brushing as they walk. Passing a boulangerie, Remus presses a wad of franc into Sirius's hand.
You're the one who can speak French anyway.
He winks.
Grab whatever tickles your fancy. I'm going to go see if one of these shops sells something for a picnic blanket.
When Sirius emerges from the boulangerie, laden with a bounty of croissants, baguettes, and pain au chocolat, Remus is waiting outside with a small bag in hand. They grab some drinks and head towards Champ de Mars. Being this close to the Eiffel Tower is a first for Sirius. Sure, they'd always stayed at hotels within walking distance, but his mum wasn't a fan.
An eyesore in the middle of the city,
She'd scoff.
attracting hordes of tourists and riffraff.
Up close, though, he can't deny it has a certain grandeur. The picnic blanket, more of a tablecloth really, is spread across the grass. They settle down, unwrapping the paper bag overflowing with Sirius's pastry plunder. It's a sight to behold. Remus, usually so posh and put together, sprawled on the grass, devouring a croissant with his bare hands. This is the most casual Sirius has seen him, although by his standards, it's still fairly swanky. Corduroy trousers, a beige cardigan layered over a turtleneck, relaxed and comfortable, long legs sprawled across the blanket, wind ruffling his curls.
So that phone call I heroically interrupted.
Sirius starts, halfway through his pain au chocolat.
What was all that about?
Remus chuckles.
Oh, just some business bahlocks. We're trying to get Weasley to sign off on selling his shares tomorrow, before I leave for London on Sunday. Apparently, there's a technical hitch, some mind-numbing legal jargon really, but no worries, they'll sort it themselves.
So Mr. Weasley finally caved in, huh?
Remus grimaces.
Not quite there yet, but we're hopeful. Peter wanted me to, but I'm not sure. I guess I don't know.
He struggles with the words and then concludes with a sigh. Sirius blinks at him, confused.
You know, I understood absolutely nothing of what you just said, right?
Do you remember what you asked me, the first morning we were together?
Sirius wrinkles his brow in mock concentration.
Let me think. I asked you if you liked David Bowie. I asked you if I could still call you Daddy.
He throws out a few options with a cheeky grin. Remus lets out a delighted chuckle.
No, not that. You wanted to know what I did for a living, right? And when I told you, you said so you don't make anything, and you don't build anything. Do you remember that?
A frown creases Sirius's forehead.
Yeah, I vaguely remember chatting about your job,
he admits.
But honestly, most of what stuck with me was how gorgeous you were, and how bummed I felt about leaving.
Remus smiles.
Well, that's what you said, baby, and it's been stuck in my head ever since.
Sirius ponders this for a moment.
Why's that then?
Honestly, I'm not sure.
Remus sighs.
I'm just considering that maybe I feel so nervous and anxious and, prone to dissociation when dealing with this business stuff because maybe I shouldn't be. You know, doing this.
He gazes up at the sky, brow furrowed.
Maybe I should be doing something else.
A playful snort escapes Sirius.
Are you having a midlife crisis, Daddy?
He teases, nudging Remus gently with his foot. Remus furrows his brow, mulling it over for a moment. Then he swivels towards Sirius with a peculiar expression.
You know what?
He says, a smirk tugging at his lips.
I think I bloody am.
Sirius explodes with laughter. It takes a beat for Remus to catch on. Then he's doubled over, sprawled on the grass, clutching his stomach as uncontrollable laughter racks his body. Tears well up in his eyes. Sirius has never seen him this unguarded, this joyful.
I'm sorry,
Sirius says, regaining his composure but still chuckling.
About your midlife crisis. If it makes you feel any better, I think I might be in the throes of a quarter-life one myself.
Remus is lying down on his back now, knees bent, squinting up at the sun.
Maybe there's no such thing as a midlife or quarter-life crisis, eh?
He muses, a chuckle escaping his lips.
Maybe it's all just one big crisis.
Sirius lets out a playful scoff.
Real ray of sunshine you are today, Daddy.
Remus grins unfazed.
Sorry. Oh, and by the way, I snagged you a little something. It's in that bag over there.
Sirius rolls his eyes good-naturedly.
Another present. Daddy, there's barely room in my flat for all the little somethings you've showered me with this week.
Remus closes his eyes, and Sirius swears he sees a hint of pink creeping up his neck.
This one truly is just a little something, though.
He gestures towards the small paper bag nestled beside the orange juice bottle.
Go on, have a look.
Sirius cautiously reaches for the bag, a knot of apprehension tightening in his throat. Peering inside, he discovers a compact A5 sketchbook and a small set of Staedtler drawing pencils, spanning 2H all the way down to 6B.
You said you liked to draw.
Remus offers, rolling onto his side and propping his head on his elbow.
I thought you might want to get back into it, if you're up for it.
The boy flips through the pristine pages, a lump forming in his throat. He can't even recall the last time a pencil felt familiar between his fingers. The silence stretches, and Remus seems to wilt under it. He sits up abruptly, scooting closer to Sirius.
Hey, listen,
he says, suddenly concerned.
I'm so sorry if this bummed you out. I saw it at the shop while grabbing the picnic blanket and thought you might like it. Here, let's forget it.
He reaches out, attempting to gently pry the notebook from Sirius's grasp.
No.
Sirius yelps, clutching the sketchbook to his chest.
Remus, it's amazing. I just haven't drawn in ages. Feels a bit scary, you know.
You've got to start somewhere.
Remus encourages. Sirius bites his lip, contemplating.
All right,
he concedes.
But you got to promise, no peeking.
Of course.
Remus agrees solemnly.
I won't look.
And then Sirius sketches. At first, it feels awkward. He fills a few pages with loops, parallel lines, and spirals, exercises to loosen his grip and reacquaint himself with the feel of pencil on paper. Remus remains silent, propped up on his elbows, soaking in the meager sunshine filtering through the clouds. He lights a fag, shielded by a pair of sunglasses that lend a surprisingly youthful edge to his attire, despite the cardigan and cords. The warm autumn light paints his features in a golden glow, highlighting the bronze streaks in his hair. Almost unconsciously, Sirius finds himself sketching Remus's profile, the way his lips purse around the cigarette, the hand holding it with 2 fingers, the wisps of smoke curling around his face. It doesn't look half bad, actually. No masterpiece for sure, but a start, a definite step forward. It's been a while. They're sitting in silence now, Sirius sketching, Remus lost in his thoughts. Too shy to show his drawing to Remus, Sirius closes the sketchbook and stretches out his arms, his back cracking.
Hey, let's go for a walk, yes,
he suggests. Their stroll through the charming Parisian streets is filled with casual conversation and window shopping. Eventually, they settle into a cozy restaurant for lunch. As the afternoon progresses, the threat of rain becomes more imminent, prompting them to return to the hotel. By the time Eric, their French chauffeur, arrives to whisk them to the airport, the sun is setting. Sirius can't believe it was only 24 hours that they spent in Paris, because to him, it feels like at least a whole week. On the flight back to Manchester, exhaustion overtakes him. He spends most of the journey nestled against Remus's shoulder, drifting in and out of sleep. Upon landing, with a rumbling stomach, Sirius convinces their driver to detour to his favorite fish and chips truck. Despite enjoying the posh food he's been having, he really misses greasy food. As he devours the deep-fried delicacies, Remus yawns, battling sleep against the window of the limo. Back at the hotel, Remus heads straight for the shower. Meanwhile, Sirius picks up his phone, making another attempt to reach James. They've been playing phone tag since Wednesday, and Sirius starts to feel frustrated when there's no answer again. He tries to worry. It's a Friday night, so James is likely out with friends. Steaming from the shower, Sirius steps out, towel wrapped around his waist. He finds Remus on the bed, bathed in the soft glow of the bedside lamp. Back against the headboard, the man is fast asleep, his breathing slow and steady. Sirius lingers at the doorway, captivated by the sight. He probably tried to wait for Sirius awake, but he's been running on a very small amount of sleep the past few days. It's no wonder he's so tired. And he really is so handsome, Sirius thinks, admiring the way the light sculpts shadows across Remus's body. A slow smile spreads across Sirius's face as he pads closer, the soft plush of the carpet muffling his steps. He sits beside Remus in bed, reaching out to gently brush his fingers against Remus's cheek. Remus stirs slightly, his eyelids fluttering, but doesn't fully awaken. Emboldened, Sirius's gaze drifts down to Remus's mouth. Full, but not overly so, perfectly sculpted. It's a question mark Sirius has been itching to answer for days. What would those lips feel like pressed against his own? The hand lingering on Remus's cheek trails down, a feather-light touch brushing Remus's bottom lip. Feels soft, warm. Remus's breath tickles Sirius's fingers, and he brings them back to his own lips, mirroring the kiss he longs to place there. The softness, the taste, Sirius's breath catches. He leans in, planting a whisper-like kiss on Remus's cheek. Then he dips lower, placing another soft kiss on the corner of Remus's mouth. He feels himself trembling, his heart is pounding on his chest, blood rushing on his ears. Remus's lips are right there, and he wants to. Oh God, he can't help how much he wants to. He pulls back slightly, licking his own lips unconsciously. Leaning in again, he lets his mouth hover a hair's breadth above Remus's, the heat radiating like a tangible force. Just a whisper away, their lips brush, a fleeting touch, as light as a feather. Remus's eyes snap open, a gasp escaping his lips. Half of Sirius wants to bolt, disappear. He shouldn't be doing this. They've already been walking a very thin line of how much intimacy is appropriate for their arrangement. A kiss won't help clarify this situation. Yet his body remains frozen in place, helplessly observing as Remus stirs awake. Awareness dawns on Remus's face slowly. His gaze darts between Sirius's eyes and his mouth, a silent question hanging in the air. Then, with a slow deliberateness, he leans in. The space between their lips narrows, a mere whisper of distance. The first touch is a feather-light brush, just their noses grazing, their warm breaths mingling, like Remus is making sure he's really allowed to do that. Sirius feels his heart beating faster, his breath heaving. Just sitting still, waiting. Then a soft moan escapes Remus's throat. His brow furrows in concentration as he parts his lips just a fraction. And just like that, Sirius feels the wet caress of Remus's tongue against his bottom lip, asking for permission. He can't hold back a helpless moan of his own. His inhibitions melt away as his mouth instinctively parts, meeting Remus halfway. Their tongues tangle, and it's warm and wet, and the taste, it's intoxicating. Sirius finds himself chasing the sensation, opening his mouth further, their tongues intertwining. One of Remus's hands shoots up, delicately but firmly gripping the back of Sirius's neck and pulling him closer, deepening the kiss. Sirius has dreamt about this at least 5 times a day since their first night together, but no amount of imagination could ever have prepared him for how good it feels in real life. Remus pushes forward, sitting up on the bed, and Sirius lets out a moan, his hands instinctively reaching for Remus's shoulder, urging him closer. Yet Remus has complete control of the kiss. Both hands cup Sirius's head, thumbs stroking his cheeks, before pulling him back a tantalizing inch. Sirius peeks through half-lidded eyes. Remus's own eyes are closed, face blissful as he inhales Sirius. He closes the distance once more, not kissing his mouth, but teasingly exploring. His lips brush everywhere, the corners of Sirius's mouth, his chin, cheekbones, and nose. It's messy, uncontrolled, but oh so good. Shudders rack Sirius's body, tiny moans escaping his lips as his desire intensifies, and he wonders, how could he have managed to wait so long to do this? That earns a groan from Remus, a deeper, rougher sound this time. He hauls Sirius closer, fingers digging into the scruff of his neck. The kiss deepens, his tongue licking inside of Sirius's mouth, like he is a drowning man striving to find air. Sirius melts into it, his arms snaking around Remus's neck. With another low groan, Remus eases Sirius back onto the bed, a hand trailing down to his hip, maneuvering him with ease. Sirius finds himself trapped beneath Remus, one leg instinctively hooking around the man's hip, his hands trailing down the broad expanse of his back as he kisses him, kisses him, kisses him. It's not frantic, not a desperate scramble. This is slow, savoring every touch, fucking sensual in a way Sirius has never been kissed before. Remus kisses his lips, moving down to his jaw, then his neck. He nips playfully at an earlobe before returning to his lips, licking inside of his mouth until they are breathless, gasping for air.
Oh God, I wanted to do this for ages.
Sirius gasps, while Remus trails a line of open-mouthed kisses down to the corner of his jaw, sending a firework display of goosebumps erupting across his skin.
Me too.
Remus whispers and he finds his mouth again, locking their lips.
Me too, baby boy, for so long.
He sounds utterly lost in the moment, breathless with the simple act of kissing Sirius. Sirius's hands tangle themselves in Remus's hair, his fingers toying with the curls as he yanks him impossibly closer. Their lips meet in a wet slide, tongues intertwining, dancing with each other. The kiss deepens, teeth grazing at bottom lips, their breaths turning ragged with shared gasps and moans. It's a tangled mess of sound, impossible to tell who's making what noise anymore. They kiss and kiss and kiss, relentless and dizzying. Sirius's head spins, his face flushed from the scratch of Remus's stubble. Moans escape his lips as he writhes under Remus's weight. He feels his cock hard, leaking against the towel that's still wrapped around his waist. His hands fumble down Remus's torso, landing at the waistband of his boxers. A tug, desperate and pleading.
Daddy, please!
He whimpers against Remus's mouth, the words slurred with need. What he wants hangs unspoken. Keep kissing me, touch me, God, anything. Remus leans back a touch, his gaze lingering on Sirius through heavy-lidded eyes. A low chuckle rumbles in his chest.
I'm sorry, I just can't stop kissing you.
He murmurs, each word punctuated by a soft kiss brushed against Sirius's face. Sirius lets out a matching chuckle, because he gets it, truly. He can perfectly relate to this feeling. They separate for just a moment, just to get rid of Remus's boxers and Sirius's towel, and even that moment feels like too long. Their lips immediately find each other again, bodies intertwining together, only this time without any layers in between. The clash of naked skin on skin feels delicious. Sirius can really feel how hard Remus is, just from kissing him, and it makes his head go dizzy. He pulls back from their kiss slightly, throwing his head back against the mattress and moaning as Remus rolls his hips, thrusting against him. Their erections slide against each other, the pre-cum and sweat mixing together. When he opens his eyes again, Remus is looking right at his face, dark eyes and parted lips as his hips move sinfully and fuck. It's too much, it feels too good. He reaches up, pulling Remus down for a kiss again, and this feels like it felt at 15, at a dorm room with the first boy he's ever kissed. When he thought he was in love and they were going to run away together, only this is 10 times better because it's not some bony 15-year-old. It's Remus. It's Daddy, and Sirius feels himself shuddering under the man's touch, moaning against his mouth.
Daddy, please.
He whines, eyes still closed.
I need you inside now.
You want Daddy to fuck you like this, baby boy?
Remus whispers against his mouth, hips still moving.
While he kisses you over and over again.
Yes.
Sirius breathes out, pulling Remus for yet another kiss. And then Remus is pulling away, shuffling around the nightstand to look for lube and condoms. When his slick fingers find Sirius's entrance, it's different, because he's right there, kissing Sirius, pulling away to look directly in Sirius's eyes as his fingers work inside of him.
You're so tight, little boy, so perfect.
He praises, and it's intense, and it feels so intimate, and Sirius's face burns from all the friction against Remus's stubble, yet he can't stop going back for more. He licks the inside of Remus's mouth, bites his lower lip, and filthy moans against his lips when Remus's fingers find the magic spot inside of him. Suddenly, his legs are being spread, and Remus is positioning himself between them. He uses his arms to wrap the boy's legs around his waist, aligning his cock with Sirius's entrance. When he slides in, mouth parted, he waits for Sirius to adjust to the stretch, leaning in and planting kisses all over Sirius's neck and chest, whispering,
You're so good, baby boy, you feel so good.
Sirius has never felt anything quite like this before. And then Remus starts moving. He holds himself up on his elbows on either side of Sirius's body, and his hands find Sirius's hair, always keeping their faces close. Sirius closes his eyes and lets his hands travel down Remus's back, nails sinking down only slightly. Just like the kisses, it's not frantic, it's not desperate. But it's not tortuous too, like 2 nights ago, when Sirius was deliberately keeping a slow rhythm to tease Remus, to keep him on edge. It just is, fluid, natural, like it's supposed to be. The pleasure starts to spread through Sirius's body like a faint echo, but with each thrust of Remus's hips, it builds up, crashing over his body like waves. The buildup is slow, but it's strong, and suddenly he feels it coursing all over his body, the energy crawling under his skin. It makes his nails dig deeper on Remus's back, makes his legs hook around Remus's hips deliberately, keeping him close, keeping him inside. And he kisses Remus and opens his eyes and moans against his mouth and fuck. Feels so good. Doing it like this feels so good. He feels his body sinking deeper and deeper in pleasure, the waves crashing stronger and in shorter intervals. Remus is picking up speed now, looking into Sirius's eyes. If his face is anything to go by, his face and the noises he's making, he must be feeling the same. Sirius's cock sits between their stomachs, untouched if not by the accidental friction of their bodies. But as he feels his orgasm building up, he doesn't feel the urge to reach down, to wrap his hand around it and rush the process. Instead, he just lets it happen. He feels his legs spread wider, his hands on Remus's lower back, urging him deeper, his whole body arching with the sensation.
Fuck, baby boy, I'm going to.
Me too.
Sirius moans, but he doesn't actually think it's going to happen like this, not until it does, until he's coming, virtually untouched, shooting between their stomachs. Remus's face contorts in pleasure, and he's coming too, at the same time. His thrusts slow down, but get deeper, more forceful. As his orgasm washes over him, Sirius hides his face in Remus's neck, crying out, biting down on the soft flesh. His whole body shudders and trembles with the sensation, the waves spreading from his groin all the way across his spine to the tops of his toes and his fingers. When it's over, his hands find Remus's neck and pull him down for another bruising kiss.
Daddy,
He whispers against Remus's mouth, and what he really wants to say is,
I love you, I love you, I love you.
But he couldn't possibly, so instead he kisses him and kisses him again. Remus pulls out, falling beside him on the bed, chest heaving. His eyes are closed, but there's a faint smile on his features. Sirius reaches down and takes the condom off of his spent cock. Remus winces at the touch. Tying the latex with a knot, he gets up and throws it in the bathroom bin. He grabs a wet towel to clean his cum off his own stomach and takes it back to the bedroom, cleaning Remus's too. The towel gets thrown on the floor somewhere around the bed, and Sirius pulls Remus closer. He looks so tired, half asleep already. He nuzzles Sirius's neck and whispers,
I don't think I'll be able to ever stop kissing you.
That makes Sirius's heart skip a beat. He waits for Remus's breath to slow down, indicating that he's fallen asleep, and then he presses his nose to Remus's hair and whispers,
Me neither, Daddy.
Chapter 5. Remus had certainly been wrong about the kissing. He thought the no kisses rule was stupid because kissing Sirius couldn't possibly make a difference when things were already so confusing and tangled up. But he'd certainly been wrong about the kissing, because kissing Sirius was a bad idea. Kissing Sirius and making love to him like that, because he has no other word to describe what happened the night before, was the worst possible decision he could have made if he had any hope of untangling this mess. Because how can he possibly walk away from it now? How can he face the reality that in just 24 hours he'll be on a plane back to London, leaving Sirius behind for the foreseeable future? He's hacking his brain for a solution, a plan, any kind of a plan that could work, but he's still coming up empty.
What are you thinking about, sitting here by yourself?
Sirius asks, sauntering into the living area from the bedroom. He's wearing the black silk robe again, tied loosely around his waist, revealing a glimpse of his tattooed chest. It's late, almost noon. They slept in this morning, tired from the trip and the late-night activities. Remus's eyes rise up from the newspaper he's pretending to read.
Just contemplating the fact that this is our last night together. You'll finally be rid of me.
Sirius lets out a chuckle as he flops down at the breakfast table.
Well, you have been pretty tough to take.
He teases.
Looks like the Weasley deal is off for this week, so I'm back to London tomorrow as planned, but...
He pauses, locking eyes with Sirius.
There's a chance I might be back in a few weeks if the negotiations pick up again.
A flicker of curiosity crosses Sirius's face.
Really?
He asks, hanging on Remus's next words.
What the hell?
Remus thinks.
We've already come this far, haven't we? I'd very much like to see you again, Sirius.
Sirius grins.
You would.
Of course.
Remus says, trying to sound like he has everything under control, when really, he has no idea where this is going.
In the meantime, I'd like to arrange for you to have a flat, a credit card.
As the words leave his mouth, he regrets them immediately. Sirius is deflating right before his eyes, his grin melting into a frown.
And what else?
He asks, filled with bitterness.
A wad of cash by the bedside every time you grace Manchester with your presence.
Monumental blunder. But what other option is there?
Sirius, believe me, it wouldn't be like that at all.
He pleads.
How would it be?
Sirius challenges sharp.
I just want to keep you safe.
Remus says, his voice betraying none of the turmoil within.
Get you out of the street, Sirius.
Sirius scoffs.
Mere geography, that's all.
The grating screech of his chair scraping the floor pierces the tense silence as he stands abruptly. The silk robe billows momentarily before Sirius pivots towards the balcony, his frustration evident. Remus draws in a fortifying breath and follows Sirius, stopping just outside the balcony door, his back propped against the frame.
Sirius, a fight is the last thing I want.
He forces sincerity into his voice, battling his default of cool detachment during conflict. He can't let that happen. He'd promised himself, promised Sirius, he'd never hurt the boy again.
Just tell me what it is that you want. What do you see happening between us?
Sirius remains turned away, hands gripping the balcony railing as his gaze sweeps across the cityscape. When he finally turns around to face Remus, he looks sad.
I don't know,
he admits, sounding confused.
I want to see you again too, Remus. But this can't be sustainable, can it?
His eyes plead for an answer. Remus desperately wishes he could give. Remus meets his gaze, the lump in his throat making it hard to breathe. Just as he's figuring out what to answer, the phone rings. Remus takes 2 steps back into the apartment, his gaze lingering on Sirius's upset form. As he reaches for the receiver, Sirius buries his face in his hands.
Yes.
Remus answers, his voice strained.
Remus, I'm afraid this couldn't wait.
Peter's voice crackles through the line.
Just talked with Arthur Weasley. Apparently he wants to see you today.
What about...
He wouldn't say, but I get the feeling we've got him.
Fine. Have him meet me at the office at 1.
Remus slams the receiver down, then bridges the short distance between them, finding Sirius with his face still obscured by his hands. With a gentle touch, Remus pries Sirius's arms away. Sirius looks up at him, and Remus cups his face between both his hands.
Listen to me,
he says as softly and earnestly as he can.
I understand. I'm going to find a way to make this work.
Sirius nods mutely, his throat working as he swallows, but he doesn't at all look like he believes it's possible. It's Saturday afternoon, and none of the suits in the meeting look like they really want to be there. Well, except for maybe Peter, of course. It's a nice sunny day, at least for an autumn day, and Remus looks out of the window of the office, towering over the city, and thinks that he'd much rather be back in the penthouse with Sirius, or in Paris with Sirius, figuring this shit out with Sirius. Peter fidgets in his seat.
Mr. Weasley.
He pipes up, clearing his throat. Remus forces his attention back to the table.
You requested a meeting with Mr. Lupin. He's all ears.
No one wants to be at the office at a business meeting on a Saturday afternoon, but it's what you gotta do for what, really? Mr. Weasley looks uncomfortable, unsure. He fiddles with his tie.
I've reconsidered my position on your acquisition offer.
He begins. Remus hasn't contacted the bank, so Weasley's sudden change of heart leaves him bewildered. Was it Peter's influence? Or a stroke of luck that the loan fell through? A flicker of sympathy sparks within Remus. He genuinely hoped the man could find a way out.
But there's one condition.
Weasley continues.
It's not about me per se. I need to know the people my company employs will be all right.
Why is he here on a Saturday afternoon, Remus thinks? If he's not building anything, if all of this holds absolutely no meaning for him, if it's all just a bunch of random smudges of color in a Monet painting. Peter smiles. Remus squints, almost imagining a trickle of venom dripping from the corner of his mouth.
No problem, Mr. Weasley. We have a clause in the contract ensuring their well-being. Gentlemen, if you please turn to page 34 of the contracts.
Remus takes a few steps back, metaphorically speaking.
Hold on, Peter.
He interrupts, firm. Peter jerks his head up, a frown creasing his brow.
Gentlemen, if you'd indulge me for a moment, Mr. Weasley and I would like a private word.
Peter sputters, a retort forming on his lips. But before he can unleash it, the air escapes him in a frustrated huff. He shuts his eyes, takes a deep breath, and regains his composure.
Very well, gentlemen.
He announces to the room.
As you heard, Mr. Lupin requires a moment alone with Mr. Weasley. Please wait outside for a brief discussion.
The executives begin to file out, a mix of Remus's staff and Weasley's, including the young Bill Weasley.
You too, Peter.
Remus adds coolly, his gaze lingering on his lawyer.
What do you mean?
Peter asks, offended, widening his eyes.
My words were clear, Peter. I require a private conversation with Mr. Weasley.
Remus reiterates, maintaining his composure.
Remus, I can't believe you're...
Peter starts, but Remus cuts him off.
I think I've told you to be careful, didn't I, Peter?
The pointed reminder hangs in the air. The lawyer meets his gaze for a tense beat, then concedes with a defeated sigh. He rises and exits the room.
Care for some tea, Mr. Weasley? Perhaps coffee?
Remus offers, rising from his seat and heading towards the coffee station tucked away in the corner of the room. Mr. Weasley's brow remains furrowed in confusion, but he doesn't question the request.
Tea, thank you.
He replies, Remus sets about preparing 2 cups, the hiss of the kettle and the clink of teaspoons the only sounds breaking the silence.
Mr. Weasley,
He begins, his voice competing with the gentle gurgling of the water.
I think you'd be pleased to learn that my interests in your company have changed. Sugar.
2, please.
Mr. Weasley murmurs, his bewilderment only deepening.
What exactly do you mean, Mr. Lupin?
Remus returns with the steaming teacups, studying Mr. Weasley's perplexed expression.
I no longer have an interest in dismantling your company, but I won't stand by and see someone else do it either. My offer remains.
He announces, taking a seat and sipping his tea.
I think I want to help you, Mr. Weasley. I want to help you save your company.
Mr. Weasley looks surprised.
Why?
When he thinks about how to answer this question, what Remus sees is the first brick being placed on the first line of bricks of a wall. What he sees is himself, in a white room, staring at the Monet strokes that are just a finger away from his nose, and then he sees himself taking a step back. He sees a lopsided grin and gray eyes, and he hears Sirius's voice.
No wonder why you came looking for me.
I think I'm done with tearing things down.
Remus says to Mr. Weasley.
Perhaps it's time I tried building something.
And it's funny, really, because he's sitting here at a business meeting, alone with this man, yet his anxieties are absent. No clammy palms, no suffocating constriction. He's present, anchored in the moment, and it's a welcome change. It just feels right. Mr. Weasley offers a hesitant smile, his blue eyes welling up.
I don't mean to sound patronizing, Mr. Lupin, but I'm positively impressed.
He reaches out and places a hand on Remus's shoulder.
I'm proud of you.
Remus returns the smile, a genuine one this time.
Let me be clear, Mr. Weasley. This is uncharted territory for me. I'll need your guidance.
Of course.
Mr. Weasley replies, extending his hand.
To a new beginning, then.
A laugh escapes Remus's lips as he shakes Mr. Weasley's hand.
To a new beginning.
After that, Remus leaves. Peter and the others can deal with the contract signing. He has more pressing matters to attend to. Stepping out of the building, he finds Marvin waiting with the limo as usual. But this time, Remus pauses just before reaching the car.
Change of plans, Marvin,
he announces.
Beautiful day for a walk. I'll head back on foot, thank you.
It's a trek, but the sun is warm on his face, the breeze invigorating. Maybe he'll stop by that bakery and pick up some croissants for Sirius. He does seem to love croissants. It'll all work out somehow, he's sure of it. After Remus leaves, Sirius sits on the edge of the bed for 15 minutes, staring at the wall. When the phone's trill pierces the tense silence hanging heavy in the air, Sirius practically throws himself at it, snatching the receiver before it can ring a second time. A desperate hope flares. Maybe it's Remus, who has perhaps by a miracle figured out a way to make this work. It's not Remus, it's Mr. Crouch from the hotel reception.
Hello, Mr. Lupin,
he says.
Could you come down to the front desk, please? There's someone here who wants to speak to you. He says his name is Mr. Potter.
Relief washes over Sirius. Talking to James might be even better.
I've been calling you for 2 days and you never pick up or return my messages.
He complains as they head towards the pool, seeking refuge in the hotel yard.
Where the devil have you been?
James laughs.
Right, well, remember that girl I mentioned? The redhead from the house I helped move.
Sirius makes an agreeing sound.
Her folks and sister are already in London, but she had to stay behind a week to finish some volunteer work she was doing over the summer or something. So, she's been at their empty house, and, let's just say it's been me, her, a spare mattress, and a ridiculous amount of pot.
He admits shamelessly.
Fucking heaven, mate.
Sirius scoffs playfully.
Should have known you were shagging someone.
Well, you know me,
James says, grinning. They settle under a poolside umbrella. It's early autumn, so the once bustling pool area is deserted. James gives Sirius a thorough head-to-toe scan.
Looking sharp,
he remarks. Sirius glances down at himself. Levi's, Doc Martens, and a fresh The Smith's tee. Not posh, but undeniably new and crisp, a stark contrast to his usual beaten-up clothes.
I know, right?
He says playfully. James leans forward, his gaze meeting Sirius's across the metal table. Sunlight dances on the pool's surface, casting flickering patterns across James's cheek and reflecting in his round glasses.
So, when does he leave?
He inquires casually. Sirius takes a deep breath, the weight of the answer settling on him.
Tomorrow.
Surely you get to keep the clothes at least.
Sirius lets out a shaky breath.
Yeah, Remus, he said he'd like to see me again. But I think definitely no. I mean, it's probably for the best, right?
James straightens in his chair, his brow furrowing in confusion.
Definitely no.
He repeats, leaning forward and squinting at Sirius as if he's trying to figure out a puzzle. Sirius nods curtly, jaw clenched tight.
What the fuck happened these past 4 days?
James explodes, his eyes wide with disbelief.
On Tuesday, you said you had feelings for him, and now you're waving goodbye to even the possibility of seeing him again.
Sirius swallows.
I think I love him.
James, who was utterly bewildered by everything Sirius said up until this point, seems perfectly unfazed by this statement.
So, you kissed him. On the mouth.
Yeah, I did.
How was it?
He asks like this is a conversation about someone Sirius snogged under the bleachers at their school, not a kiss shared with a grown adult man Sirius was hired to accompany.
It was perfect.
Sirius says because it was, and he couldn't lie to James even if he wanted to.
Like nothing I've ever felt before, James, and I'm so scared.
A loud screech pierces the air as James yanks his chair closer, reaching for Sirius's hand. His grip is tight, his expression concerned.
Sirius, mate, talk to me. What's going on?
A whirlwind of thoughts churns in Sirius's mind. Where to even begin? Finally, a single sentence tumbles out, encapsulating the chaos within.
I want to go back to London, James.
James absorbs the statement, his voice cautious in his reply.
Okay, actually, I've been mulling over that too. But I mean, what does that have to do with this?
Sirius's head snaps up.
You've been thinking about London.
Well, yeah.
James admits, momentarily forgetting his own line of questioning.
I was planning to bring it up after you returned. I remembered you mentioning using the money to get back to school. And, I think I've had enough of Manchester. A change of scenery wouldn't hurt us. And, well, she's going to London. Lily, the girl I was with.
He studies Sirius for a moment before adding,
But I figured you were always wary of London, what with your folks and all, so.
Right.
Sirius says, nodding eagerly.
I was, but this week something just clicked. Made me realize a bunch of stuff, I guess.
He throws James a sheepish grin.
Besides, I'll be 20 next month, practically an adult, right? Don't have to be afraid of them anymore, do I?
Serious?
James says, squeezing his hand.
You know you never had to be scared of them. You're miles stronger, miles better than that lot.
Sirius takes a deep breath.
Remus took me to a polo match and Reggie kept popping into my head. He, used to play polo when we were little. Don't think I ever mentioned that, did I?
Course you did.
James replies, rolling his eyes with a playful scoff.
Fancy horsey-footy, you posh sods.
Sirius laughs.
Anyway, Reggie's all grown up now. Off to uni, probably. And hey, I want to be part of that picture, you know. My family was terrible, all right. But there were good ones. A cousin I liked, an uncle. Well, I'm done with all this, you get me? This whole, sex for hire business. Done.
James's brow furrows.
Don't get me wrong, mate. I'm right behind you, but what was so traumatizing about this bloke that got you legging it like a scared rabbit?
He lets out a hollow laugh.
No, that's the thing. It was perfect and made me realize that
He squeezes his eyes shut, shaking his head.
Fuck me, even saying it sounds daft. But it made me think, maybe I deserve better, yeah.
Course you deserve better, Sirius.
James says like he's stating the obvious.
I could have told you that last week.
You probably did say it.
Sirius admits.
But I wasn't listening. We both deserve more than this, James. All this money we chuck at pints and powders, it's daft. We need a plan, yeah. We can scarper to London, crash on someone's sofa for a bit. You must know loads of people there, right?
Right.
James nods eagerly.
Find a cheap flat like this one. Get our GCSEs, proper jobs, the lot.
James is practically beaming. Sirius trails off, confused.
What are you grinning at?
Yes.
James says, nodding vehemently.
Yes, let's fucking do this. Yes.
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 Suddenly, James explodes into a full-on body hug, pulling Sirius out of his seat.
Fuck, I love you. I don't know what I would do if I didn't have you.
Sirius mumbles against his neck and James squeezes him tighter. Sirius can barely breathe.
Wait.
James pulls back, a frown creasing his forehead.
I'm still not sure I follow. If we're going to London and Remus lives in London, then why are you so sure you're not going to see him again?
Sirius squirms in his seat, scratching self-consciously at his neck.
Well, he, offered. Said he wanted to sort me out with a flat, keep me off the streets. But that's just, Sounds like a glorified escort. That's not what I want.
What do you want then?
I want... Fuck, it sounds ridiculous to even say it.
Sirius groans, burying his face in his hands.
I wanted this to be proper, like a real relationship, you know.
He peeks out from between his fingers.
But that's never on the cards, is it?
Why not?
James raises an eyebrow, clearly holding back a laugh, and Sirius wants to punch him.
Maybe you could get a house together. You know, buy a bloody horse. Diamonds, the whole shebang. It could work. It happens.
Sirius laughs, tilting his head.
When does it happen, James?
He says, leaning forward on the table.
Who does it really work out for? Show me one person in our shoes who got a happy ending like that. Just one example.
James leans back, the challenge hanging in the air.
Name someone.
He repeats, playful.
You need me to name someone.
Sirius presses on, a hint of seriousness peeking through the banter.
Yeah, I'd like a name, just one.
Fuck, a name. The pressure of a name.
James furrows his brow in mock concentration. Then his face breaks into a wide grin, like a bulb has just appeared on top of his head.
Cinder. Fucking Rella.
Sirius bursts out laughing, and James joins in, throwing his head back and gripping the armrests.
All right, just messing.
James says between guffaws.
Seriously, though, what's he actually said? Do you reckon he fancies you too?
Sirius winces, mulling it over.
Well, if he doesn't, then he's an asshole for leading me on. Because, well...
He trails off, letting out a chuckle.
You're going to love this one. He flew me to Paris, actually. Just got back last night.
James explodes upright in his seat.
Paris. He flew you to bloody Paris. How didn't you lead with that, mate?
Sirius throws back another chuckle.
Honestly, I don't know. It wasn't even the fancy trip. It was just thoughtful, you know.
He pauses, smiling wistfully.
I mentioned my favorite museum was in Paris. Hadn't been to one since I bolted. And next thing I know, we're there. Like that.
James whistles, a low, impressed sound.
Men, having money must be so nice.
Who does that, eh? No one goes to that much trouble unless they fancy you a bit. And the way he kissed me, James, I swear.
He trails off, shaking his head with a sigh.
But it's a non-starter, this. We both know it. Best to forget the whole thing, yeah.
I'm not sure I agree, Sirius.
James leans forward, a serious look replacing his grin.
You say you love him. He obviously at least likes you back. What exactly are you afraid of?
Sirius lets out a frustrated huff.
Loads of reasons, all right. Like, what if I take him up on this, and it all boils down to just money? Like he gets bored or starts resenting me for being a gold digger, and then boom, it's over. Back to square one. And besides, I had money before, from my family, you know, but it came with a right load of baggage attached. So yeah, that scares me too.
James raises an eyebrow.
You ever actually tell him any of this?
No.
Sirius says defensively. James lets out a long sigh, like someone explaining something obvious.
Well then.
Bugger all of this.
Sirius explodes, raking his hands through his hair one more time.
This is a mess. I can't see straight, James. I think I might just scarper back home today. I can't handle another night of this. It's too much to think about.
James sighs, leaning back in his chair.
All right, mate. Not my place to tell you what to do. You know that. But just have a think, yeah. Don't be daft and let pride cloud your judgment. We all need a helping hand sometimes. Look at me. I took you in, didn't I? You accepted my help, and here we are. And you know I'd take you out of this life in a heartbeat if I could.
I know, James.
Sirius interrupts softly.
Exactly. And Remus can. So, I don't know, there's no shame in taking some help, but it's your call, all right? Limits and all that. Do what you think is best.
James falls silent for a moment, watching Sirius intently.
You're really going to head home today?
I don't know, maybe. Feels like the easier option right now.
Sirius groans frustrated.
Hey, look.
James places a hand on Sirius's shoulder.
Today, tomorrow, whenever you decide, I'll be there. And we'll crack on with this London escape plan, all right. Don't you fret, Pads. It'll all sort itself out in the end.
They chat for a while longer, Sirius regaling him with tales of Paris and James filling him in on his latest shenanigans with Lily. Finally, James announces he has to dash off to meet Mary. With a quick goodbye, he leaves. Sliding back into the penthouse, Sirius makes a decision. Sticking around for another night with Remus would only tangle things further. Clearly, kissing was a line they shouldn't have crossed. It had ripped away any semblance of casual fling, a business arrangement, and replaced it with something real, raw, and terrifying. Remus's promise echoes.
I understand. I'm going to find a way to make this work.
But how could he? This situation was a recipe for disaster. Money is a ticking time bomb waiting to explode between them. The only solution, as brutal as it seems, is to rip the bandage clean, one swift motion, and walk away. Move on. He has packed almost all his things when the doorbell rings. Sirius scowls, flinging the clothes back onto the bed. With a sigh, he pads towards the door, expecting a hotel staffer, or maybe Remus, absent-mindedly having forgotten his keycard or something like that. Instead, he finds himself face to face with the short, water-eyed man from the polo match, Peter Pettigrew, Remus's lawyer. Surprise flickers across Pettigrew's face.
Oh,
He mumbles, voice tight.
hello again. I'm looking for Remus.
The man's attempt at politeness is strained, his frame trembling slightly. Something is clearly wrong. Sirius remains guarded, the lawyer's past actions still fresh in his mind.
Remus isn't here. I thought he might be with you.
Oh no, Remus is definitely not with me.
He exclaims. Sirius's stomach lurches. Pettigrew barges past him, practically shoving his way into the penthouse. The lawyer's forced politeness curdles into rage.
No, if Remus was with me, when actually...
He storms towards the bar, practically snarling.
When Remus was with me, he didn't blow off million-pound deals.
He slams a whiskey bottle on the counter, splashing amber liquid.
I think that Remus is with you, that's what I think. Do you want one?
Sirius remains rooted by the door, feeling uneasy.
No, thanks.
He mutters as Pettigrew pours himself a stiff drink, then grimaces at the first sip.
Suit yourself.
Pettigrew mumbles, sinking onto a bar stool.
Just going to wait then.
The tension hangs thick in the air. Sirius wrestles with his discomfort. Leaving Pettigrew alone here wouldn't be right, but sharing the space feels dangerous. With a resigned sigh, he pulls up a chair at the dining table.
I reckon Remus will be back soon. He'll be home any minute.
He offers, strained.
You know.
Peter throws back from the bar, his scowl deepening.
This is not home. This is a hotel room. You're not his wife.
His voice drips with disdain.
You're just a cheat.
Before he can finish his sentence, not that Sirius doesn't know where it's going, the penthouse door clicks open.
Sirius, are you home?
Remus calls out, entering with a brown paper bag in hand.
I've brought you some kvass.
His voice trails off as his gaze lands on Peter.
Peter, what are you doing here?
The real question is, what are you doing, Remus?
Peter retorts, slamming his glass down on the counter and rising to his feet.
Throwing good money away with this Weasley rescue mission? That company's a sinking ship, Lupin. Selling it is the only sensible option.
That decision is final, Peter.
Remus replies, his voice firm despite the tremor in his hand as he sets down the bag. His eyes flicker apologetically towards Sirius, then back to the fuming lawyer.
Millions down the drain, then. What's gotten into you this week, Lupin?
Peter explodes. Sirius shrinks back in his chair, desperately wishing the man would vanish. The conversation, while undoubtedly tense, feels deeply personal. A front-row seat to something Sirius shouldn't be witnessing. He remains glued to his spot, a silent observer to the storm.
I've had a change of perspective.
Remus says, his calmness a stark contrast to Peter's escalating anger. The memory of their conversation the previous day, where Remus confided in him about a midlife crisis, clicks into place for Sirius.
A change of perspective, you say?
Peter parrots, incredulous. His gaze darts from Remus to Sirius, and comprehension softens his features for a fleeting moment.
So it was him then, all because of him.
Sirius bristles, ready to defend himself. He had nothing to do with Remus's business decision, but Remus cuts him off before he can speak.
That's entirely irrelevant, Peter.
Peter ignores him, his steps purposeful as he marches towards Sirius. Venom drips from his voice.
Oh, you must be a really good shag, aren't you? Maybe if I shagged you, then I wouldn't care about losing millions of pounds. Because I'll be honest with you two.
He adds, eyes flickering between Remus and Sirius in a crazy manner.
Right now, I really do care. I'm really fucking angry. So maybe if I shagged you.
He raises a pointed finger at Sirius, getting closer to him.
If I took you to Paris and called you baby boy, then I could.
Sirius blushes hearing the endearment on someone else's lips, but he doesn't have time to dwell on that. Before Pettigrew can ever finish his sentence, Remus's fist has found his nose. There's a loud, sharp crack, and then the short man is lying on the ground, hands grasping at his face, dripping in blood.
Enough.
Remus roars, his voice laced with a dangerous edge.
I fucking warned you, Peter. I told you to be careful, didn't I?
You broke my nose.
Peter exclaims, staring at Remus in shock. The scene escalated so quickly, a blur of shouts and accusations. In the heat of the moment, Sirius finds himself at Remus's side, a hand instinctively gripping his arm to hold him back. Remus, chest heaving, draws in deep breaths, visibly trying to control his anger.
Get out, Peter,
he says after a tense pause, his voice regaining a semblance of control.
Leave now, or I'll call hotel security.
Peter, clutching his throbbing nose, staggers to his feet. Blood trickles down his chin, staining his shirt.
What's gotten into you, Lupin? 10 years of loyalty, my entire career dedicated to you, and this is how you repay me.
Remus scoffs.
Don't give me that, Peter, that's rubbish.
He throws his hands up in frustration. Marching towards the door, he flings it open.
You live for the thrill of the chase, not for me. I made you a bloody fortune doing what you love. Now get out, and stay out.
Peter hesitates, mouth working as if to form a retort.
Get out!
Remus roars, his voice echoing in the tense silence. He gestures towards the door with a rigid arm. Peter lingers, a wounded look flashing across his face, before shuffling out. Remus slams the door shut with a finality that shakes the walls. He spins on his heel and strides towards Sirius, who remains rooted in the center of the room.
Sirius.
Remus exclaims, panicked as he rushes towards him. His hands clamp down on Sirius's shoulders.
God, are you all right? I'm so sorry, I never imagined he'd show up here. I should have gotten rid of him after the polo match.
In hindsight, Remus probably has a point. Sirius can't deny a jolt of fear that ripped through him during the scene. He shakes his head, turning away from Remus and moving towards the couch.
No, I told you not to,
he mutters, trying to sound nonchalant.
Damn it, Sirius.
Remus collapses onto the couch beside him. His concern is palpable.
What did that get say? Did he touch you?
A humorless chuckle escapes Sirius's lips as he attempts to lighten the mood.
No, it's fine, he just yelled. What was he so riled up about, though? The Weasley deal. Something went wrong.
Relief washes over Remus's face as he offers a tired smile.
Actually, I decided against selling Weasley's company. Instead, we're going to try and rebuild it together. We closed the deal this morning.
Sirius perks up.
Is this because of what I said? About you not building anything?
Remus contemplates for a moment.
Part of it, yeah. Honestly, this whole week with you just forced me to confront a lot of things I'd been sweeping under the rug.
How symmetric, Sirius thinks.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
Sirius replies, his voice softer. He reaches out and takes Remus's hand, their fingers intertwining.
This week with you also forced me to confront a lot of things I'd been sweeping under the rug.
Remus squeezes his hand but remains silent. Sirius continues.
Mr. Weasley must be over the moon about the new deal, though.
Well,
Remus muses.
Yes, of course, it makes good business sense.
Sirius raises an eyebrow.
Peter didn't seem to think so.
What does Peter even know?
Sirius lets out a soft laugh.
I think it's good. Are you happy about the new deal?
Remus stares at their intertwined hands for a moment, a thoughtful expression on his face. Then a genuine smile spreads across his lips.
Yeah.
He admits.
Yeah, I think I am.
Well, then I definitely think it's good,
Sirius says, squeezing Remus's hand gently. Remus's smile falters, and his gaze darts around the room. It lands on the half-packed suitcases by the door.
Why are you...
His voice trails off as his eyes return to Sirius.
Sirius, what's going on? Why are you all packed?
Dread clenches Sirius's stomach. Here it comes.
Look, Remus, I'm so sorry,
he mumbles, averting his gaze. He can't face the disappointment he expects to see in Remus's eyes.
I think it's best if I just head out today.
Why?
The word hangs heavy in the air as Remus pulls his hand away.
We still got until tomorrow.
Frustration and a touch of desperation color Sirius's voice.
I know, Remus, I know. But this whole thing, it's just too much. I can't.
He trails off, searching for the right words.
Honestly, I want to be here, with you. But if this ends after tomorrow, then leaving now seems kinder than dragging it out.
Remus cuts him off again, his voice firm.
I said I was going to figure this out.
Sirius gathers his courage, meeting Remus's gaze directly. His brown eyes plead with him.
Listen, that offer you made, it was amazing. And if this was a week ago, I wouldn't have hesitated. But this whole week, it's changed me, Remus. You've changed me. And I can't just change it back.
So what?
Remus frowns.
I mean, you changed me too, and...
It'll just hurt too much, don't you think?
He says, trying to sound as earnest and vulnerable as possible.
Because I know it's only been a week, but I can't help that I really care for you, and It's too hard. I don't want to get hurt here.
Remus stares at him intensely. A long silence stretches between them, broken only by the shallow rasp of their breaths. Finally, with a defeated sigh, Remus nods slowly. He reaches into his inner blazer pocket and pulls out his wallet. He extracts a wad of cash, counts it, and then holds it out to Sirius. It feels weird, like this somehow makes their connection meaningless. But it was what was agreed on, and Sirius really needs his money if he's going to turn his life around. He takes the cash. When he imagined it, the 4,000 made up a big wad of cash, but in reality it isn't a hefty stack by any means. It fits easily in his pocket. Remus reaches into his pocket again, this time pulling out a white business card.
Here, this has my contact information. If you need anything at all, call. Sally will connect you with me no matter where I am. I'll likely be in Manchester more often now that I'm working with Weasley.
Sirius takes the card and smiles as he examines it.
Actually,
He raises his eyes to meet Remus's.
I'm heading back to London. I think it's time.
There's an uneasy feeling in the air. This whole exchange is a bit awkward, like they're not fitting together anymore. 24 hours ago, they were basking in Parisian bliss, lost in laughter and physical intimacy. Now an invisible barrier separates them, all these pleasantries and talk of a future without each other. Remus nods slowly.
London, then, to see Regulus.
Sirius offers a strained smile.
Yeah, and get back to school. Find a decent job. I'm not.
He pauses, taking a deep breath to steady his voice.
I never want to do this for money again. If we'd met under different circumstances, maybe...
The sentence hangs unfinished. Remus looks away, his jaw clenched tight.
Yeah.
He mutters, shaking his head in a gesture that could mean anything from agreement to defeat.
Yeah, well, I wish you the best, Sirius. You truly deserve a better life.
Sirius hesitates a beat before speaking.
I need to say this, Remus. I had a truly incredible time. Thank you. For everything. The clothes, the food, Paris.
He trails off for a moment, then leans in, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper.
And the amazing sex, of course.
A genuine laugh escapes Remus's lips, the first one since Peter's outburst. Leaning back on the couch, he throws his head back and lets out a hearty chuckle.
Me too, Sirius.
He admits, a genuine smile playing on his lips.
Me too.
The whole saying goodbye thing is getting too hard, so Sirius decides he better cut it short. Squeezing Remus's hand one last time, he stands abruptly and starts gathering his things again. Remus remains on the couch, a statue of unspoken emotions, until Sirius reappears with a suitcase.
Let me help you with that.
He offers, strained. They reach the door in a tense silence. Remus holds it open, their eyes meeting in a moment of raw vulnerability. Sirius's breath catches. This is it, the goodbye he dreaded, the bubble finally bursting, isn't it? He never knew it would hurt this much. The pain is a physical weight pressing down on him, every instinct screaming for him not to leave. Remus seems to be wrestling with the same feelings. Before Sirius can process it, the door clicks shut in front of him. With a deep breath, Remus speaks.
Stay.
He pleads, eyes squeezed shut, as if willing himself not to witness the rejection.
Stay this last night. Not because I'm paying you, but because you want to.
Sirius stands there, the door closed in front of him, staring at Remus's tightly shut eyes. The weight of the suitcase suddenly feels absurd in his hand. What the hell is he doing? Why is he walking away?
Okay.
The word escapes his lips in a surprised whisper before he can stop it. Remus's eyes fly open.
Okay.
He echoes.
Yeah.
Sirius says, suddenly certain.
Okay, I'll stay.
A relieved smile spreads across Remus's face. He lets go of the door latch and steps towards Sirius, his hand reaching out. His thumb gently caresses Sirius's cheek, like he's done so many times this week. His gaze dips to Sirius's mouth, a question lingering in his eyes.
Can I kiss you again?
He murmurs. That is objectively a bad idea. It definitely won't make anything easier, and he's sure he's going to regret it tomorrow. But fuck it. Logic surrenders to raw emotion. The suitcase clatters to the floor as Sirius closes the distance between them. Instead of answering Remus's question, he finds himself pressing his lips against Remus's. Gone is the calm exploration of the previous night. This kiss is desperate, a frantic plea against the looming goodbye. Sirius digs his hands into Remus's hair, anchoring him, pulling him closer. Remus responds in kind, wrapping his arms around Sirius's waist and returning the fervent pressure. They turn, a tangle of limbs, finding themselves pressed against the cool surface of the door. Breathless gasps escape them, searching air without breaking the kiss. One of Remus's legs finds its way in between Sirius's, his thigh pressing against the boy's crotch, and Sirius feels himself start to get hard already. Remus's kisses travel down a heated path, leaving a trail of fire from Sirius's mouth to his jaw. He nips playfully at Sirius's earlobe before trailing kisses down his neck. Reaching the juncture of neck and shoulder, Remus surprises him with a not-so-gentle bite, followed by a firm suck on the sensitive skin. A low groan escapes Sirius's lips. That one is going to leave a mark for sure.
Fuck Sirius.
The man groans against the bruised skin, low and husky.
I want to fucking ruin you.
Sirius shudders, his head falling back against the door. He leans into the sensation, relishing the heat of Remus's breath as it dances across his neck, the pressure of Remus's leg against his cock.
Please.
He hears himself whine. Remus's hand skims down his torso, pausing possessively at his hips. He lifts his head from the crook of Sirius's neck, his other hand reaching up to cup Sirius's chin. A dark hunger burns in the man's eyes, that one look that always makes Sirius explode in goosebumps. His entire body feels like melted wax under Remus's gaze, his cock already twitching inside his pants.
Please what?
Remus says in a firm tone, gaze flickering between Sirius's eyes and mouth.
What do you call me, Sirius?
The question sends a jolt through Sirius, his heart hammering a frantic rhythm against his ribs, blood pulsing hot in his ears.
Please, Daddy.
He murmurs, the nickname rolling off his tongue with ease. It's the first time he's used it since last night, and the simple act of saying it ignites a spark of surrender, spreading warmth through his limbs. Remus is still looking at him, and as the words leave Sirius's mouth, he smiles slyly.
Good little boy.
He whispers and ducks his head again, biting on the place on Sirius's neck he just marked up.
Can Daddy leave some more marks on you tonight?
Sirius thinks about the mark on his hip bone that Remus has left a few nights ago, how he liked to look at it in the mirror, to press on it and feel the soreness of the bruised skin. Just the mere thought of having more of those marks on his body, of feeling Remus's claim over him even when they are apart. Maybe it'll be sad, but right now it just seems like it'll be really hot.
Fuck.
He breathes out.
Yes, Daddy, please.
He feels Remus biting down and sucking hard at his neck again, and his hips buck up, thrusting against the man's thigh, moaning at the friction on his dick. He hears Remus chuckle and his hands sliding between their bodies, tracing a path down Sirius's belly until it finds his bulge.
Oh, baby boy, you're so hard already.
Remus whispers, palming the boy's cock and making his breath hitch.
You like Daddy marking you up?
Sirius bites his own lips hard to stop a moan.
Yes,
he manages to say.
I want to remember you.
Remus raises his head again and stares at Sirius for a beat, mouth agape, chest heaving. His other hand finds its way to Sirius's crotch, fiddling with the boy's belt buckle and the zipper of his pants until his cock is free. Remus's hands wrap around his shaft, thumb grazing the head to spread the pre-cum. Sirius shudders.
I'll make sure you remember me, baby boy,
he says as his hand works on Sirius's cock.
I'll make sure to ruin you to whoever touches you from now on, because you'll never forget how much better it feels when it's Daddy touching you.
It feels so good, Daddy.
Sirius moans, feeling his toes curling inside of his shoes, his face contorting as the pleasure builds up with each stroke of Remus's hands. Remus breaks the intense eye contact and buries his face on Sirius's neck again, this time on the opposite side, and starts sucking a new mark near his clavicle. The man's hand picks up speed now, and Sirius feels the moans leaving his mouth faster than he can strive to contain them.
If I could, I'd mark you forever, Sirius.
Remus groans, his hot breath tickling Sirius's sensitive neck.
I'd mark you forever, so you'd always remember me, and everyone who saw it would know that you're mine.
The sound of your mind being whispered against his neck might just do it. Sirius bucks his hips against Remus's hand.
Yes, Daddy, all yours. Ah, fuck. I'm not going to last much.
He whines.
You're going to come already, little boy?
Remus asks, raising up to look at Sirius's eyes again, still stroking his cock relentlessly.
You're going to come from how much you like the idea of Daddy marking you, of everyone seeing how much of a slut you are for your daddy.
Yes.
He manages between breathless moans.
Yes. Oh, fuck.
Come for me, Sirius.
Remus commands and Sirius does, with a strangled moan, thrusting into Remus's hand erratically until the man's grip suddenly becomes slick and warm, still working over Sirius's cock until the boy is trembling and gasping for air. Remus lets go of his cock, and Sirius feels himself falling forward into his arms. Remus grabs at his waist, holding him up, and whispers,
"Good boy, good little boy."
As he's trying to catch his breath, he feels Remus's hands traveling down his body, getting rid of his pants and his shoes. Then the man scoops Sirius off his feet, carrying him with ease. Even with his eyes closed, Sirius can guess where they're headed, the bedroom. But instead, a soft whoosh fills the air as a sliding door glides open. The cool night breeze washes over them, and Remus puts him down, his bare feet touching the cold ground. He cracks open his eyes to find himself standing on the balcony by the parapet. Remus stands before him, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Hands linger possessively on Sirius's hips for a moment before he leans down. Their lips meet in a kiss, a tangle of emotions, urgency, possessiveness, desperation, swirling beneath the surface. When Remus finally pulls back, he whispers, just inches away from Sirius's face,
"Since you wanted everyone to see."
The icy breeze nips at Sirius's bare legs and arse as he scans the cityscape. High above the surrounding buildings, bathed in the cool moonlight, the balcony offers a dizzying panorama. It's very unlikely that anyone can see them, but just the idea of it.
Fuck.
He whispers, his eyes meeting Remus's again.
Are you going to fuck me out here, Daddy?
"Would you let me?"
Sirius scoffs, a low chuckle rumbling in his chest.
Let you...
His hand finds the back of Remus's neck, urging him closer for another heated kiss.
I'll beg you to if you want.
Remus chuckles back, a husky sound against Sirius's lips.
"No need to, baby."
He murmurs, his touch lingering on Sirius's jawline. His hands skim down to the hem of Sirius's shirt, pulling it over his head and throwing it on the floor. Remus gestures towards the balcony railing.
"Go stand by the parapet,"
he instructs. Sirius complies, making his way to the waist-high brick wall. His hands instinctively find the cool surface, gripping it for a moment as he gazes out at the dazzling cityscape. The night air brings a welcome chill, goosebumps erupting across his exposed skin. Despite the breathtaking view, a prickle of unease crawls up his spine. Standing so openly, naked, feels incredibly vulnerable. A flicker of movement catches his eye. In his peripheral vision, he sees Remus disappear inside, only to return moments later. And then, to his surprise, he drops to his knees directly behind Sirius. His hands grasp at Sirius's arched cheeks, pulling them apart, and then there's only the wet, warm feel of Remus's tongue against his entrance. He doesn't think he could ever get used to this.
Fuck.
Sirius breathes out, a wave of heat washing over him as his knees buckle slightly. That night, at the piano, having this done to him for the first time resembled a revelation. He had never considered how good it could feel to have a tongue in his arse. But oh God, does it feel good. He hears himself moaning, hunching forward and tightening his grip on the cool brick of the parapet. He rests his forehead against the rough surface, trying to steady himself while his whole body shudders with the sensation. The movement only forces his rear closer into Remus's face, and the man groans, holding Sirius's hips, peeking the tip of his tongue inside his hole. And Jesus Christ, why does that feel so good? The urge to see compels Sirius to lift his head from the cool surface of the parapet. His gaze sweeps across the cityscape, taking in the windows of nearby buildings, the miniature cars crawling along the streets, and the distant figures of people milling about below. The thought that any of them could glance upwards and be completely oblivious to the scene unfolding behind this very wall, to the fact that he's standing there, getting his arse eaten. But then an even more subversive thought flickers across his mind. What if they could actually see him? Not just a silhouette against the city lights, but his face, etched with vulnerability, his white-knuckled grip on the edge, a silent testament to what's transpiring there. What if they watched him? What if they liked watching him? Remus flicks his tongue over his entrance, and Sirius whines.
Daddy.
He cries out and then thinks about those people hearing him, witnessing how depraved he sounds, how much he likes to beg his daddy. Oh fuck, his cock was getting hard again. He feels Remus pulling away and then a forceful bite on his right cheek. He gasps and squirms, but Remus holds him in place, sucking a new mark on his arse.
"Are you enjoying this, baby?"
The man says hoarsely as he clicks open the bottle of lube.
"Tell Daddy what you're thinking about."
Sirius feels heat creeping up his neck, his cheeks likely turning red.
I'm thinking that...
He stops for a second, gasping at the feeling of the cold lube against his hole. He's never done this, the whole exhibitionist kink. It feels a little embarrassing to admit how much it's affecting him.
I'm thinking that they're looking at me.
He manages to finish the sentence. It's a good thing his face is not within Remus's field of vision, because he doesn't think he'd be able to say those words with the man looking at him. Remus, on the other hand, doesn't seem to have any problems with admitting his enjoyment of semi-public sex.
Oh, of course they are, baby boy. Who wouldn't look at you when you look like that?
He whispers, his index and middle finger probing at Sirius's entrance, lightly massaging the rim. Sirius moans and closes his eyes.
All worked up because Daddy is eating you out and fingering you.
Images of people actually watching him flash under his closed eyelids. He feels his cock twitching and bites back a moan, gripping tightly at the brick parapet.
I want them to see how good Daddy fucks me.
He manages between gasps as Remus's index finger makes its way inside of him, slowly. Remus groans and draws out the finger inside of Sirius, pushing it back inside in one motion.
Soon, baby, we're getting there.
He flickers the finger inside of Sirius, searching for that spot.
God, look at you, taking all of Daddy's finger like such a good boy.
Sirius lets his head fall back down on the parapet, forehead resting against the cool surface as he gets lost on the sensation. Remus's other hand caresses his leg, and soon there's not only one finger, but two. Remus starts to really fuck him with his fingers, picking up a rhythm. He moves the fingers inside in a scissoring motion, really opening Sirius's up, and the boy feels himself shaking with it, the anticipation of what's to come building up inside of him. Despite the cold night breeze, he feels droplets of sweat dripping down his body, and he pants, grasping at the edge of the parapet. He doesn't realize it right away, but he's rocking back against Remus's hand, fucking himself on the two fingers.
You really love getting fucked, don't you, little boy?
Remus whispers hoarsely against his arse cheeks.
Only by Daddy,
he says between gasps. If that's the theme they're going for on this goodbye fuck, then he's going to fully lean into that. It's not like it's a lie anyway.
Only by you, Daddy.
That earns a deep groan from Remus and another forceful bite on his arse cheek. It stings, but it feels so good, and he's realizing he loves to feed Remus's irrational possessiveness. The thought of being owned, claimed, of everyone knowing, it all starts to materialize in his head as this deranged fantasy that makes his mind go dizzy. He raises his head and opens his eyes again, gaze flickering between the sea of windows on the buildings below.
Are you ready for another one?
He hears Remus's voice ask just as his fingers brush over Sirius's prostate. He trembles, knees shaking, and he feels a drop of pre-cum leaking from his neglected cock. His eyes land on a lit-up window on the building just across the street. He can see the silhouette of a person. They appear to be smoking. If Sirius can see them, surely they can see Sirius, right?
No, Daddy, give me your cock.
Sirius pleads, eyes focused on the tiny hint of a person down below.
I'm ready, please, fuck me.
Remus removes his fingers and stands up, embracing Sirius's body and planting a kiss on the back of the boy's neck. The warmth of his body feels welcome in contrast with the cold air on the open balcony. Sirius notes the man is still fully dressed. That's becoming a standard for them.
Are you sure?
Remus's voice is low, right beside his ears. There's a touch of concern in his tone, but also raw desire.
I'll probably hurt you, baby.
Sirius strains his neck to look at Remus. Their eyes meet, and the man's gaze is one of pure hunger. Sirius lets the corners of his mouth quirk up on a suggestive smile.
I want to feel you stretching me, Daddy.
He insists.
I want to remember you.
Jesus Christ, baby.
Remus breathes out, his hungry gaze dropping to Sirius's mouth for a moment before he closes the distance between them in an urgent, pleading kiss. He licks the inside of Sirius's mouth, bites forcefully at Sirius's bottom lip, and one of his hands makes way to Sirius's hair, keeping his head in place. He pulls away from the kiss, and two fingers from his other hand find their way to the boy's face. Remus looks at him with those hungry eyes and caresses his cheek, then sticks the two fingers into the corner of his mouth, forcing him to keep it open. And then he does something Sirius never expected anyone to do to him. He opens his own mouth and lets a thick drop of spit fall from his lips into Sirius's open mouth. It descends slowly, and when the wetness lands on Sirius's tongue, it tastes so good, and the warmth of surrender spreads all the way through Sirius's body, from head to toe. If Remus wasn't holding him up by his hair, he's sure he would have fallen onto his knees right there. All he can think is,
oh my God, please do that again.
Remus removes the 2 fingers from his mouth, still looking at him like a predator, and Sirius feels the drool dripping on the corner of his lips.
Daddy,
he whispers, mushy-mouthed, and he knows he looks weak, glaze-eyed, completely given over to Remus to do whatever he wants with him. The man smiles smugly, the hand that was on Sirius's mouth, lingering over the boy's throat.
You're so beautiful, Sirius.
He whispers and thrusts against Sirius's body. The boy feels Remus's cloth-covered erection brushing against his hip. He swallows all the spit in his mouth, Remus's spit, and whines.
Fuck me, Daddy, please.
Remus lingers for a bit and then releases his hold. Sirius stumbles, thrown off balance. He has to brace himself against the cold stone of the parapet just to keep himself standing, heart hammering against his ribs. There's the usual fumble with the bottle of lube and the condom wrapper, but soon enough, Remus is lining himself up and Sirius feels the head of his cock brushing over his entrance. With one hand holding firmly at Sirius's hip, he thrusts forward, breaching in, and yeah, Sirius does feel it. He really, really feels it. It burns like it's splitting him open. His legs begin to lose feeling, a chilling numbness creeping upwards. Bare toes clench instinctively against the cold stone of the balcony floor. Jaw clenched tight, he forces it slack with a hiss of expelled breath, just as Remus's hips finally touch his arse.
Oh God, baby boy, I'm so tight.
Remus rasps between gasps, his other hand trailing up Sirius's back to clutch at his shoulder. He doesn't start moving yet. Straining upwards, Sirius throws an arm across the parapet for balance. With his other hand, he blindly searches behind his head, desperate to reconnect with Remus. The movement makes Remus's cock inside of him shift, and he winces. His fingers snag in Remus's hair.
You feel so big, Daddy.
Sirius pants, his gaze flitting across the cityscape, a million twinkling windows blurring before his eyes.
What are you looking at?
Remus murmurs against his neck.
Are you looking at the windows?
Sirius nods, shivering as Remus's lips brush his skin.
I'm pretending they can see me.
He says wickedly.
They can see how pretty I look when my daddy's all inside of me.
Fuck, Sirius.
Remus curses and starts rolling his hips slowly. It burns and it feels so good at the same time. Sirius moans.
I bet they can.
Remus continues, whispering close to his ear.
I bet they're all watching you now.
Then fuck me, Daddy.
He whines. In response, Remus's grip tightens on Sirius's hips, a possessive press on each side, and he pulls out, slamming back in again the next second. The sudden movement throws Sirius off balance, sending him swaying precariously towards the parapet. A hand shoots up from Remus, landing firmly against Sirius's chest, anchoring him back before he can fully lean over. Remus begins to fuck on a rhythm now, slow but hard, and Sirius can feel him all the way inside. The man bites at the back of Sirius's neck, sucking on a new bruise.
You like being watched while you're being fucked, little boy.
Remus murmurs, his breath hot against the recently bruised skin on Sirius's neck, and the boy feels his cock leaking again.
By Daddy.
He corrects between moans.
I like it when it's my daddy.
Remus plants a soft kiss on his back and continues.
I bet they like watching you too.
He whispers roughly.
I bet they're touching themselves watching you getting fucked.
Sirius squeezes his eyes shut, stars fireworks exploding behind his lids. Holy fuck, why are all these mental images turning him on like that? Why is he getting off on this so much? Usually, the thought of semi-public sex only makes him a nervous wreck. But this, with Daddy, it's a whole new edge to the thrill. Remus pounds into him. He pushes back to meet his thrusts and moans, throwing his head back. Remus chuckles smugly against his neck.
They want my daddy,
Sirius says, reaching out to touch the man's hair again.
But he's just mine.
That's right, baby boy.
Remus leans into his touch.
Daddy's all yours.
His hand travels down from Sirius's chest to his neglected cock, brushing lightly against the shaft. His thumb twists over the head to spread the pre-cum, and he gives it one trying pump.
Daddy.
Sirius whines, bucking towards Remus's hand, and then backwards against his cock. The release he's had back inside of the apartment feels like it was hours before, and he starts to feel the desperate edge of orgasm creeping up on him again.
There's no one else Daddy would rather be fucking now, Sirius.
Remus says, hands speeding up on his cock as the pace of his hips also pick up.
Only you, my perfect, slutty little boy.
The city lights below shimmer and blur, a dizzying kaleidoscope against the tightening grip of pleasure washing over him. Sirius feels himself teetering on the edge. his body a live wire humming with the anticipation of his impending orgasm.
Daddy!
He hears himself whine again.
You feel so good, Daddy, Daddy, please.
You want to remember, Daddy? Is that what you said, little boy?
Remus groans against his ear.
Yes.
Sirius attempts, and it's more a whine than a word.
Well, I'm going to make sure of that.
He says, pounding into Sirius so hard now that the boy has to hold onto the parapet with both hands to not lose balance.
You won't be able to move without thinking of me, baby boy.
He punctuates every word with a thrust of his hips and a flick of his wrist on Sirius's cock.
For days,
he adds. Sirius knows it's true, because there are bruises all over his skin, grip marks on his hips, and the burning sensation on his hole, and it all feels so good right now. All he can do is hope that the marks will last, that he'll be able to keep those little souvenirs of the most magic days and nights of his life. The angle of Remus's thrusts shifts slightly, and every time he slams in, he brushes over Sirius's prostate. The hand on Sirius's cock is still moving, faster now, and it's rapidly becoming too much.
Are you going to let them watch you come, baby boy?
Remus asks, hot breath brushing against Sirius's ear again, and that's it. He comes, spilling hot against the wall in front of him, his whole body shuddering as Remus fucks him through his orgasm, whispering filth in his ear and biting down the nape of his neck. He's still gasping for air when Remus pulls out of him and turns him over to face him.
On your knees!
The man commands as he yanks down the used condom. Sirius is still feeling dizzy and lightheaded from his orgasm, but he complies. He sinks down in front of Remus, and the man's hands find his hair, guiding him gently but firmly towards his cock. Sirius opens his mouth, lips stretching to swallow down all of Remus's cock at once. He fights against his gag reflex as Remus pulls on his hair to keep him in place and starts fucking his mouth with force. As the cock slides in and out of his throat, Sirius thinks that now, besides the marks on his skin and the stretch on his hole, he'll probably also have the burn and hoarseness of his throat to remember Daddy by. It doesn't take long until Remus shoots down Sirius's throat, pulling his hair and cursing under his breath. As the wave of pleasure seems to recede, a breathless Remus slides down the cool stone of the balcony wall, landing with a sigh in front of Sirius. Shirt hanging loose, trousers pooled around his ankles, he's a picture of rumpled satisfaction, disheveled but undeniably radiating post-coital bliss. Kneeling in between Remus's legs, Sirius blurts out the words.
I don't want this to be the last time.
He pleads, earnestly searching for Remus's gaze. Remus meets Sirius's eyes, a flicker of hope dancing in his face, despite the exhaustion etched on his features. A lazy hand reaches out to brush against Sirius's cheek.
Then let me figure it out.
He murmurs husky.
Please, Sirius.
Sirius dips his head in agreement, a soft all right escaping his lips. He scoots closer, seeking refuge until he's nestled between Remus's legs, forehead resting against the man's broad chest. Remus's plane to London takes off at 11 sharp, so by 7:30 they're leaving the hotel in the limo. First stop, Sirius's flat. Then Remus is off to catch his flight. It's a chilly one today, colder than any day this week. Honestly, the weather feels about as gloomy as Sirius's insides. Here he is, with more money in his pocket than he's ever seen, even back in the posh old days with his parents, and the chance to return to London in a few weeks and completely turn his life around. Yes, he's excited about the future, but the whole situation with Remus is rubbish. Because they haven't figured out anything. Remus likes to plan for things, and he wanted to plan for this. Get Sirius a flat, a credit card, all the things he offered the day before. But Sirius didn't let him, so now the man seems to just have short-circuited. He keeps saying he's going to figure it out, whatever that means, but he doesn't seem to be able to. And honestly, Sirius doesn't even think the whole thing is even figure-out-able. Maybe there's just no way for them to make it work, full stop. No point in dwelling on what-ifs or maybes. They had a nice last night together, though. After the sex, they soaked in a bath together, had a proper dinner, even managed some laughs and genuine conversation. It's crystal clear to Sirius now. He's head over heels for Remus. How it even happened, falling in love in a single week, is beyond him. But then again, this hasn't exactly been a typical week, has it? So he's not about to overthink it. It's just a fact, he loves Remus. And there's a very real possibility he might never see him again. The journey to Sirius's flat is shrouded in a tense silence. He reaches for Remus's hand, a silent plea of,
I'm here, I haven't vanished.
But the looming goodbye has choked the words from his throat, and Remus seems equally speechless. As the limo pulls up in front of the building, the stark contrast between the car's luxury and the neighborhood's grime hits Sirius like a punch. It's a metaphor staring him in the face, a visual representation of why their situation feels so impossible. Despite his internal turmoil, Remus insists on helping Sirius carry his things up. A blush creeps up Sirius's neck as Remus trails behind him into the dimly lit hallway. The encounter with their drugged-out neighbors on the staircase doesn't exactly ease the tension. As Sirius fumbles with the perpetually sticky door, he can't help but wonder what's going through Remus's mind. Before, Remus seemed desperate to keep Sirius safe, to get him off the streets. Seeing his actual living situation probably doesn't inspire much confidence.
Right, here we are,
Sirius announces wryly, ushering Remus into his flat. It's a compact studio, dimly lit, with 2 single beds crammed in, a kitchenette shoehorned into a corner, and a chaotic mountain of clothes dominating every available surface. Remus takes it all in, his expression unreadable.
Where would you like me to put this?
He asks, gesturing to the 2 suitcases he hauled up 5 flights of stairs.
Anywhere, really.
Sirius shrugs. Nothing in their flat has a designated spot. Things just are there. Remus carefully deposits the suitcases in an empty corner by the tiny dining table. He stuffs his hands into his pockets, jaw clenched, and sways slightly on his feet, clearly uncomfortable.
All right. Well, I've got your number. I'll give you a call when I, figure things out.
He mutters.
Yeah.
Sirius replies, the single word dripping with awkwardness. It echoes the stilted conversation they had just outside the hotel after leaving the Lotus, when he'd been waiting with bated breath for Remus to invite him up. Now he's waiting with bated breath for Remus to say something, anything, other than goodbye. Remus hesitates, then adds,
And you, if you make it back to London, give me a call.
Definitely.
Sirius nods again. Is that it? Will they kiss? If they do, will that make it any worse? Any better?
Fuck.
Remus mutters, frustrated. He pulls a hand from his pocket, running it through his hair in a gesture that speaks volumes. The polite awkwardness seems to melt away, replaced by a vulnerability that softens his features.
Can I kiss you, Sirius?
Sirius lets out a low chuckle.
Will you ever do it without asking first?
A rueful smile graces Remus's lips as he closes the distance between them. His hand reaches out to cup Sirius's face.
Hey, the no kissing rule was yours, remember? Just making sure.
Sirius cuts him off, silencing any doubts with a kiss. Goodbyes are messy things, especially when the future remains a tangled knot. This kiss, however, transcends the uncertainty. It's slow, deep, and breathtaking all at once. Remus pulls away reluctantly.
I must go, wouldn't want to miss my flight.
It's a good thing he does. Sirius doubts he could break free of the embrace if it lingered any longer. They exchange a few final words, playful jabs that mask the ache settling in Sirius's gut. Then, with a final lingering look, Remus turns and leaves. Sirius shuts the door behind him, the world seeming to tilt on its axis. One moment, he's basking in the afterglow of their kiss. The next, the floor feels like it's giving way beneath him. It's surreal. Like he never left this cramped flat a week ago. Like the whirlwind romance with Remus was a fantastical dream conjured by his lonely mind. The reality hits him hard. Remus is gone, the blissful bubble has burst, and the future stretches before him, an unnerving expanse of uncertainty. He doesn't know if he's ever going to see Remus again, be touched by Remus again. He takes out the 4,000 quid from his pocket and tries to count it. It's half an attempt to ground himself with a manual task, and half an attempt to be reminded that it was real. It really happened, and something good came out of it, besides the heart-wrenching pain he's feeling right now. Because oh fuck does it hurt. 16 and a broken heart over a bloke on the phone seems quaint now, a mere paper cut compared to this gaping wound. It feels like a giant chunk has been ripped out of him, leaving a hollow ache that throbs with the ghost of Remus. He never thought it possible. Even the positive changes feel hollow now, the thought of living like this akin to walking around dismembered. A crucial part of himself is missing, perhaps forever lost, like there's a giant Remus-shaped hole in his chest. Tears, a torrent of the past week's emotions, both the crushing loss and the exhilarating discoveries, the lessons learned, the whirlwind of new feelings. It all comes flooding out. He doesn't know how, but he finds himself curling up to his bed, pulling up a blanket over his body and head and sobbing quietly into his pillow. Time blurs, measured only by the erratic rise and fall of his chest. That is, until a knock on the door pierces the haze. A string of muttered curses erupts under his breath, those crackhead neighbors again, no doubt. Sirius scrambles out of bed, scrubbing tears from his face with the backs of his hands. He throws the chain on the door, better safe than sorry, before flinging it open. Instant regret floods his gut. Standing there is Remus. Sirius's eyes widen. Remus fidgets, a nervous twitch playing at his fingers. He clutches something hidden behind his back, just out of sight.
Hold on a sec.
Sirius mumbles, slamming the door shut to unhook the chain. The door swings open again, and Remus practically collides with him, lips searching for Sirius's in a frantic rush. The boy barely has time to inhale, his mind scrambling to catch up.
Kiss back.
He reminds himself.
Don't just stand there like a blinking idiot.
So he does. He parts his lips, and their tongues meet in a sweet, desperate kiss, a kiss that just 5 minutes ago felt like a distant dream. Remus finally breaks away, leaving Sirius breathless. Before he can even sputter out a question, Remus holds something out.
You left this in the car,
he says. It's the little sketchbook Remus bought him in Paris. Sirius had pulled it out of his suitcase last night to sketch, after Remus fell asleep, since sleep wouldn't come for him. This morning, it was abandoned on the couch. He'd absent-mindedly carried it to the car, clearly forgetting about it altogether.
Oh, right.
He mumbles, fumbling to take the sketchbook.
Thanks, but, you didn't have to come all the way back. You'll be late for your flight.
Remus cuts him off, sheepish.
Not just that, actually. I had a peek inside.
Oh.
Sirius manages, because what else is there to say? If Remus peeked inside, then he knows that beyond a few doodles meant to loosen up his hand, every other page is filled with sketches of him. Remus's eyes, his mouth, his hands. Not a vast collection, mind you. The notebook's only been with him a few days. But still.
You drew me.
Remus states the obvious, pressing on.
Well, you were right there.
Sirius counters, trying to deflect the sudden wave of self-consciousness washing over him.
Besides, you're practically begging to be drawn, aren't you? All those rugged good looks and such.
Remus lets out a chuckle, his gaze dropping to his shoes.
They're really good, actually.
He shifts awkwardly on his feet.
Think so.
Definitely.
Remus confirms, finally meeting Sirius's eyes again.
And not just good in a technical sense, but...
He trails off, then leans in closer.
Because when I was looking at them, they did this thing that art can do sometimes. When it shifts your perspective. And that's when it hit me.
His eyes lock onto Sirius.
I figured it out.
Sirius's breath catches, his heart thumping on his chest.
You did?
Yes.
Remus reaches out to touch his cheek again, very lightly.
Been a bit of a fool, haven't I? Turns out it's as simple as can be, really.
He smiles, and it's infectious, the kind of grin reserved for moments of pure elation, like it's his birthday or England's just won the World Cup or something. Sirius smiles too.
Is it?
Absolutely. After all, you're off to London in a few weeks, and you mentioned finding a decent job there, right?
Sirius nods slowly.
So, I don't have to take you out of the streets. You're doing it yourself. You'll be living with James, which means I can visit you, and you can visit me. Of course, there are a few things to iron out first.
He trails off, taking a deep breath.
If things get financially tight in the future, tight enough that you have to consider, well then you'll come to me, and we'll figure it out together. But for now, you can let me treat you to dinners, taxi rides, maybe a gift or two, but no more than that, no more than what you're comfortable with.
Sirius can't help but interrupt, a smile still lingering despite the furrow in his brow.
Hold up a sec.
He says,
Is this your roundabout way of asking if I want to be your boyfriend?
Remus blinks, seeming momentarily surprised by the question. Then a confident smile spreads across his face.
Yes, that's exactly it.
Sirius feels his smile turning into a grin.
All right then.
He murmurs, leaning in to whisper near Remus's ear.
I'll be your boyfriend.
A playful glint flickers in his eyes as he adds,
Daddy.
Remus reaches for the back of Sirius's neck, pulling him in for another unprompted kiss. God, Sirius loves that he does that without asking first. Like it's normal, like it's just something they do. And well, now it can be. As he pulls away, the words tumble out of Sirius before he can catch them.
I love you,
he whispers. Remus, a tender smile gracing his lips, murmurs against Sirius's mouth.
I love you too.
Epilogue, many months later. Sirius sprints towards the car, leather jacket clutched over his head like a flimsy umbrella against the typical relentless London drizzle. Levi's clinging to his soaked frame, combat boots squelching. He's his usual picture of effortless cool, even when soaked. As he reaches the sleek black Mercedes, Remus unlocks the door with a grin. No chauffeur today, just them. Automatic car, obviously. Sirius practically dives into the car, desperate to escape the downpour. Once inside, he gives himself a vigorous head shake, sending a mini waterfall cascading across the plush interior.
Watch it there, love.
Remus teases, dodging the droplets with a chuckle.
Sorry.
Sirius mumbles, before leaning in to press a soft kiss to Remus's lips.
How are you doing today?
I'm all right. Have you gotten it?
Remus says, urgent. He casts a quick glance at Sirius's hand, searching for the envelope, but it remains elusive.
Got it.
Sirius replies, reaching into his inner jacket pocket.
Tucked away safely.
And?
Remus prompts, his gaze flickering back to Sirius's face. Sirius shrugs, attempting a casual air that Remus sees right through.
I don't know. Haven't cracked it open yet.
The boy's voice betrays a tremor of nerves, his nonchalance a fragile mask for the storm brewing beneath the surface. Now, the white envelope rests firmly in his grasp, shaking along with his hand.
What?
Remus furrows his brow.
Blimey, Sirius. I figured you ripped that open the second you reached your mailbox.
Sirius offers a sheepish grin as he holds out the envelope.
Wanted to open it with you, that's all.
Remus takes the envelope, turning it over to examine the official stamp.
But what about James? You two have been nose deep in textbooks for weeks. Surely you'd like to open it together.
Exactly. I've done everything else with James. This I want to do with you.
Sirius replies, his fingers brushing against Remus's hand.
Besides, James fancies opening his with Lily and Reg.
Remus lets out a chuckle.
All right. Have it your way.
He flips the envelope over, placing it back in Sirius's lap.
Open it then.
Sirius stares at the envelope, the stark white seeming to glow under the dim interior light. He chews on his bottom lip, a few stray strands of hair falling across his forehead. The only sound is the relentless drumming of rain on the car's roof.
I can't.
He mumbles, voice barely audible over the downpour. With a nervous shove, he pushes the envelope back towards Remus.
You do it, please.
Remus reaches across, his fingers brushing against Sirius's before retrieving the envelope. He smiles gently.
Hey, you know it'll be all right, yeah? No way you're failing after all that studying.
Yeah, but...
Sirius stammers, his voice cracking slightly.
Come on, please, do it for me.
He throws Remus a pleading look, channeling his best, please, daddy eyes.
My hands are shaking too much. I can't even hold the damn thing steady.
Remus can't help but chuckle again.
All right, so dramatic.
He turns the envelope on his hands.
Just to be clear, what are we looking for here?
The boy takes a deep breath.
An A in art, that's the big one. Then at least a B in English Lit and Art History.
He mumbles, avoiding Remus's gaze as his fingers twist in his lap. Remus nods, trying to smile reassuringly.
Right then, here goes.
With a single swift motion, he tears open the envelope, the crisp paper fluttering in the small car space. His eyes scan the document, searching for the relevant lines.
An A, another A, and a B?
He trails off, a grin slowly spreading across his face.
You're in, baby.
What? Really?
Sirius throws Remus a look of disbelief, the creases on his forehead deepening. He snatches the paper from Remus's grasp, scanning the lines with frantic eyes.
Oh, bollocks. I actually did it. I got in.
He keeps staring at the letter, his jaw slack with surprise. It's as if he half expects the grades to change at any minute. Remus chuckles softly.
See? Told you with all that studying. There was no way you wouldn't get in.
Sirius finally tears his gaze from the paper, eyes shimmering with a mix of relief and something more.
God, Remus, you...
He trails off, suddenly emotional.
I never could have pulled this off without you. Thank you.
The last word comes out in a choked whisper.
Don't be daft, love.
Remus says, reaching out to brush a stray hair off Sirius's cheek.
You're the one who slogged away at those books. You and James burning the midnight oil every night after work. Regulus is the one who tutored you. Alfred is the one sorting out the fees. Honestly, I was just your resident cheerleader.
Sirius melts into Remus's touch, a pout gracing his lips.
And that was everything. Truly. Look, if it wasn't for you, I'd probably still be stuck in Manchester. You were the one who shoved me in this direction, remember? There'd be no UAL next semester without you. So, thank you.
You deserve nothing less, Sirius.
Remus whispers, pulling Sirius close for a quick, searing kiss. When they break apart, his eyes shine with pride.
Congratulations, I'm so proud of you.
Sirius beams back, a genuine warmth spreading across his face.
I'm proud of me too.
Remus sits up straight on his seat.
Now we've got to celebrate.
Sirius practically vibrates with excitement.
Thinking what I'm thinking, are we?
Remus leans back with a sly smile.
Doubtful, because what I had in mind was, I've got to go to Manchester next week to meet up with Arthur, and since you're officially a free man, I figured you might fancy joining me. Stay at that penthouse again, the two of us, so I don't get lonely.
Sirius's smile widens into a grin.
Well, I was thinking dinner, but that sounds infinitely more appealing.
He leans closer, his voice dropping to a husky whisper near Remus's ear.
Think you might order champagne and strawberries for me again, Daddy?
Remus licks his lips before answering.
Anything you say, baby boy?
He murmurs, leaning closer.
Anything at all?
Finite. Thanks for listening to this text-to-speech podfic, composed by Burning Aurora, Caliana, and Flowerhawk.